What happened? Let me share. Yeah, what happened to me a few days ago? Whilst I was sleeping, I just had an inspiration of a song. Oh, let me welcome my broski here, hero gamer himself, the legend. How are you doing, my good sir?
Yeah, good. Just listening. So keep going.
Oh yeah. Okay, so there is an option where you can record yourself using. There's this record, and then you can record the melody that you're feeling, and then you can convert that to a song or a concept. So what happened to me a few days ago, I was just sleeping, and then I just heard the song playing in my mind out of nowhere. So it was sounding like this. I recorded it as I remembered it from the dream. So
See my soul,
so this is
view
this
and
is my real voice.
to view and see my soul. I just want you to see my soul. To
That's your
view and
recording.
see
Yeah,
my
that's my recording,
soul.
my real voice.
I just want to see my soul. To view and see my
So it captured
soul.
it in Suno.
I just want to see
Okay.
my soul.
So it
How
was
did
going
you
like
record
to
this?
to view. Sorry,
How did you record this?
you go to audio, record, and then you
You recorded
press
it right
record.
on the app.
Yes, exactly. I recorded it right in the app. Singing. I just had the lines to view and see my soul. I just want to see my soul. So I recorded as it is, and then I told Suno that can you please help me with a song that's sounding like this. So this what came out.
To view and see my soul.
Wow.
I just want to see
That's
my
very cool.
soul. To view
Man.
and see my soul. I just want to see my soul.
So this was the short
To
version of it.
view and see my soul.
I went on upgrading it,
I just
improving it.
want to see my soul. To view and see my soul. I just want to see my soul.
You know, what I love about AI, back in the days, I got inspiration like you dream of a song and then you're trying to create it, and you don't have the means to create it. So with AI now, you're able to create something that you think of right in your mind, and this is also what came out when I kept on remixing it.
To look within
so
my
so I was
soul.
improving the lines. Because the first one was more like a repetition of the same lines.
I just want to see my
This was another recording that I did.
soul. To view and see my soul. Understand all my soul.
So this is what
So
came out.
you got a little bit of the melody down better from the first take too.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
that's
So
awesome.
I was
So very cool.
so
Continue.
so so the first one, as you heard, I was just I was just coming from sleep, so I didn't want to forget the melody, so I just had to record the melody so I won't forget. So the second one, I was making sense of the melody that I recorded. I went to even chat gpt and asked, can you help me improve these lyrics because they are more like repetitive. So I went to chat gpt, and then it gave me some few lines to add on this layer of song that I had. So this is what came out.
To look within my soul. I just wanna see my soul. To view and see my soul. Understand all my soul. To to look within my soul. I just wanna see my soul, to view and see my soul, understand all my soul, to look and see my soul. I just wanna see my soul, to view and see my soul, understand all my soul, to look within my soul. I just wanna see my soul, to view
So this
and
is another version.
to look within my soul. I just wanna see my soul, to view and see my soul, understand all my soul, to look within my soul.
So music is spiritual. So some of the melodies that you get, you can just get them. Just maybe if you have an inspiration, let's do a practical example here. Audio record. So piece hero gamer, let's do an experiment right now. Do you have any melody that you are thinking of, or just a random idea? Can we go with that ole ole?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that
Okay.
since it's easy and we know it, right? Let's see what the AI comes up with. You want to do it
Okay.
together?
Yeah. You want to do it, or I can do it? I don't know.
It's up to you.
Yeah,
I can
for
do it.
practical. Yeah, for practical. Let me make you do that.
All
You can
right.
share a screen.
Oh, all right, all right. Let me go to Suno. And am I sharing? No, because I was turned off. Whoops. All right, so I'm going to create. I'm clicking audio. I didn't even ever realize that there was a record button here. And we're going to do that's an 8-minute limit for uploads. That's a long song. This is really cool though, because I could actually see myself grabbing my guitar and sitting here and like running through phrases and stuff together. I wonder how that would work. But let's just do the OLED.
Exactly. It makes sense. Like let's say you have a keyboard. Plug it in. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Ole, 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 ole.
There you go. Peace got the voice though. You
My
see
my
that?
question is my question is you guys sing well, right? You know the tune ish, but I think a lot of the people don't sing very well. That's what I'm curious. If somebody doesn't sing well, but they know the lyrics ish, they just like blurb out some random stuff. Great, they think it sounds cool, but like it doesn't sound you know like a semi-professional would Suno tidy up the song for them.
Oh yeah,
It
and
will. It just might not be the melody that you were trying to get because if you don't produce the melody, it'll put it in tune. It'll make it sound functional, but it might not be the melody you were trying to get if you aren't able to come close to it. That's what I would expect. Uh-oh.
oh yeah, what PC is saying, it's so true. It doesn't matter
So
if
this thing,
you are a
this
good singer
I couldn't do
or
that.
not.
It's telling me that the Olay. I don't think you guys can see it because of the. You see that at
Oh,
the
I
bottom,
saw I saw
red
the
says
the
we
red.
can't do it. It says can't do it. It
Oh,
says it's
I think it's
Matthew's
just
existing work of art, so we have to do something else. Let me do something simple. I'll just
Oh
I
yeah.
actually, I got it. I'll sing a quick line from something I have
No
that I know
problem.
that goes
So,
on.
Eurogamer, what Peace was saying, it's true that it doesn't matter how you sing it. It just put it in tune for you. There you go, Peace.
I miss your sound tonight, 'cause something is not right with me. Takes a little to process, I guess.
Yeah,
Oh, that was a little bit faster. All right. All right. So is that so now what do I do now? Is it already it's
okay.
making
So you go to remix.
remix
Yep. Studio. Cover. Sorry.
cover
Yeah. So now you have the power to uh, write whatever you want here. Advanced advanced options. You can even extend the track, go up there, give it some instructions, or you can just let it decide. So it wrote your lyrics there, and then the style. You can, I don't know which style do you want it. Oh yeah.
uh that's fine, right? All right. So
Okay.
I do that and I hit
It,
create, or do I
yep.
want to extend it at all? I mean, it doesn't really matter for this purposes. I have like a
Oh
full
yeah.
song here, but I'm
Oh
not
yeah.
trying to do the whole
Just for
song here right now. It's just for demo. So, what is there anything else I should change before I create?
I think nothing right now. So for this is just for uh demo purposes. So if you want to extend it, there's an option where you saw extend song.
Over here,
Yeah.
I could.
Or even sing a little bit more.
I miss your sound tonight because something is not right with me.
Where's Olay song?
It wouldn't do it because it's copyright protected.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? Oh,
that was the error message we got.
interesting. So,
Yeah, it
yeah,
said
it's
it
smart.
was too close to an existing work of creative work.
So why don't you sing something else?
That's what I just did.
It did.
Oh, I missed that
So
part.
I
Sorry.
sang this. So it didn't come out. So I sang this. I miss your sound tonight, 'cause something is not right with me.
Oh,
And
okay.
then it
Oh
came
yeah.
up with this.
I miss your sound
But,
tonight because something is
I would
not
have it in different
right.
genre.
What's that?
No, I'm just thinking like, what would it sound like in different genre?
Oh yeah.
I
You can
miss your
put in the
sound
style.
tonight.
Because this is very like high school
Yeah, it's a
kind
song
of.
I wrote like that on purpose. But it's
Oh,
crazy
okay.
that it actually picked up that kind of vibe. Um
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
it's actually interesting. Like this is actually something that
Because something is not right with me.
that's a this is crazy. I didn't realize it was that I won't have time to play with this probably for a couple of days, but I want to. Because
So how do you make it into a full song then?
well,
Style.
I actually have a full song here that I could play. I'm not going to do that today.
What I meant was like, if you just recorded that, it gave you the sneak peek of what it, the short clip. How can you expand that
So
into?
I could
You can
do
extend. You can
extend.
extend the. Yeah, you can also add the more lyrics to this, because you see that it's a one line, and then you can on style you can just tell it to even extend the song or add the minutes there that you want. So yeah, that's the other
Could I have it
thing, because
extended?
now it's one
Could I
line.
have a? Could is there something I could do in here to extend the lyrics, or I would do that in styles?
Or you can do that in styles.
So I would just put extend the lyrics to have a full song with chorus and verse. That's it.
Yeah, let's hear what is gonna come up. What's gonna come up?
Um, give us between 60 and 90 seconds.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you can do that too. It's almost like the prompt books, right?
We
Right.
learn every day.
We learn every day. Hunter, what'd you think about Lily from Para? I thought she was really cool, actually.
Yeah, yeah, she was really cool, and she fit right into the podcast.
Yeah, it was like very comfortable. I think we'll have to have her on again. All right, so it only gave me
Yeah,
10 seconds.
so
It
I
didn't
think
extend
it's
it.
because the lyrics, we need to add something on the lyrics.
All right, so I'd
Yeah,
have to
the top
give
one,
me
it gives you 20, it gave you 25.
I
Yeah.
miss your sound tonight because something is not right with me.
Like Blink 182.
interesting. It didn't give us any more words. So all right, so you can't
Oh yeah.
extend the lyrics in styles,
Yeah.
or at least I didn't prompt it properly.
Oh yeah, that's what it does. Sometimes it gives you a full song, sometimes it gives you 10 seconds. Just now we're still experimenting to see what works. And also talking about yeah,
Oh, hold
Lily,
on. I got the AI. So in the lyrics box, if I
oh yeah,
it'll write me a full
right
song.
full
Here we
song.
go. Here we go.
Nice.
I have lyrics for this, but I want to see what it does.
We learn every day. And also I just saw another thing.
You saw something else? All
I
right.
like what you did, like write me a full song.
All right. I already put it all in there. All right. Let's see what we got here.
I miss your sound tonight, the way it hums just right, like whispers chasing air. But now it's
Mm.
quiet here, and something in me breaks because something
That's so
is
good.
Yeah.
not right with me.
My God, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Humans are
Yeah, we're
fucked.
fucked. We are definitely.
I mean, how many sentences did you put?
I literally put one. So this is a song I have. Um,
I know, but how many
I
did
put
you
one
like
verse. I
the
put
AI?
one line, and then I had it. So I used this button here,
You sang one line and
and it gave me all. It gave me all of
AI
this,
extended the rest,
oh, so
and
I
it gave
think
you.
we are missing another verse, hook, chorus there on lyrics. I think that's where we need to go to ChatGPT and ask for it to extend the lyrics and song, and then we hit create. What do you think?
we can definitely do that. What time is it?
What do you get when you click on the magic wand on the style part?
I
So
think
on
we are
The style,
now.
we are
style.
I think it
Can
just
it do like
I think it
different?
just rewrites it all for you.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
I think we are 15 minutes before the Zest town hall.
Yeah, we don't want to make GP mad. He actually
Yeah,
might be
because
the
we want
actual
to.
Stacks dictator.
Yeah, so I think we can do more. I think tomorrow. Well, the
Friday.
next lesson
We
is on
can,
Friday, right?
yes, we can do more. We can do more tomorrow. Can we maybe? I think Xenotron is ready to do Find to Earn, so I can either rearrange that, or we can actually
Oh yeah.
we can do our segments at 10 after Find to Earn, if that's better.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I think that works. And also, I have a song that I want to play for you. And before we wrap off this.
So Friday 9:30 is confirmed, and it's just whether you want to have an extra one tomorrow, right?
Oh, we're supposed to do something today with Blockface too? Are we doing that vibe code session later on?
Supposedly, but he's a bit of I
Whether
don't
he's
know if
available
he
or not, and or committal.
we'll message him
All
and
right.
see. We actually got another AI bootcamp class going on at 12 in Google Meet via Bullet Pig,
Okay.
12 to 1, I believe.
We could
Um,
that's at 12 to 1.
that's at 12 to 1.
All right. So
Oh yep.
let's Hunter, this is what you needed to do, right? Said you were going to do something after the Zest Town Hall, but that was
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I saw that there was
Because we
nothing
didn't want to clash with the
with
Bullet
Because
Pig's
Polypic
class.
also.
I think one way we can also get Binta more stable to come on for these is if we do her piece in Google Meet. If she might have
Yeah.
better stability in Google Meet, and then we can just screen share that into the live stream, so we're still getting it. But she doesn't have to connect to Restream, which is a little bit less stable.
Oh yeah. We can arrange that. Not even a
And
problem.
then at the same time, if you guys want, I don't have anything. If we don't have anything else going on at noon, I can jump into the Google Meet and just turn that on, and we can stream you guys live for that too.
No problem at all. And also yesterday I had an impromptu one with Rafa. He wanted to make his song, a poem, and then he's very happy. I think we need to also call him in, and Suno is his thing now.
Yeah,
He's developing music.
I just DM Suno to let them know we're streaming them.
And also,
later.
I have some alpha before I share this. I think you remember our brother Dr. Sass, the fake doctor, the one who had that accent. Do you remember him?
you brought him up the other day, and I don't really remember, but I may have to.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
like the early stacks.
exactly. So yeah, he's cooking something amazing, which is AI called Lumen Day. It's an AI where it talks about Christ and also teaches people about Christ, and it has a lot of things in it, and also it creates images in there. And we have been cranking up a new genre that we are now trying to create, which is more like Catholic. You know, those Catholic choirs and hymns together with EDM.
Post? Oh,
So
EDM
okay.
this
choir.
EDM
That
Catholic
goes.
choir. So
That makes sense.
Let's hear
Yeah,
it,
that
man.
makes sense.
that's a banger. And hey, Dr. Sass, I know you're watching this. I've sent you the link, and this is a shout out to you. So brace yourself for this banger. Can you hear? Called Gregorian chants.
Dominus dixit ad me, filius meus est tu,
Gregorian chants in Latin.
ego hodie
EDM.
helite,
Banger.
oscura
Sounds kind of like
veritate,
the Smokeline song.
sacra tenebra clamat,
Okay, so let's go ahead.
In un braccio mocno. Gloria, gloria. Mysterium vocatur. Gloria, gloria. In noctem desinimumur.
This one,
Play the one called Dunya.
that one
Frangit
is
luce marcana.
So also the doctor got a new mission now that he's working on, and also he goes by the name Fan now, Fane. Yeah, he's more like taking his role as a king. So yep, let me play this one. I think I like this one more.
Dixit. Dominus dixit ad me. Echoes rise, shadows breathe. A secret carved in stone unseen. Dominus dixit ad me. Filius meus est tu. Ego digenuite. Lux et tenebrae. Conflictus aeternum. Abyssus abyssum invocat. Silent voices echo back. Velum fractum. Mysterium forever sealed.
Of time we can play it all. Peace. I don't know if you remember this face.
I don't. It must have been just before my time. I feel like I've
Oh
been here
yeah,
long enough now. I should know everybody, but yeah, nothing
yeah.
against him, by the way. Like I don't want to be. It's not meant to be an insult. I
Not
don't
even a
think
problem at all. Yeah, I think Eurogamer knows him. So yeah, you can give him a follow. So he's gonna come through here on DeOrganized. I talked to him and I talked to you. And let's also talk about the Lumen Day that he's working on. And that project he has showed me where it's going, the vision, and how it's going to change the AI game. And the people who are involved, they're really prominent people. So I think, yeah, you should talk to him and him talk to you, peace, and organize a day that we can chop it up with AI. So
Is
I'm
he
I'm
is he doing
following him,
anything?
by the way. So I must have. I was already following him, so I must have
Is
come across.
he leveraging Bitcoin at all, or is it just like AI plus?
you mean what? Sorry.
Is he leveraging Bitcoin?
I think this is just a project outside the crypto ecosystem. I don't know if he's gonna
Oh,
integrate
okay,
it.
interesting.
I don't know if he's gonna integrate it. So yeah, I found it very interesting since now we are working with AI and this showed me what Lumen Day does, which is different from other AIs. So I think he's gonna share more alpha. He just told me that he'll be using Bitcoin down the road, and yeah, it's part of the roadmap. So definitely, I think we need the guy to be on one of the shows. So I think, yeah, the drop is going to be soon. So yeah, I think
Yeah, I'm one
if
of
you,
his earliest NFT owners, actually.
yeah,
With
if you
one of his
remember,
first ever
yeah, we did a collaboration
NFT.
with him, me, Longstreet, called CAC. It's one of the songs that we did on Bitcoin, and also we had Anno on Anno on Earth. You remember?
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome, awesome, and yeah, I think the class today ends here since we have to jump on to GPSC
Gotta go
Zest.
support the zest chads.
Yeah, if you're watching this stream, please rush to Zest, and also make sure you follow GPSC. We're gonna be dropping some alpha. Yep, yes sir. I
At
was driving.
GPSC_STX.
Oh yeah, let's go. And
Let's
thanks
go.
so much for tuning in.
Peace out. We'll leave you guys with some rerun content for those that don't want to jump
Yep.
into the Zest Town Hall for some reason, but we'll be in the Zest Town Hall and we'll be kicking it with the homies. And maybe at noon we'll pick up the boot camp that Bolo Pick's going to be running on the Google Meet. Hero, can you email me the link to that?
Yes, I can.
All
Yeah.
right. I don't think
Where do you want me to drop?
you guys don't have a. If you email it to me, that would be the best. Either email. I think you may have both
Okay.
mine, but whatever one, just email it to me, and I'll be able to jump in.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll send you. An
I don't
invite,
think you guys don't have any
just-
issue with me streaming that, right? There, every Bolo be.
No, I don't think so. I'll check with Bullet Pig, but I don't.
Yeah,
think so.
I'm sure it's fine, but I don't want to assume. Yeah, if he has an issue, that's fine. But we'll expect.
Yeah, I just sent you an invite.
All right, cool. I'll jump in there right after I get out of the Zest Town Hall, and we'll cover that.
It's at 12 p.m. ET.
Yep. So then we're.
So you said tomorrow. Srihana could do like from 10 to whatever.
Yeah, that would work. If he does like 10 to 11, then we can jump into at 11 o'clock on Thursdays is both B Pepe and the AI BTC.
Oh yes.
Um,
Yeah, let me check the calendar tomorrow. My yeah, there's only like DeFi working group. Okay, so that's no AI BTC is at 11. Oh, I gotta go to that one because tomorrow is a big one. It's like tag anybody. And the reason why I asked Rihanna the question if Dr. Sus is working with Bitcoin is I think the Thursday, if you know, I think we talked about it, the Thursday AI BTC project started out as a working group. And now they are almost like presenting themselves more as a working group.
Oh, they
as
just
well
did that on
as
Thursday last week.
Yeah.
They just became a working group recently.
I mean, they've always been a working group.
Right. That's what I understand, but I think they maybe become a little bit. We've kind of developed more of a process for working groups. I think that's maybe more the accurate thing. By the way, I did do a little bit. I did do a little bit of work on the SIP working group documentation, but I haven't. I'm not done with it yet.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, I think it's a evolving process, anyways. And we at the foundation, let's say they at the foundation, or maybe collectively, we need to define what is or what falls in the scope of working group or outside, so that it's easier for people to start creating one, or maybe when it isn't one, how do you move on to official one? Just like the SIP sphere where we're having now, we are actually kind of acting as one. Like all the other one that said they are one aren't really doing it, even though
we're just being right. We're already, as far as the SIP goes, we're already doing a working group for that.
Yeah, but anyways, my point being is that's why for the context, the question I asked Rihanna was, I think if anybody's in the intersection of AI and BTC, tomorrow, Thursday, every Thursday is a great place to send people.
Hero, yeah, he He's going to work on BTC, and yeah, I'm sure you can chat with him in DMs, and then you can tell him more alpha.
Yeah,
Where is
I
that
think it's
working group? Is it just a space on X?
yeah. So I think the educational part for the Stacks community is if you're doing anything AI with a bit of BTC or SBTC or whatever BTC, go to Thursday working group so that you can share your project, you can find support, you can collaborate with other AI slash BTC intersection developers. That's what I'm trying to say. Like anybody, Dr. Sas or anybody else, I think we need to start letting people know
Yeah,
Thursday
more
is
people.
not
Really, Hero, I'd
it's not
say
just an AI BTC project.
right. I would say anyone working on AI and crypto. It
Yeah,
doesn't because
that's a good
really
that's a
all
good
crypto
point.
leads back to Bitcoin anyway. So anyone doing AI with crypto should be getting involved in this group.
That's true because Kwame is from Ethereum and he wants a
Right.
cross chain over here, and that also falls in the scope of AI BTC because if you cross over here, that means our BTC can be over there too, or our agents. But yeah, anyway, so Thursday tomorrow, 11 a.m. ET, and then Friday, I guess 300 is on 9:30 till 10:30, and then we have um, SIPCO on Friday at 10:30, right?
10:30. Right. Do we have a panel or is it more just check in
We
and
have Rena coming
oh,
from
Rena's coming
Endowment.
on Friday?
Yeah, yeah, I
Oh, that's
DM'd you
cool.
yesterday. So the Rena is coming to give us a bit of update on Endowment
Cool.
and DeFi working group, which she leads up. But it's lesser sort of. It's more of more like not closed per se, but they have sensitive information they can't just
Right.
broadcast
Right.
out
Right.
every time. So she will drop in every now and then to give us update what
That's
she can
awesome. I
see.
actually part of a project that Rafa is working on that I was working with him. We actually had a brief meeting with her yesterday, last week to talk
Mhm.
about Granite. And she had mentioned coming on a couple periodically onto DeOrganized and just figuring out
Yeah,
a time. So during the SIP
yeah,
call, if she comes on the SIP call
yeah,
every couple of weeks, that'd be great.
yeah. Because she's involved with endowment from a I don't know, like ecosystem, like information or governance, if you want to call it like information perspective, she can come on Zipco and, share her updates from endowments and DeFi working group and stuff.
Perfect. No, that's
At least
awesome.
that's her proposal. And I thought, yeah, that was a good idea. Why not?
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great because we talked a little bit about doing something like that last week. So if we could have it at the same time as the SIP call, and then it's putting everything. It's one less thing I have to float throughout the week. If that.
Yeah, yeah. No, that I think is perfectly fine. Probably falls into the governance arena anyways, in some sense, like endowment stuff. So
Right. Let's
go
we
to Zix.
we'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk more. We'll talk more async, and we're gonna go. We gotta jump in and support GP before he's like, oh
Yeah,
my god, what's showing up?
thanks for the show, man.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Love it. I actually thank you guys for showing me this more functionality for Suno. It
That's the
really
whole
is.
purpose of AI Guild, right?
Yeah,
To
and it
share
really
the
is.
knowledge.
The AI Guild is cranking. Absolutely, you guys are crushing it. You're bringing in so much value just to my project, let alone the entire Stacks ecosystem. So thank you guys. Keep up the great work, and really appreciate you guys. Honey, you're running the ship, so why don't you take us out?
Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in to this yeah, amazing lesson, and I'm really thankful. Now I'm handing over the wheels to my captain. Peace, love, music.
All right,
Let's
another great
go.
episode
And
of the AI Guild Bootcamp Showcase with 300 making some music. Thank you, Hero. Thank you, Hannah. and we're going to put on an episode of Learn TA with Landy, an early one. We're learning candle support and resistance with Landy. And if you want some more updated real news coming in now, jump into the Zest Town Hall. I'm sure there'll be some alpha in there. I know GP was talking about some cool stuff last week, earlier in the week, that I think they might be announcing today. So we'll be with you shortly. Stay tuned. And we'll be back, I think, with more AI content in about an hour. Hey, Landy. How you doing today, man?
Good. How are you, sir? I'm over here just kind of staring at these charts that don't have any lines on them yet, but I think that we're gonna fix that today. So, wait, I see Landy docs. Oh no, am I doxed already? Ah, nope, nope, nope. It turns out that, sir, I am just a Pepe the Frog after all.
A pep economist.
Yes, I'm a pep economist, and we're going to be talking a little bit about, well, ways in which we can figure out the possible direction that things could possibly go based on sets of conditions today when talking about charts. And that's hopefully going to allow us to do things like, well, form plans and theses and, start to maybe arrange things in a way that we could make some decisions based on conditions being met or not met in markets. And I think this is something that that we're also going to get into, in the future. But this is eventually all going to lead to a big conversation about psychology. And I think you're the perfect guy to talk to about that piece, because you have successfully social engineered me into speaking about my process here, and I don't usually give up the goods like this. So congratulations, sir.
Oh, well, I thank you, man. I really, obviously you do give up you drop a lot of knowledge in the Twitter spaces that you go through. I don't know how you do it. Actually, you're in supporting our broader crypto, Bitcoin stacks and all the other community on the regular, giving some knowledge, always providing value to everybody. And I really appreciate you coming on DeOrganized and doing this in a medium where it does give us the opportunity to really see all of the detail of what you're doing in a visual way.
Yep.
So thank you for doing this for myself and everyone else that's getting a chance to watch that.
Well, hey, I'm glad to do so, and I'm always going to support anything you're doing, buddy. And I do believe that we can make this a big thing because I think that what you're doing in this space and what this has turned into, which is kind of crazy. I think you'd agree that things move very quickly when there is demand, and
Bananas.
I want to see this blow up because you deserve it. I think you do such a great job. You host a lot of interesting people, and it's all on the record. So we have a record of what people think when you bring them on and you ask really good questions. And that's one of the main reasons why I've had actually, and for yourself and for any audience members here. Hey, audience, if you're out there, go ahead and share this out there so that we get some more people in here to ask some questions when we do kind of open this up for questions.
Yeah, don't be shy in the live chat. And what's up, Bit? By the way, thanks for chiming in. Thanks for tuning in.
Bit there.
Yeah,
my homie. Love Bit by Bit, and got to get Stu in here at some point in the chats. I think he was actually.
Did you see Stu on Mike's show yesterday?
No, I was unable to participate in a lot of things yesterday. Landy had some issues. He had to bring in a family vehicle that had a gasoline smell coming into the cabin, which is not good because it is not this is not like an old vehicle. So we had to bring it back into the dealership like, hey,
that's
you're
never
a really
good.
reputable car manufacturer. This should not be happening.
It should not be happening in an old vehicle either.
Well, no, if it's an older vehicle or a newer vehicle, make sure you bring that in. One, you don't want to breathe the fumes in, but also it's,
definitely don't hit the bowl.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it turned out that things worked out. It was a very simple fix, and that is all now fixed. And we are happy. They are happy that I'm not going, go give me that car now. And we have to rearrange an entire new deal. So, yeah, worked out well in the end. Even made some new friends along the way.
That's a great day. That's an awesome day. Anytime you actually make some friends, and and a lot of people's knee-jerk reaction in that situation when they experience something like that, which shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. You're buying from a manufacturer. They should not be. It's a safety issue at that point.
Yep.
And a health issue. Breathing those fumes is not good for you.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if I was a smoker smoked inside the car. That's,
right. Boom. Right.
Goes the dynamite and the car.
But when you go and you treat people like humans, which I'm sure you did, and you're talking to them about it, you don't make it like the most horrible thing that offended you beyond belief to try to get something out of it. You make a friend.
Well, you want to know something funny? Here's the funny part is while I was there and I was waiting, I was jumping in and out of different spaces, events, and I was in one in particular where I was saying some funny things and they were like, what the hell is this guy talking about over here? He must be going insane, because you know how I am in spaces, events. And so they came over and kind of asked me like, well, what do I do? And I'm like, well, I kind of hang out on the internet. I don't do much else these days. And they were like, well, what do you kind of do on the internet? It seems like you have people that know who you are. And I was like, well, I do technical analysis, and I kind of share my analysis out there. So I actually got involved in a conversation with their head sales manager, who's essentially just an extension of the sales team. And the finance managers there all started to gather around, and they wanted to watch my charts. So we put it up on we put up my most recent analysis for Bitcoin on their TV, and they were playing it in the dealership while we were waiting.
Nice.
So it was a lot of fun. I sincerely hope that those that newly followed end up seeing this and are kind of watching this while they're kind of waiting for customers to show up in the dealership. That'd be amazing. I would be giving up too much if I shouted them out, but hey guys, if you're here, that'd be awesome. Glad to see you. So this is
I'd just shout them out myself. I wouldn't be able to.
That would give me away. That would feed into the Landy doxed. Like, maybe we'll see a picture of Landy. Is he really as Stu described? Is he really
6'7" midget,
6'7" midget riding a bear, or
a bear with bearing bear arms.
bear, yeah, riding a bear with a bear bearing arms, and a flag, an American flag waving in the background, kind of thing. So let's see. We have a few people kind of spread out across the various streams here, I'm seeing. So if you are in one of the streams, either DeOrganized, Peace Love Music, Bitcoin Live DB. By the way, thank you. Big shout out to Bitcoin Live DB. Of course,
Absolutely.
big shout out to DeOrganized and Peace over here putting everything together. This is super impromptu this morning. We are stretching a little bit because we didn't have a lot of a lead up to this particular event. But this one is going to kind of be a little bit of free form stuff, right, Peace? We're going to talk about
That's all I do.
kind of, yeah, right. It is DeOrganized after all. That's why it's so beautiful. It fits so perfectly. But we are going to follow up with where we left off. If you missed last week's episode with Learn TA with Landy here, we talked about kind of candles, but in a very high level overview. Here's some candles, and then moved on to kind of support and not support and resistance, but trend rather. And we're going to talk about those things again, kind of a little bit of a mini recap. So we are going to be rehashing that territory when it comes to candle structure and trend, because that's what's going to inform our take on support and resistance. So we do need to understand those things, and we'll continuously talk about those things as we get into the other subjects. Today is going to be all about support and resistance as the focus, but we're going to keep referencing what we talked about last week. So even if you missed that, I do suggest you go watch it. You're going to pick up some tips here and there today as we begin to kind of get this conversation rolling.
It was absolutely an excellent episode, for sure. So people should definitely go check that out. Even if you're just looking to, and you will touch on some of those things today, but you'll get more in-depth stuff in that original episode about it, but you don't need to watch that before you watch today's show.
No, I do suggest that you go and watch it, because this is not going to be just purely about the trend and the candlesticks. I didn't dive too deep into it. In terms of the candle side of things, we are going to talk a little bit more deeply about candles today, because I do think that it's important to understand what's going on. And some of what we're going to be referencing specifically, I'm going to talk about something that you'll see in indicators a lot, and that's the open, high, low, close, or OHLC. Because that is referencing candles, and you do see it in a lot of indicators. And we're not going to specifically get into indicators, but I'm going to do a little bit of priming and seeding so that you understand, when we were talking, one of the reasons why I was talking about candlesticks last week in that regard is I was pointing out where the open was, where the close was, where the high was, and where the low was. But you'll often see it written out or in a book or kind of learning materials as open, high, low, close, right? Because you have two things that are going to be, static at the open is going to open wherever the last candle closed. And of course, the close is the finality of that candle price. And then in between, you have the highs and the lows of that particular candle for whatever time frame you're looking at. So we're going to be referencing that. We're going to review a little bit of our trend, because our trend is going to inform how we establish our areas of interest in terms of support and resistance. Support, of course, being the areas in which price was moving up, right? So where price was moving down into a specific area and then price moved back up, that would be an area of support. If something, as price moves up and then starts to move back down, we would consider wherever that is an area of resistance. So we're going to get into that. How we feel about the music in the background, everybody, yourself included, Peace. You hearing me okay?
I hear you okay. Is it a distraction to you? I can turn it down a little bit if you want.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We can always just keep it just low in the background if you want. I can't get a gauge for it because I'm not on the other side of the stream here. So if you are in the audience down there and you would like to let us know how the background music is going there, if it's competing with our voices at all, but
It's through the app, so it shouldn't be, because I can turn it much louder. So I already have it turned.
oh, okay, perfect. I was just wondering because we had mentioned that we'll bring it in with some music, do a little bit of banter. It seems like we're starting to get people back in here.
Yeah, we've gotten 81 live viewers so far. People are shy about chatting sometimes, so
Don't
if you're
be shy.
watching, definitely let you when Landy starts going into the discussion, make sure you drop your questions in the live
Yeah.
chat.
So why don't we kind of jump right in? What do you think?
I'm ready to go, man.
All
Give me
right.
what they want.
Yes. Well, you all came here to learn a little bit of TA from Landy here, and look, one of the big things that I talked about last week was kind of to point out what's going on in the candles here, just what a candle is, right? And then we move directly into trend, and there's a few things to kind of maybe recap. We have something that you're going to see a lot, and I want to point this out. You don't need to know what this means in terms of the indicators and stuff like that, but let's go ahead and we'll take my indicator, which is free, by the way. You can find it in my profile on X. It's in the bit.ly link there. It's a free indicator called Landy Bands with Trend Checker. This has tools in it that you can use, including moving averages and all kinds of fun stuff. It is private, so you can't search it in TradingView. If you're using TradingView, you do need to follow that link and add it to your favorites. What's that?
Where's the link?
It's in the bit.ly link in my X profile.
Okay.
So let me actually, I can grab that and I'll put it in the chat for you so that if you'd like to share that out with.
I got it right here.
Perfect. Now you don't need this, but the big thing is there's often things that you're going to see like price source, and price source is based on the candles and all kinds of other factors, but you'll see people reference candles because everything starts with the candle, because the candle is a reflection of an auction that has occurred for that time period. Doesn't matter what the time period is, from open to close, that is the auction period for that candle. And then you're going to see things when we get into candles. You have the open, the high, the low, and the close. And then you can measure these things. A lot of indicators will do this as we start getting in here. We're not going to talk a lot of indicators until the very end, but I got some questions about that stuff after last week's episode. But you'll see things like high, low 2, HLC 3, OHLC, which is what we are talking about when we're actually talking about the entire candle, which is your open, high, low, close, or your OHLC. That is simply referencing the candles that we start with as a reference for the auction.
Curious, why would I need an indicator if I can just look at the candles to see that?
Well, because indicators are referencing the candle structures and taking that data and displaying it in a specific way for you. So what does like an indicator do? I get a lot of questions about indicators. What indicators do is they just give you, they take the information, which the raw data is the price data. And the price data is going to be laid out in the format that, we described last week. You have timeframes, like this is the daily chart for Bitcoin. Now, what we have here is a record of all of the opens and closes, the highs and the lows. So we have the open, the high, and the low, and we will get the close later today of this current candle that is in session right now. This is the daily candle session, and we don't have a close yet because this is live price data. It's going to close in 5 hours and 20 minutes, right? But we have yesterday's. We have the open down here at $90,520 or so, And how do we know that's the open? Well, because it's a green candle. If it was a red candle, wherever the for a green candle, wherever the open is, it's going to be the bottom. For a red candle, wherever the open is, it's going to be the top. So that helps us immediately identify, well, this price moved down from open to close on this candle here for this bearish candle, right? And then like yesterday, we have a green candle, and from open to close, it moved up. So as long as price closes higher than the open, it's going to be a green or bullish candle. If price closes lower than the open, it's going to be red or a bearish candle. And then in between, like yesterday's, for instance, we have the open, we have the high up here at, so we had this open yesterday at 90,500 roughly. We had the high at 93,978, almost $94,000. We had the low, which is just below the open there at 90,415. And then we have the close at 92,373. So that would be your open, high, low, close. And it's in order, right? Because you have the open of the candle. That's the very start of the daily candle. You had highs and lows, and then you have the close to finish up the candle. So that's going to be your O, H, L, C. Okay, so that's your candle structure. That is the complete candle structure. And there's a bunch of different ways in which we can reference the data for that candle to display anything we want, really, right? We can tell you, we can use indicators and reference that data from that candle and prior candles to it to then give you extra information about, well, this is the average trend. Maybe it is maybe we use a moving average that references the open, the highs, the lows, and the closes, or maybe it just references the closes so that we can see the trend of the closes, or maybe the trend of opening price action. We can do this in many different ways, right? But it's just indicators will help you get extra information about what's occurring on the on the chart for that particular time frame. And you can get extra information by going to the 12-hour. Then we have extra data because there's 2 12 hours in every 24-hour candle or every daily candle, and we can keep extrapolating that down to the 8-hour and the 6-hour. And obviously we have the 8-hour, we have 3 closures, and the 6-hour we have 4. In the 4-hour we've got even more, so on and so forth as we keep going down. You're just taking that 24 hours and you continue to split it. So we have our 8 closures here, or our 12 closures here. What am I talking about? 4, 8, 12. Yeah, so we get 6 closures. Well, here I am. I'm the chartist and can't do simple math, but that's why we have a chart to help us out with that. But yes, that's why indicators are important. If you ever want to get my indicator, it is free. It's going to be expanded upon very, very soon. We're debating for all the effort we're putting in for one portion of it, and the fact that we might have to pay for API access. There might be a paid version, but it would just be to cover API access, and there will always be a free version, and it will always be fully featured.
Cool. Very cool. Dropping that link one more time. If you guys are interested, you can go over to CryptoLandy, follow him on X, and you can get the link for the indicator on there.
Yeah. So, really good question that led me into the candle kind of structure. And then, of course, once we have a history of candles, and this would be your opens and closes, showing either the bullish green candles or the bearish red candles, we start to form a trend, right? And that trend can be very easily read just based simply on the candles that we have, or the candlesticks that we have on our candlestick chart here. So we're going to go up a little bit into the hundreds of thousands of dollars on Bitcoin just to talk a little bit about this again, very, very quickly. We've got uptrending structure, and we're going to color this a little bit different. But what is an uptrend? Again, an uptrend is going to be kind of where we have higher highs. So wherever price started, we have a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. That is an uptrend. So there is the very first part of this. So, wherever we have an uptrend, if price, first there was no other history to the left here, and we started out here, we'll call this 0, and then went up, made a high, and then a higher low, because you can't pass the starting point, at least in most cases. There are points like on a bonding curve where you could see it past the starting point. Maybe we'll talk about that. But
stuff happens.
well, once we get a higher low, one of the things that we established last week is, in this case, what the criteria would be is in order to, get that trend going, and continuing up, wherever we see a higher low come in. If this was the first higher low ever, this is a brand new ticker. Once it takes out that most recent high, we're now in an uptrend, technically, and we can only make higher highs, and then we look for higher lows. And then the criteria for the next move up would be past that most recent higher high, as this would be a higher high than this over here. This would be a continuation of the uptrend. And typically you want to see 2 highs and 2 higher lows for a full uptrend. And then we start looking for, and I'll give you tips and tricks as we kind of get into things, the more of these particular kind of learning sessions that we go through. But once we actually get a high in, we can, kind of reference that over here, let's say we have, we have a high in, and then we see, oh no, there's a lower high, and then a lower low, and a lower high, and we're going to make this one extra choppy on the way down. And because the bulls are trying to hold price up, and it went all the way back to 0. Now this isn't always the way things are going to look. I'm just using this as an example, but there's Landy with the classic cough to blow out your eardrums. But we have an uptrend over here. And then we go in and we say, okay, well, there's a nice higher low, but we need to see continuation above this area here, or this last higher high, in order for us to see, this uptrend continue. But we also have another condition, and we've had the condition the entire time on all of these higher lows. And that is, if we pass this low, we have a break of structure, or a trend break. And if it comes, off of doesn't matter. Like if we had this higher high and then trend break down here, that would be, the criteria would be to break the trend right here. But we have this higher low right here. So technically this could be a green line down into this, because this is a transition in trend. And we talked a little bit about this the last time that we spoke about trend. But in this case, this could be still considered green, right? And we're going to kind of paint it as a green red here, just a little bit of Christmas colors on that one portion, because, well, technically this put in a higher low. So we're looking for continuation if Bitcoin were to, or whatever it might be, break out above this most recent high. But if it puts in a lower high, like we're seeing right here, then we have to be aware that the criteria to break this uptrend or get a trend break would be any kind of closures below here. And then once we see a lower low, well, we have a lower high, a lower low, we now have a trend reversal on our hands. And our expectation would be that, okay, as long as it's trading below this high, it can only put in another lower high. So you can kind of understand that now what I'm doing is I'm defining some criteria based on our trend, right? So once we get another lower high, then the criteria is for continuation to the downside. We would need price to break below the most recent now lower low as it relates to this, what was a higher low.
So if that first lower high on this trend here,
it's your warning.
If that was a double top, kind of the same thing, right?
It doesn't matter. It could be a double top. It could even be a deviation above trend. It could be a higher high even. It doesn't really matter. That's just
a lower low after it. And then
it's all about where is the last higher low in this case, right? So this could be a higher high, but for simplicity's sake, I'm saying that it makes a higher low and then we see a lower high. That doesn't always happen that way. And we're going to see plenty of instances as we look at like Bitcoin's price action where it doesn't occur that way. It looks like a mess, but you got to understand kind of the criteria and what we're laying out in terms of, well, we have, this higher low, and say we get a lower high, like I'm showing in this example. Once we pass this higher low, well, we have a trend break. And then this lower high or equal high or higher high, doesn't matter what it is. In this case, it's a lower high. That is going to be our bias breaker. Price needs to get back above there again in order for us to say, okay, this lower low is a deviation. But if our bias is that we have a trend shift because we just had a trend break. So the first thing that we would want to look for is the possibility of another lower high, which is the example that I'm giving here. And as long as it's below the last lower high, equal high, higher high, or whatever, doesn't really matter. That's our bias breaker to the upside. And anything below there will paint a lower high. And then the criteria for continuation is if you break down below this lower low, you're going to continue down, and then we're looking for lower highs, so on and so forth. Well, how can you really easily kind of understand the criteria that you get? Well, along the way, you can mark out your chart. And what I like to do, this is personal preference, but I like to mark out where our trend shifts are occurring or where our pivot points are. So for instance, we had an uptrend, right? And then we want to, as the uptrend is occurring, we want to kind of mark things out. So I use horizontal lines. This is not the type of line that I wanted to use. We'll do 2. We'll do a solid line there. And I'm going to use this teal just as an example. But, once we get this first high in, I like to mark it because we saw a pivot point. This is an area of resistance. It put in a high, right? Now, on the other side of that, when we start to see, wherever it starts to put in a low, that is a pivot point, right? So once it puts in a low, that's a pivot point, and this would be our support. So we have, off of the first structure here, we have what at the time, we don't know anything about the right side of the chart at this particular point, but we have resistance, and I'm just going to use R to designate this as resistance. And I'm going to go down here and say that this is our support, right? So because we know a little bit about trend now, we can very easily start to define when price is in here. So when we zoom in, for instance, and we are in this time period where this, we're in between the support area and the resistance area, we know for trend continuation to the upside, in this case, price started here and it found support here after finding resistance here. Well, we know that the criteria for breaking down and moving price down further is now going to be this pivot point or the support, which is the higher low. And we know that in order for price to move up, we need to see price break above that resistance, that pivot point that put in a high. And this is going to determine whether or not we start to get continuation of trend to the upside. And in this case, we did. And what I like to do in terms of support and resistance is, well, we now move from this area. We get price appreciation, we get a higher high up here, but then we have resistance again. And now what we're looking for in terms of, support and resistance is this entire zone. We want to see this flip into support. The entire zone that we have from this particular high that was put in to the higher low. And then we can even refine that criteria. When we have candles to reference, we can actually go back to that open, right? That open, that high, that low, and that close of that candle. Now, if it's on the top side, I like to use the first part of this, which would be our open and high, right? So I like to use the open and high. I'm sorry, the close and high. Ha ha ha. Let's because if it was moving up, it'd be the close and high. So I like to use the close and high, or the CH. So that would be the close of the candle. If it's green, the close will be higher than the open. And then for supports, so this would be for the area of resistance, right? We want to see this resistance turn into a support. So let me actually just explain that out. And then for the other side at the supports down here, I'd be using the lows and the close. So, and this is based on closes. So you'll notice that I'm not taking the opens here. When I'm evaluating this, we could get more complex, but we want to see this whole zone remain support when we find our first resistance, this being a higher high. When price starts to come back down, we want to look over to the top side, those green candles, and where we saw that pivot come in. We want to reference the close and the high, and we're going to see this in the actual candlestick chart. So you have to use a little bit of your imagination for just a moment. But on the low side, we're looking for the low and the close. So this would be the bottom side. Wherever the close came in down here, which would be a red candle because its price is moving down. So the opens would be higher and the closes would be lower. That's how you're getting those red candles that we were talking about earlier. And then we want the actual low. And then we'd have zones of support down here, zones of resistance. Once price breaks out above resistance, we want to see that resistance on this top side turn into support, even though the entire zone is support. There's stuff that I'm going to get into regarding that. But you can see that as price moves up, we can now mark this area as an area of interest as resistance as well, right? Because once we have this in, this is an area of resistance, and we have price move down and put in that higher low down here. So awesome. We have that higher low. So now we're starting to get some actual crossover in our zones. Price moves up to make the next or meet the next area of resistance, right? And we need to see the big support area be flipped. So we would want to see this as support when price is above here, right? When price is above this area, we want to see this turn from resistance into support. So you're moving up the R and S essentially. And when we do find this next higher low, we can move the support over to this higher low, and then we can mark it. And then what I like to do, and many of you have seen this a lot, is Landy likes to draw boxes, because now we have some interesting areas to pay attention to. We have a kind of a box between this high and this low as an area that is going to become either support or resistance, right? We see this lower high, so we have this resistance and we know where the last support is. But now we have a trend to reference, this uptrend, and we can actually take in TradingView and we can draw rectangles and have fills on. That's what I have on right now. And we can say, okay, this is an area that we don't want to see break down from because this particular uptrend, this is the last higher low. If that gets closed below, then we have, we have a trend break, right? And especially coming off of a lower high that failed to get above this resistance over here. So it found resistance up here. We have now, an area of resistance overhead. We have an area of support here. So if we're like right in here where we're just putting in a high, where we have this resistance right next to this resistance, we can even draw a little bit of a zone there too, right? So now we have a zone of interest to the upside. So we've got this area here to this area here. And of course, we also want to mark out this area because we have a high and a higher low in this area. We would like to see that area hold up as well, or it's at minimum, if you're bullish, you'd want to see it hold up. But at minimum, I call them zones of interest for support and resistance. And now we have some clearly defined areas of interest for this uptrending structure, right? And then once we have retraces into support and we have now this resistance, this would be our first primary resistance overhead. This is our first primary support when price is trading right in here. Once it loses it, we move to the next area of, in this case, in a downtrend. In a downtrend, you're moving from resistance to supports. And an uptrend, you're moving from supports to resistances, right? Because your resistance, support, you're moving up to this resistance to then go and form another resistance and come back down and find support. And then that's going to move up to the resistance again. And you're looking for it to make new resistance and then come down and find support. That's not always that clean, but this is just as an example.
Sure, this is to get the concept down.
Yeah.
It doesn't always look, it's not always this easy to see.
No, and we're gonna talk about tips and tricks on how to kind of really nail this stuff down. Once we get to the support side of things here, we then have, you know, this lower high still coming off of a higher low. We come up into resistance and say that we start to get this trend reversal. It breaks down to a lower low. So this is where we then kind of tie together our support and resistance. Yeah, if only crypto dude, if only things work this easy on the charts.
You think more people would get into trading?
Yeah, right. Well, the beauty is we could say that this is a macro trend, this is a micro trend. It doesn't matter. We're basing our support and resistance on the most recent trend in most cases. And I like to take the higher term time frame trends as the preferable areas and then work my way into the lower term time frames as it relates to those higher terms time frames. So once we have the trend reversal on our hands, you know, we get the lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, and then zero, because apparently it's going right back to the start. But point being is I'm referencing the prior trend as the most relevant trend. And often if price is still trapped inside of the first macro trend, or whether it's an uptrend, or let's say this was the macro trend, it was a major trend shift and this was the macro trend, like this was the bull market. And once we're down here, we're going to reference the bull market for overhead resistances on the way back up, right? And then for supports and retracements, we're going to reference the bear market, right? Once we shift back out of this structure. So then these all become realigned with this. Now, you know, there's going to be tips and tricks over time that I'm going to give you for when do I make that transition from referencing this trend to referencing this trend. That's not going to be today's video, but or stream. But I do want people to understand that this is very simple criteria that I just laid out. And Peace, I do want to kind of open this up before I actually get into the candlestick chart and really driving down and giving you an example and the audience an example of this and some of the things that I just talked about in a little bit more complex manner. I want to open this up for anybody that has questions in the audience and yourself, of course, as well. And your take on
get it. I think you did an extremely thorough job of explaining it. Very, you know, it's not super complicated concepts, and anyone that's watching, you're welcome to throw out questions in the live chat at any point, and we'll bring them up. We don't have any questions right now from the audience, but I think this makes a lot of sense. Trip says that use of an arrow as a pointer is the real alpha here.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a little while with the arrow as a pointer, because I was trying to use, to be honest with you, Trip, for a long time I was trying to use like overlay software and like little whiteboard software for my computer, and then it gets trapped in that versus me trying to like move around the chart. So I'm just drawing all over the chart, trying to move the chart around instead. And it became such a horrible mess that I'm so glad that I've got really good friends in my TA group.
Just do this.
Who were able to bear with me during that time period, because I used to actually do like all day live streams while I was trading on one computer, just explaining price action on the other screen, because I'm bored as hell just executing orders on one screen. I might as well stream out on the other. And that turned into very long impromptu TA learning sessions with Landy. So, you know, I do have some experience with this over time. And then, of course, many of you are probably familiar with my recorded videos that I upload Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So,
Yeah, absolutely, of course. But this has been like this definitely is a very clear way to understand the concept of just basic support and resistance and
yep.
how that works off a trend.
And honestly, it's only as complex as you make it, right? So we're going to go through and we're going to delete all this because that was just kind of the warm up. And let's go and actually do it on the chart. Like, let's take a clean chart. We're going to go macro timeframes like we did with we want to kind of clean up the noise. We want to know, we want the macro trend anyway, because that's where Landy always starts. I always start with macro trend. So of course, this is Bitcoin. This is the index on Bitcoin. It's going to be different than the price that you're looking at on your exchange. It's going to be different than the price you're looking at for spot or CME or any of that kind of stuff. But doesn't really matter, because what we want to do is go ahead back here to the macro trend. And we just want to identify the trend. And we can identify the trend pretty easily on Bitcoin here. And this is going to help us get the actual macro trend for the asset over a long period of time. And this is where we can kind of go like, okay, well, here's the beginning of Bitcoin's charted history. It was straight up and to the right. What did it do? It found resistance, came back down to a higher low. Right?
What is the time frame on this? What is
this? Is monthly. So this is the Bitcoin chart on the monthly, starting back here in roughly 2009 is the first candle, October 09. And we see that when it listed on major exchanges and started to appreciate in price, it found resistance, right? Now, the reason why I like to use this macro chart is like there's not a lot, and we have some bear markets and some bull markets, and we can define some pretty clear criteria, right? So when we look here, we have hindsight's 2020. Before we actually get to this high, once we see the high put in, and with trend, I had mentioned last week that here we have the monthly candlestick chart, right? So we have our open, we have the green candles, so our open, our high, our low, and then finally the close of the candle. And this was in June of 2011. The next candle is a red candle, right? So it's a bearish candle. We have the open, we have the high, we have the low, and then the close came in below the open, right? So we have a bearish candle. We then get another one. And because this candle in August of 2011 closed below the open of the most recent green candle here. Now, technically, you're going to get people that say, well, it closed below the low of the first red candle, so it's a high. And yes, many people take this as a closing high. But until I see the close come in below this open of the green candle in this case, which this makes a nice clean 3-candle structure. So we're starting off easy here. But once we got the close below the green candle or the bullish candle, we set that high on a swing or a wick, right? And we set the high on a close, right? So both of these criteria met. It's not just a high on a swing anymore. Once we get this August candle that closes below the open, we also set the high on the close, right? So this is the closing high up here. Now we can define some very clear criteria, and we can do exactly what I was showing you before, except we're going to use more than one line. So we're going to start out with one line. So here's the horizontal. We have 31.91. Oh man, don't you wish you were buying Bitcoin back here? Don't you wish you bought a high, right? This is one of the rare cases where you're like, I wish I bought that high. And for the simple way that we were just looking at a line chart, we could say, okay, this is the overhead resistance, and this is the peak of that overhead resistance, right? So we've got our R. So, and that is our overhead resistance, but it's kind of a zone. We're on a macro time frame. There's probably a lot of candles inside of this monthly candle here, right there on that wick. Now we'd have to go and check, but it doesn't really matter for what we're doing here, because we can define some pretty clear criteria between the actual high and the close open high. We have a zone of interest, and that is going to be resistance in this case, because price has continued to move away from it to the downside until we find some support here. And we can go ahead and we can mark that area by drawing a nice fancy filled rectangular box at the high to the actual close open structure. And why do I say close open structure? Because this is the close open high. So we have the closing high of the green candle and the open of the red candle. So this is the close open high, and then we have the actual high side swing high resistance. This gives us a nice zone, a nice 50% zone, by the way. It's a pretty big volatile zone in there, right? Between $16.10 and $31.91. When Bitcoin comes down, it puts in a higher low. What is our criteria for this higher low? Well, as soon as we see price start to fail to get this continuation here, we do want to zoom in here as far as I can get without making it too crazy and losing my arrow. But we have, as candles are moving down, as price is moving down, when we get the close lower than this low, we're getting continuation until this low is reclaimed, right? So we get continuation from this close to this open. When price starts to trade below the low of the previous candle, we're getting continuation down, right? And especially on a close. So on this candle here, when we're in the month of October, our criteria is pretty simple in terms of support and resistance on those lower term time frames. If price begins to, closes and it opens in the November candle here, if it continues down below the low of this candle, then we're looking for continuation. But we see that it actually pushed down to test that low and swing it, but then it closed back above. So now we have an area of interest down here. Once we get this green candle, we see that it opens. We see the high up here that's trying to test to kind of set this as a closing and swing low area down here from the close to the open and the actual low that failed to move down on a close below the low prior. So now we get this green candle. It moves up and it confirms, after closing above the high of the previous candle, it confirms this low as being a valid area of interest to the downside. And then a couple candles later, we see that it closes above that last red candle over here. We see the closure coming in above here. That is some criteria for setting this actual close open structure down here as the low, is once we get this candle here. So we had the December candle confirmed this area as a key area on the most recent low, as a swing low to be aware of. It did put in a nice little high here, but it closed right next to the high. Next candle comes up, moves above. So we had the close to the open. We get our high well above the open of this candle here, because we're going in reverse order. Remember, when we put in the high here on a swing, that was in whenever we closed below the low. And then when we put it on a close, we wanted to see this candle here close below the open. Well, we're just doing reverse order here. So we have, the actual low set here tentatively. The swing low is set. And then we need to see a close back above this open here in order to set the close open low. And that defines this area as the low. And then that's going to be an area we mark as support from the swing low to the close open low. Once we get this, we'll be marking it along the way anyway. And once we get the close above here in January of 2012, that solidifies this area as a key area of support. But we would first be marking this. When we see price failing to close below this low at $1.99, oh man, we're really far back there in history. Don't we wish we were living in
$100 you'd have 50 Bitcoin.
Yeah, oh my God. This is I would love it. Not if price went from where it is now down to here. That would be very bad, but I would love to go back in time.
Yeah, you wouldn't be spending $100 on it.
Yeah. But now we have some clear criteria to the downside, because now we have an area of support, right? And there was a few like this was a swing high to a swing low over here because we got the bear candle in between, and we could have marked that as an area of interest for continuation below this one and all kinds of other stuff. But for the purpose of simplicity, we got this nice structure now starting to occur after we got the high in June of 2011 down to the November of 2011 low. Once we set that low, we've got a big old range to pay attention to. And price goes sideways. Some people even call this a bit of a bear market. It's actually not. This structurally was higher low structure, right? And the criteria to move on, right, would be to get above this resistance, especially it needs to close above the top side of the resistance. The criteria to move further down would be to close below the support area low. But we have an area of interest between the close open on the low and the swing low, and then an area of interest to the upside here that is, so this would be our support, right? And we then can just call that S. And we want to see, you know, in this case, we wanted to see Bitcoin move above its most recent resistance to make higher highs. And we actually do get this. We don't even, we get a slight closing high up here. Even some beautiful swing structure all in one candle. So this is where things start to get messy. But once we see that, you know, Bitcoin has moved on through this resistance, we know that we are getting continuation to the upside. So this becomes really, really key to understand is we do have a bit of a reversal point here off this high. And we want to then see this area once price, you can see how price even got up to it, got a little bit of a front run of this resistance, and then started to move into the resistance. Then we got to close through it. Once we got the close above it, we're looking for continuation. And then we're also looking for this area to become support. Now, technically, this entire move down is support, but we want to see the top side or the most recent higher high hold up as support. And then we can draw up here till we find the next resistance. And we'll see, you know, here on the macro time frame, Bitcoin is appreciating really fast, very volatile. We had the move up. We even got a closing high side structure, or closing swing high. But we never closed an actual high. We never closed below the open of this green candle when we got the red candles. So in this case, you know, we didn't actually see a closing high, but we had a nice resistance overhead. And because the close open area is an area that's well defined up here, until that's actually closed above, we can reference this area as the overhead resistance in the more macro time frames. So we just keep going. We then move this up and we say, okay, there's our resistance there. There's our resistance on the close open here. Once we see the red candles come in, once we start getting back in there, then we can look to the high, and that will be the criteria of moving on to higher highs, right? And on the low side, guess what we wanted to see? Well, we want to see this area now because we're moving on further in the chart. This was prior resistance. We want to see this entire area show up as support, right? So Bitcoin didn't actually come back down and retest the support. It did it more locally. Now we could mark this area out across the bottom side here as prices, you know, has trend on the daily, but in the macro time frame, the supports were actually down here at 1610 to 3191. And of course, once it regained the resistance here, once it closed back inside of there, we're looking for it to get above that overhead resistance at $266. By the way, if you look at this move was absolutely insane. And very, very volatile to start with. So one of the big things is here, the last higher low in a swing, we probably should mark at least locally and on that close open. We don't have to, but we can, just because we are going to be marking either this guy or this guy. It doesn't really matter. This was all one swing. Most people are going to mark the closing structure low. So they would be marking this low right here. It doesn't matter. It's personal preference. That's why there's opinions about technical analysis, and there's all kinds of different systems. There's a bunch of GAN guys that will scream at me. There's a bunch of Elliott wave traders that will scream at me about how I do things. But I like to keep it simple because you need to learn how this stuff operates in order to even get involved in those systems. But we could say we want to see this area turn into support, and then we could call out this wick low. As long as it's above that wick low, we're not looking for this area to become to get hit. This where this was an R turned into an S is what we would want to see. It never got retested. That's okay. Then we start moving up to the next big area. So we've got, this area of support. We've got the next area of resistance that we want to see. And you'll notice as we're looking right, you can kind of see what's beginning to occur. This is the very beginning of Bitcoin history. So everybody's like, oh, you can't chart new coins. Yeah, bullshit. You can absolutely chart new coins. I challenge anyone. Well, the pump fund coins, you can't chart those. Like, absolutely. From the beginning of the chart, you start charting it. You're not going to have all of the information, but you can absolutely start charting it. You do need lean on a little bit more fundamental knowledge, which is stuff we're going to get into much later on. But yeah, you can absolutely chart anything, and I challenge anyone to tell me otherwise. But let's start to get into the actual weeds of this first major trend and trend shift here. So we've got our next area. We see the resistance. We see where it found support locally, even getting well front run of this support down here. Then we move up to the next resistance. How do we know it's the next resistance? Well, we have a green candle followed by a red candle. So we have a close open high side structure with very, very minimal highs here. So we had the open, we have the high, we have the low, we have the close up here. And everybody was like, this is such a bullish candle. It's going to keep going. By the way, it's always going to keep going in bulls minds when they get into a bullish mindset. And it's always going to keep going when in the bearish direction.
Right. Especially when it's going hyperbolic.
Yes, that's and whether it's the upside or downside, it's always like, it's such a bearish candle. It's going to keep going. Right. That is
never going to stop. Right. It's going to zero, or it's going to infinity.
And that's emotion. And that's something that we are going to be talking a lot about is psychology as we start to get towards the end of the actual technical analysis stuff over time in this particular series with myself and you. This is so close, by the way, that we're just going to mark it roughly around that high there. And in fact, I do have this snapped on there. It might matter for the daily. It doesn't matter for this particular time frame on the monthly here, but we're referencing the prior trend, and this is a higher high, so this is beautiful. We got the beautiful continuation to a higher high, and in this case, what do we see? Well, we see some candle structure going on here. Once it puts in the high, where does it lock it in? Technically, it takes forever to lock this in as a high on a close, but we do see the swing locked in. We have the red candle that had the high up there. We had the open, the high, the low, and then the close. And then we got a green candle. It failed to push up inside of this candle here. And then we get this red candle here that closes below the actual low for that continuation. That locks in that high up there. We even get a higher low structure in here. So we have, some continuation to the downside. Really wasn't confirmed for a while. Lower term timeframes would have told us that, we need to, for continuation down much further, we need to see closes below this candle in the lower term timeframes, this low for continuation lower below 455 in this case, right? So we were looking at eventually, once we see this resistance, though, what are we looking for? This last structure over here, where we have the high side candles and the swing high to turn into, again, support, right? So we're looking for the most recent support to get tagged. And in this case, you can see that things eventually did, but there's some interesting trend structure that occurs in here. So we actually have a bit of a trend shift, right? We get price moving down, and it actually puts in another higher low, and then it goes into a lower high. So we have that trend shift occurring right here. And this was the first real major bear market, right? And this was our 14 into 16 cycle, followed by the, you'll notice that this absolutely goes a little bit bonkers on this side of
the basics of what speed flow is and how it adds to the stocks ecosystem. how you can use Bitflow for various stuffs like swapping of your favorite token, putting your BTC to use, single-sided liquidity and yield on Bitcoin. So since we're waiting for others to join, let me quickly do this.
Peace, are you there? Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to wait a bit, then start the class. I'm trying to get everything sorted out real quick. But yes, let's start today's class. So again, welcome everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Stocks AI Build Bootcamp. Today we're going to be going over what or how you could like create content on Bitflow, since most people don't know what Bitflow is since they're so new. So first, what is Bitflow? Bitflow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem or the Bitcoin blockchain. So Bitflow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade um, Bitcoins, tokens that are on the stocks blockchain, like your main coin, like Rush, Leo, and the likes. Also, what Bitflow aims to solve is that Bitflow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So Bitflow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on Bitflow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. And there are various core features in Bitflow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So Bitflow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STSTX on the Bitflow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STSTX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what Bitflow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitcoin allows people to do that with their SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So, first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys should not be confused. I'm going to go to okay, so hold on, my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio since I already have a persona there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to um, give a set of system instructions that gives the well, I hope my screen is visible. That gives an AI the set of personalities. Personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because it's some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that um, you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And um, also, I'm going to add this for quality also with experience and would reward for photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is aistudio.google.com and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when are trying to when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask you to create an image of uh I said a humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although it's most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image, and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or six hands or six fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework for it. So wait, was someone under? So next, it's analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So, and then the next one was it give me suggestion on the lighting of the image. That is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings. That's also this. And then it gave me a final output, and it says here this is the explanation of what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Aaron Sims creative and unrelated similar AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use two different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. That's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives out a kangaroo with humanoid feature that and standing upright because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then the you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very smooth and You can see how clean it is. So next, I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try image and for portraying to this
Oh,
image.
is it possible
Yeah.
to make the kangaroo like somehow more bit flowy, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely, definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, we must first know what bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black, um, yellow and black um logo, but mind you, a they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. I'm sorry, head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to um um minute kangaroo comma add the uploaded image as a. So my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay. So a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the career to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing wearing um uh I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info voucher, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16 by 9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9 by 16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output when you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video because it's then, oh, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. Um, so they want to invert it thought about the fact that a if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more, you know, a more better way, but I don't think it's worth that. Let me check. Pixels, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bright orange, yeah. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it. Because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again. just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, once when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we've gotten. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay, if you're able to
So
like, yeah,
what
continue.
I'm
Just
what I'm thinking is one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand?
Mhm.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it out. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the beautiful image again and then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what, oh, sorry, try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So, mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is still the best because it gives you unlimited images, image generation per month. You would have, you could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. LM, Arena. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, but others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. Um, no, I'm going to create this prompt. I'm going to change this to orange to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that um, making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Marina. LM Marina basically allows you to create an image without any updating or trying to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No, no, no. I'm going to try. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to have to add the fact that this is the image. 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 Does it uploaded? So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, let's go check out how our last prompt did. So, so, um, so since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about the about creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to be creating a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and copy this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to par. So I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that. Upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it in with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric wave stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you
Yeah,
post that on social media just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it. There's a record of it, and I really like to
yeah.
share some of these workshop
I-
stuff
I'm go-
on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the prompt with this one. So
Yeah,
mind you, we're
tell
still
people
going to
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
oh yeah. So access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so you can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN underscore NG. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced link is let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I'm still that. Wait, why does it say that? I can just read it just so it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get role at the channels and roles, or you could get it. Let's see the so you can head over to the content and creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTSN Discord and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTSN Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LMRE now to see. Oh yeah, oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked. But then the this comes out well. You can see the beautiful logo, the ancient, the Christmas environment and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to um, just this. Most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video. So we're going to try to use Video 2, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16 by 9 and there's the 9 by 16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation involved. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to um, animate this with a celebration of specs. And although this is just for show, it is not like the normal web prompt. Mind you, don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. I'm also, you also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you must take into factor the camera angle, the lightning, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say, um, let character work with camera move. Let character work while. Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about the prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10 over 10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And to, although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, the no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the analysis, it's working on it. Serious. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now. Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about the prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now. Okay, so let's see what that gives me. So um, I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16 by 9, the image is cut in half. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add that the aspect ratio in your prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSN Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like input to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have a, since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 101. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI um, um, the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm just trying to I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt does not is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So um, I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by uh, images go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of this worship I've seen. Um, I'm going to use XMS for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on its flow. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So, okay, so straight on the flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires um Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 Flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, it's loaded. It's the one. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my phone. Let me check real quick. So it's loading. And let's check our Gemini to generating. So, mind you, when you're working with Flow, you can let your imagination roll out because Flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination work around what tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with Flow. So now another perfect aspect of Flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt and Flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload two different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like two distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these two. So I'm going to tell like this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So when my video is ready, I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like I put into it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. Oh, so we have kind of error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. So, and then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do, and then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together, it makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next stop. The next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload one more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like characters. Mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio um, system instruction personality. But I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys so you guys can have access to it. So it doesn't seem like it's so I'm now going to you can also create image with flow, but that is less used on flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see using for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. Um, so what do I see after this? So I'm just going to add the word July and add the command there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are fighting with the silvers. But yeah, let's check this one out. And it's not too much. And then you can see that although it's not like super perfect, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at going to, okay, so it seems like our the video is created. So I'm going to play this and see that. So this came out as good as I thought it would. Let's see the second one. So I'm going to upload the image. like access to it. And mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create various AI while also, doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now because we've come to the end of the class and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Team Nine, what's up?
I have a question. So,
Yeah, ask.
um, when you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. Do you get? That's
Oh,
that's that's one of the uses of that's one of the use of the Canva and your CapCut.
oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeek, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some uh, pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making.
Hello, my friends. Have I got a great treat for you? Drone Pal Peace Love Music, and we are here with Stella Zhang from the Go Rosen or the Rosen Protocol. Now I'm going to bring her in now, and then I'm going to make sure my music's not too loud. I think I was playing the music a little loud there. Keep it in the background, but I want to be blasting out my guest. Welcome, Sita. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Yeah, really nice to see you again.
Yeah, great talking with you again. I'm so glad we were able to do this. Little bit of a not common time frame for our purposes, but absolutely the exact reason why we started doing the all-day live stream, so we can actually be more accommodating to have projects like yours come on and spotlight and show us what you got. So I'm gonna, this is really your show. I'm just here to facilitate. You're going to tell us all about Rosen and whatever else you want to talk about. If you want to give us a little bit of background about yourself and or where the project started and all of that, and then we can definitely go through everything you want to get to.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Yeah, because I was here in the San Francisco, so I understand the time is really hard to coordinate. So I think it's quite like my early morning. But I'm not sure if there's fits for everybody's here, but I definitely would love to use this kind of time period to introduce myself, my project, and let more people to know about us. And if they have any questions, it's really easy to reach out to me or like reach out to our teams through the apps, through the social media. So yeah, it's like a good time, to meet everybody here. So my name is Sina Stella. You can call me Stella. I was the co-founder of Rosen. And before I doing this project, I was working at a accelerator in Silicon Valley as well. So at that time, I was the program director in China, and it's really interesting that I feel like at that time I have a lot of like colleagues, friends, and families there in different countries, and the interesting part is like I have to download a lot of applications. Like in China, you use the WeChat, and here WhatsApp, Telegram, to communicate with different people, and even the social media, even the payments, everything was different, totally different when you do those cross-border business. So, and this is the turning point when I have the idea. I would love to build a really borderless social platform that enable everybody, no matter if you are a international person, right? If you speak in English or if you have the international banking account, it doesn't matter at all. Everybody here in this platform are same. And you just use this unified platform. You can connect with the people. You can transact with the people without any friction. This is the initial idea. And then 2 years ago, actually, I with my co-founder, Xiaobing, we built such a platform called Rosen, and I think this is like a really unique journey for me and for my whole team. We are just build something really unique and really new. So at the beginning, basically nobody understand what we're doing here. And 2 years ago, the stablecoin is not a buzzword. People don't understand how you can use a crypto, use a blockchain technology to facilitate your dream, right? So I mean the borderless social network things. So yeah, so I think at at that time we faced a lot of challenges, but this is really appreciated for me. Like we finally made this. We made this application live on the App Store and the Google Play Store, and right now we have over 34,000 users around the world, and our users are mainly coming from this South America, North America, and Asia and Africa. So I think we are still trying to grow our application in different countries as well. And yeah, and we are still hiring our ambassadors. We already have over 40 ambassadors in different countries, in different cities. We are still hiring more so they can help us to do some like ground level marketing. I just saw like we have some ambassadors in Nigeria, like they hosted those community events, represent Rosen, and we pay them in stablecoin as well through Rosen. This is like kind of like new working style, new lifestyle that we are definitely encourage everyone to join us and to experience this kind of new style of your new life. Yeah, so this is what we're doing here. I'm probably gonna pause here. Like if you like as a listener, if you have any question or you curious any part of our platform, just let me know. Or yeah, okay, just still continue
Well,
to talk.
let me actually. So the purpose behind Rosen is to facilitate um, lightweight, low, microtransactions or crypto microtransactions amongst peer to peer, like across the globe. So it's solving a problem as far as making it utilizing stable coins, which
Yeah.
is obviously less volatile when you're making
Yeah.
payments and
Yeah,
transacting.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because like if we're looking at this like nowadays cross-border business, I think the pinpoints, the first one is language. So this is why we utilize the AI-powered auto translation in our application as well. So you can chat with anybody in any language. The second pinpoint is the payment. So like the people, if you want to, for example, if I was here in the US, I want to transfer like $5 to Nigeria. That's totally nonsense, right? If like I want to transfer 5,000 US dollars to Nigeria, maybe I can do those traditional bank wiring through the Swift, and they charge me like $30 and waiting for 5 days. It makes sense somehow like that. But if I want to transfer $5, the bank is still charging you $30, and just make no
Right.
sense. Yeah, so and they still need to wait a long time, and even sometimes they will reject you because this is just like a really weird transaction. So they don't support this from those traditional finance sectors. So these people, like they are doing this micro task, they just are micro earners. They basically are ignored by this traditional system. But actually, this is not fair, right? Even though like their transaction amount is more, but they are active, they are the real people, they have the real demand. Why not we use a new technology to serve this bunch of people? Right now, if you transfer like $5 on Rosen through this stablecoin like USDC, USDT on those different blockchain with super multi-chain. So it's just like take them like 1 second or 2 seconds, and it will arrive immediately and no any fee at all. So and we're gonna cover the gas token for our users. So it basically no any cost for them to do such a transactions. And this is when they can start considering like, hey, I was in Nigeria, but this it doesn't matter. I can earn the money around the world. I can find a client in Australia, in the US, right? In Brazil, they can support me. They can ask me to do some job in Nigeria for them, or maybe they can ask me to do some online content creation, or maybe they ask me to participate event representing them. So something like that, they can start to imagine like they can do this. Otherwise, if we have no stablecoin, we have no crypto, they can never think about that. They just are trapped in their local market and with really, really limited resource and opportunities. This is the past decades. Like people never changing this before. But right now we have this AI, we have this stablecoin technology and other like blockchain, crypto infrastructure. They are more and more mature. We can consider to build such a new digital world. So this is what we're trying to do.
Very cool. Very interesting. Um, as most of our my viewers know, we're very oriented with Bitcoin and the Stacks layer 2. We are definitely chain agnostic, but I bring up Stacks because there is an app on the Stacks ecosystem being built by good friends of mine. It's called Zero Authority DAO, and they have a gig marketplace, some infrastructure for that kind of thing, similar to part of what your project is, where your users can basically they can post tasks and assign a value to those tasks, and other users can come along and complete those tasks to get paid. They essentially that's how the process works. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, on our platform, not sure like about that platform, how they doing, but I think, yeah, this is quite like similar if you consider as a gig market, but in a new way to interact or transact. So, what we are doing is like if you're the job poster, like you have a task, you want some like helpers to complete with you, and you just post a task on our platform. And for example, I can set up like I need 10 people to help me, and each one can get like maybe $1 or even lower. Like we also enable our users to post a post on our platform as well. Like you can do a survey to test out if this market people they are interested about your service or product. So this kind of post you can put some like the coins, stable coins into it as well. So that's gonna be a post that with the rewards and the task is the same. You can decide like how much the task it could be be rewarded to people. It can start from like 1 cent, as low as 1 cent, to up to like $200 on our platform. So yeah, this is how it works. And for those like job takers, like these micro earners, they just choose like what kind of task or what kind of post they want to complete. That's just based on like what they love to do, right? So you don't have to work on each task. It's just based on your criteria and how you can engage with that. And so once you complete a task, you just upload a proof image, and you maybe need to communicate with this task owner, like say if they thought you already delivered this job well. And once they approve you, like they think, oh, you're doing a great job, and they approve that, and you will get these stable coins in your wallet immediately. And this is how it works. And on Rosen, we call it like coins. The coins like 100 coins equals to 1 USDT or USDC. And the thing is like once they want to withdraw, then yeah, it's like the same page. Like you deposit, you withdraw. Once they want to withdraw, then it will occur these kind of transactions online. And before that, you need to connect your wallet in according blockchain. And once your asset reach to 1,000 coins, that means like $10. You can just do this withdrawal. It's really simple. And if you thought like you don't have reached that bar, you can actually definitely deposit some stable coins into your pocket, and to make sure your assets is over 1,000 coins, $10. So you can do the withdrawal immediately. Yeah, so this is the process. And we usually request you to connect with your like crypto wallet or some like exchange wallet or whatever, so that make it more simple. If you want to cash out, you can just do it from your private wallet. And this part is like totally controlled by you. You can just remove the money from Rosen to your crypto wallet. Then this is like something out of our application. On our application, we just process this this part of like how you can get this macro task, how you can prove that you do this job, how you can get approved, how you can communicate with the boss, right? The people who give you the task, and the rest of the things are on chain. So this is the some like
This is
our website page.
And one thing I want to point out, like people will notice that there's three different chains I can interact with right now. It's on Solana, Polygon, and BSC. And I created this account, I think the other day when I talked to you, and I hadn't had a chance to log in and check it until like a little while ago. So I reconnected my account, and I noticed and I created my account just with my email address. This is our email address for those that want to get in touch with DeOrganized. I'm showing it publicly, which is fine. Um, uh, this I didn't actually have to create a wallet. I didn't have to write down a seed phrase or any of that to set up my account on Rosen. I was able to just connect with my email address, and it created these addresses for me. I'm assuming that Rosen is actually technically custodian of these wallets because I don't actually have a passkey or anything, or is it just tied to my email address through like Privy or something?
Yeah, it was custodian wallets. So that means like everybody, because we are more targeting those like non-crypto native users. So that
Right.
means, yeah, once you like log in with your email or like Google authorization or maybe Apple ID authorization, we will automatically give you a wallet for the multi-chain. So yeah, just like you mentioned, maybe in the future Stack will be also show on this multi-chain wallets as well. And then we will give you like some like channels for doing this deposit for the USDT or USDC, and we are also working with PayPal for the PYUSD. So this is will be launched very soon as well. And then this is kind of wallets are custodian, and if you want to deposit money, you just copy the wallet address and put the money to your Rosen wallet. And if you want to withdraw, then just like I mentioned, you need to connect with your private wallet, which one is definitely non-custodian, right? So that one was controlled by yourself. So then you can consider to move some money from Rosen wallets to your private wallets. This is going to be more even like safer for you to control, because if you don't connect or remove the money from Rosen to your wallet, it's still on your Rosen wallet, it's still on a custodian wallet. So if you feel like not secure, you once you earn some money, just immediately move them to your private wallet. But yeah, if you usually you need to like maybe spend money or transfer the money to another people on Rosen, then you just use you don't have to move this kind of coins to your private wallet. You just keep them on your Rosen wallet, and it will help you to do those transactions to others people.
Very cool. Now, so what I'm not finding on here is how do I get to the marketplace? How do I find like if I want to go complete tasks, or is that still not quite? So I'm sorry. You answer. I won't answer for you. I have a tendency to do that sometimes.
Yeah, actually, you can just find this on the application version. So it's on the mobile end, and you just open this Rosen application. On the home page, you will see like different tabs. There's like explore. Explore means like you can explore like different people, different land plots. We have some feature called land plots on our application. The land plots are usually given to those like business partners, like maybe some startups or events or creators that they do have a brand, they do have a business, they want to promote their business there, or maybe they want to organize their community members in this land group. So this is like some features that you can explore. And if you find out, hey, this is like a the organized land plot, I feel is quite interesting, and I want to join them, or I want to see if there's any future like giveaways, future airdrops, there's yeah, just to join their land and just to stay tuned with this kind of community. And we launched this feature because we see there's a lot of Web3 companies or Web3 communities. They already have a global audience around the world from the day one, even though they are really small, but they have the people from anywhere. So I think they also lack a unified platform or unified tool to help them to do some like airdrop or giving away or like incentives, right, to engage with their community members, even though they are distributed in different countries or they are speaking different languages with different currencies, whatever. So this is something that we help our partners or this small business to manage with that. And on the other side, it's called Earn. The Earn page is that what you mentioned about this tasks, and they can see that different micro tasks and different posts, and they can choose what they want to complete. And usually on our platform, I can share like some examples so that you can understand what the task could be. So usually the task is just like, hey, just help me to engage with me on the social media, or please follow me on the social media, or something like with more a specific location. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have a marketing plan, for example, in Brazil, right? But I don't speak Spanish and I don't understand your cultures there. I'm afraid like it costs too much to test a new market, and I don't want to take many risks before I really landed there. So this usually I can say, hey, I want to hear some like hire some like ambassadors, or hire some like interns, and I'm gonna pay you in stablecoin, and you help me to run a small booth, or maybe participate in events in Brazil in the upcoming week, something like that. Or maybe you can help me set up a Instagram page, and with the Spanish language, right? Help me to do this part market. Something like this are usually really common tasks on our platform. So we also help our partners like Circle, PayPal, Stella, and other like business partners, Ant Group, to help them to use the Rosen app as a new market enabler, so that they can get more chance to meet like people in different countries. And if they have any upcoming business plan, they definitely can use our platform to easily get in connecting with our users, with our ambassadors, and easily to pay them as well. So this is yeah, the future that you mentioned about the micro task. So we usually call the micro task, but it's including a lot of different tasks and different pools. Sometimes you can even ask your targeting audience, right? Say, hey, if you're gonna like this kind of service, if you need these things in your country, and use that to do a survey, and you usually give them like just 1 cent, and they will let you know their data, let you know their insights or their demands. So this is really efficient way to test a market. Yeah, so this is like basically some really common posts and tasks I see on our platform.
Very cool. And so I guess it would say that really, based on your mission page too, Rosen's goal is to basically abstract away language, background, and location barriers to economic activity, to a creator economy, or any kind of economy, essentially, any peer-to-peer economy. You guys are solving that issue of connectedness and or the capacity to engage at a without large intermediary fees in the equation for low cost, lower value tasks.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think for our project, it just like you can our mission. We definitely want to take care about this bunch of people. They are invisible, or they are ignored by this traditional system, and maybe just because of their location, I mean geography, or maybe because of their finance system in their country, or maybe like different culture, language, whatever. So I just thought like maybe there's too many barriers when you want to be global, or when you want to be international. Especially just I mentioned this Web3 companies, they definitely should go global from day one, right? And since like you have the crypto, you have the crypto audience around the world, they should be borderless. But right now, I didn't see a really domain or really mature platform like doing this for everybody. They still have some like barriers for both like Web2 and Web3 people. For the Web2 people, I think the major barrier is like they don't have the Web3 knowledge, so they don't want to take care about those gas token, or like just like you mentioned, seed freeze, or a lot of those complexities about like how I can cash out if I earn or something like that. I previously hosted a webinar with a South Africa university. They call like Vanda University. It's a really large university in South Africa, and I co-hosted this webinar with their dean and professor, and I still feel like a lot of people they probably are students from that university. They are really eager a opportunity. So this is why they are super active on our webinar. They're continuously to asking questions, and they really want to join this platform to find a new way to living and working, because it's really hard to find a traditional 9 to 5 jobs anymore in different countries the same. So they want a more how to say that, more flexible working style, right? More instant and borderless earning opportunities. But the thing is, like, they still asking the questions like, hey, is that a real money? Is that USDC a real US dollar? Like, how can I see them just to reflect it on my Visa card if I earn something like that? They are just keeping asking. So they don't have such an experience. So that means like they are totally blind, like, about like how this system are working at the back end, right? But they want to figure out like, oh, it's to make sure they are really secure, they are really a real money that they can use, they can spend. So this is some barriers I see still happening on this like Web 2, this traditional internet world, that quite like hinder them to join this new era, this new digital world. So this is why we try to design it more frictionlessly. It's like you can just use your email to join, and you don't have to connect any wallet. You don't even have to have a wallet at the beginning. You just start to earn. Once you earn some like stable coin, you will try to figure out how it gonna works, right? So at that time, we will help you to link with our ambassadors in your country, and they will guide you like one by one, or like maybe even you can meet him in your city and ask him to help you to set up everything when you have the time, when you are available. So this is like our really stupid way to help our early users, these seed users at the beginning phase. But we definitely believe that we need to bring more and more those like non-crypto native users to join this new world. Otherwise, this market want to grow, want to scale. So we definitely see this like use this young people, younger generation. They are struggling in finding a good job. They are struggling in locked in their local market. They want opportunities. They want to be seen by the world. They want to be visible, right? So this is what we can provide to them. The only thing is like we need to teach them, or maybe help them to at least experience at the beginning how to use the crypto, how to set up this kind of crypto wallets or accounts for them. So this is where considered. So this is why we also take care about the gas token. We don't ask our users to deposit a gas token in our wallet at the beginning to activate your wallet. This is like too complicated to them. And how you can buy like maybe just the one gas, or like maybe two gas token, right? It's too, I would say that, too small to start with that, and it just make no sense. So this is why we do the custodian wallets, but we definitely sponsor those like gas token to them so that they can have a more frictionless experience.
Interesting. So they're custodial wallets, and that allows you to do a couple of different things. Actually, one, sponsor the transactions.
Yeah.
Two, you're also limiting deposits to USDT and USDC. That probably also helps you make sure that the tokens that they're getting are the legit ones. They're not getting scam tokens and that kind of thing, because you're regulating what tokens can actually access the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think, yeah, the same for those Web 2 users. I think that to make them feel safe or secure is really important. Because they are curious about this new world, but they are also hesitate. I think we need to reshape some like reputation about the whole industry, and by giving them a really reliable platform. So they will say like, oh, this is the real dollars, and they're like no price pump up down or whatever. They're just a real digital dollar. So this is quite simple for them to understand at the beginning. And maybe in the future we can support more tokens, but I think at this phase we need a good reputation. Make sure everybody feel like I just doing a task and I can get the different clients around the world. I can earn this kind of small money, although it's not a large bunch of money, but I can step by step to accumulate some like stable coins on my wallet, and they feel good about that once. So we just want to make sure like everybody understand this part, and then they can start to deep dive right about more crypto or whatever. But at the beginning, I feel like this kind of really traditional users, they haven't in touch with the crypto before. For anything, right? They should start with a stable coin, a digital dollar. It's easy for them to understand, and everybody, on our platforms, they love the US dollars. So this is why we only support the US based stable coin, and usually there's like regulated ones or really famous ones, so that they can easily to cash out. No any other complexities.
And I that all makes a ton of sense. I want to make sure, because people might have missed it. There is you have built into your platform an AI powered real-time multilingual translation. So it is very easy for people of different languages to connect. It abstracts away that awkwardness of trying to figure out what each other are saying, and just kind of does it for you automatically. Is that like pretty much instantaneous?
Yeah, so you can see on our website there's a page. Actually, you can scroll at if you want to specific in different. I mean, scroll it from like to right or left for this kind of pictures. You can do that. You can point any pictures to like zoom in or zoom out, whatever.
Oh,
Anyway, yeah, you can scroll it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, you can see we have a auto translation in those like chat box. So if you want to chat with anyone, we support those like multilingual translation. You will see like a lot of our users are speaking in Spanish, and some of them are speaking Mandarin or like Japanese. And yeah, maybe a lot of others from the Europe. They have a lot of languages there. So if we want to do a global business, definitely the language, yeah, you can do this. And the languages hinders a lot of people to join this global economy, right? So I think the auto translation is really important. So this is why we embedded a app native AI powered the real time multilingual translation. So even in the chat room, that means a group chat, we can translate every different languages in your language. So this is really easy to use, and we also keep the original sentence the user sent, so that you can just do a comparison. Like if you see the translation is not good, you still can copy the original part to paste on the Google Translate or whatever to compare to do a double check. And we also support the users to post a task on this group chat as well. So you can see like here as like a blue message, right? As a task, like I say, hey, if you can do something like that for me or whatever, and I can pin this on the chat room, the chat group. And also for the P2P, I mean, direct message DM, you can also transfer the stablecoin in your DM chat box. So yeah, in that page, you can see I transfer, or not I, so like Barbie, transfer like 1,000 coins to AFGU, right? So this is just like a transfer, like a message. So you can do this immediately if you want to transfer stable coins to anybody, if your friends, or you want to tip in, right, someone you like, or whatever. Yeah, you can just do those P2P transfer in the chat box directly.
Very interesting. And so, for those that might have tuned in a little late, you guys, the app is mobile only, so you have to go to Google or Apple Play Store to get them. There are QR codes here to find that, to make sure you're getting the correct one. Always best to go with the local the link from direct from the provider. And so basically, because I already have an account with my email address, I would just download the app onto my phone, log in, connect with my Google, my Gmail, and my account's already in there, and then I can just start participating in the economy there. It's that easy.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's super easy. And I think I also create a land for the organized media, and I post some tasks here. So if anyone you join today's session, it's your chance to earn more from us from Rosen, because we are doing some like stablecoin giveaway. As long as you prove that you joined today's session with some like screenshots or whatever, you can upload this as a proof image on my task, and you will earn like some stablecoin. And we also will choose like two lucky person after this session. Everyone will receiving like 5 USDC on our platform. So yeah,
All
just
right.
make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, we're doing some like giving away. Let me know like if you join, and we're gonna randomly select like 2 person to give away.
Very cool. So you guys need to go. Maybe we need some timestamps. Make sure you're doing it during the live stream session here. Make some comments in the live stream, or make some comments underneath the live stream in the replies on X, and take photos with those timestamps so you can submit those. Go download the Rosen app, set up your account, and show your proof of participation, and you will be entered into some opportunities on there just for trying it out today and tuning into the show. I love that. So very interesting. I'm definitely going to jump on there, try it out, play around with it. I also am very excited about the prospect of bringing this. We need to get Stacks into this list. Stacks actually has a deal with Circle right now. We're actually might even launch this week, probably next week. Next week we will have native USDC on Stacks, which makes it obviously a lot more viable for us to participate in a platform like this. So I realize that it takes time to do some stuff like that, but I would love to see Stacks on here and help tie Rosen more directly to the Bitcoin economy, and also leverage our user base, which we do have a lot of engaged users that already kind of participate in these kind of gig and bounty economies with our friends over at Zero Authority. And I wonder if there's maybe some things that you and Zero Authority should talk shop together too. Just what works for them, what works for you. You guys can leverage each other's experiences and make better products for your users together. I would that's the spirit on the Stacks ecosystem is very collaborative. We help each other out, even if it might seem like we're competition. You know what I mean? But Stella, I love your project. I love what you guys have brought. You guys should absolutely be following at go_Rosen. Let me bring that up so people can see it. It's Go Rosen. Yeah, let me bring that up. I'm going to share that with you guys. Make sure you guys go follow Go Rosen. I am following. Great project, great opportunity, some social fi, some connectivity. This is about growing outside of your local economy and being able to contribute on a global scale. Great stuff. And so people should go to follow you on Go Rosen. Anything else they should know? Where should we be directing people to?
Yeah, I think they just can follow us on the social media like as Garosan, and we also have other social media profile on the TikTok and Instagram, but mainly we are still operating on the X. So yeah, you can find more like latest updates on the X platform. And just like we mentioned here, we are a AI and stablecoin powered social app for easy global opportunities, and we're powered by the Circle's USDC and PayPal's PYUSD. We are the PayPal's PYUSD Global Hackathon winner this year, and I think we are the only stablecoin track winner at their PayPal Dev Day, their annual Dev Day this year as well. So me myself also a PayPal champion, Dev champion. So we are also doing really exciting collaboration with the PayPal for the PYUSD part as well. Though like it's still in the early stage for the PYUSD adoption, but we definitely see these opportunities here. As for the Circle, we are also their partners. So we previously working with them for their developer tools like programmable wallets, and we are also working with them for a lot more users adopting the USDC. And I'm really excited to see to hear that you mentioned the stack will have the partnership with the Circle for the USDCX as well. So yeah, we are just really looking forward to see this kind of partnership, and we probably can build up together and to bring more users to this Web3 digital world, and to teach them how to use that, how to adoption with like massive opportunities right here. So this is our major partners, but we're also working with like different blockchain layers, different like wallets or other partnerships. Even some of them are really traditional partners like Ant Group, where their UN SDG initiatives partners. So we help them to reach a goal for like no poverty in different countries. And we also a partner for the Cyberport in Hong Kong. So this is our really traditional partners in different countries that we help them or facilitate their growth as well through our platform. So yeah, this is like current like our projects backgrounds and some like backgrounds about myself as well. And maybe you can tell like we are quite like a little bit like different with other pure Web3 projects. So that means like we are more like this Web 2.5. We use this blockchain and crypto technologies, but we are focusing a real world problems that we are trying to solve. And some like our backers and partners are half, like half of the traditional world, but half of them are from the Web3 world. So we are trying to combine these powers all together and to bring a really unique and new frontier like platforms to our users.
Awesome. So, and your ambassador program, are you guys also on? How do you meet with your ambassadors? Is it in Discord? I know most projects kind of do organize from Discord. What's the is the Discord on here? Is it on the, or it's probably in the link tree?
Yeah, in the link tree, but we don't run something for the Discord. We usually still ask our users to reach out in our application, so the chat room or like group chat, whatever, to
Oh,
find
well, that
us.
makes sense. Yeah, you have a social account, so why would you send them out of the app to do that? So you're
Yeah,
organizing right inside the app. That's where your
yeah,
ambassadors
the best way
meet.
is to sign in the app to find our people and also the ambassadors. The easiest way to find our ambassadors is to log in the app and find the planet page. Planet means like the map. We use the Google Map, so you will easily to find the different like headshots. If they are in a blue avatar, that means they are our ambassadors. So if you zoom in the map in the smallest level, you still can see this blue has on the map. They are in the highest display level. So it's very easy to find the ambassadors on the map. Otherwise, you can definitely explore them on the chat room or on the homepage, right? You can explore different people in different country. There's a filter button if you want to see someone specifically in any country. Like for example, I want to find someone in Argentina, then I just filter the place, the location to Argentina. Then the homepage will pop up all those face these people in Argentina for you. So this is another way that you can find a specific ambassador or specific person in a specific region. So this is different ways to find people. As for the ambassador program, I really would love to promote that once because we are still hiring more ambassadors. Our ambassadors can get some stablecoin incentives and bonus from us as well. So usually it should be help us to onboard like some new users in your country. And also you need to have some like maybe ability to organize a small event in your city or maybe in your region as well. Usually we work with those universities, just like I mentioned. We target it on those like younger generation, even though they are not crypto native, it doesn't matter. But because like we do see this our users age is usually like 20s or maybe even lower, maybe they just like college students or high school students, and they want to have some like digital, they are right digital native, right, even though they are not crypto native, but at their early age they already starting to use the mobile phones, and everything for them is just like based on the cell phone, and they want to use a cell phone to earn money in the future. They don't really like a traditional working style anymore. So this is kind of people are our target. So this is why we usually working with those universities. So our ambassadors should have this the skill or the capability to manage those conversation or facilitate a event, or they should be really independent to working on them own. And for me, like I will approve some like budget for them to organize a local event. And also if they get some like outcomes or the performance is really stunning, and we can give them more as a bonus to cover their like expense, and also give them some supporting, right, so that they can get the benefits from by contributing, by helping Rosen to grow in their country. And also another responsibility for the ambassador is like help our users to understand how to do those on ramp off ramp. Just like I mentioned, those like traditional users, I think the most headache things is like how to do the on ramp off ramp, and it's really hard to explain like virtually. Like how can I teach you through a virtual workshop? It's really hard. So I really usually help them to can do those like in-person meet up and help everybody to set up immediately. This is the easiest way. And once they do it this one time, they can teach their I mean, not students, like they can teach their classmates, roommates, whatever. It's really easy to express, spread into more people. But yeah, this is why I see the ambassadors really important, because from our perspective, I cannot understand every like regulation or policy or which is the most popular wallet or most popular exchange in your country, right? As was like out of my knowledge as well. So we usually hire those local ambassadors. They are the best person. They have the Web3 knowledge. They have the passion to working with us and to earn from us. And this is the best way. So we're still hiring the ambassador. Just let you know, if you are interested, you can just reach out to me or maybe our teams on Rosen app or maybe on the social media.
Very good. And honestly, I think you got a bunch of ambassadors chiming in our live chat here. Many of them seem to be in Spanish, but we got Mary saying what's up. We got Bachi. We got DPAV. We got Marlene. We got Fernando. Marlene again. Angelus. Bob XBT. And now the last one, my ambassador who put this together, P Lord, Pip, my buddy. And actually that's why I wanted to ask you, like, even though obviously you want the boots on the ground so you know what's going on at the local level, but Pip is very integrated into the Stacks ecosystem. So we essentially do have an ambassador that, like, it's not a local, it's a broader, it's a decentralized community, right? So would we would still be able to kind of lean on Pip for our purposes as an ambassador for the obviously I can always reach out to you too, right? I have your contact now. You're never going to get away from me. But no, but I just wanted to, like, Pip is probably a good point man for connecting Rosen with the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah. I
So
really appreciate, he linked us together and he was like a really good person. And, I usually was quite like busy, so I may be missing out messages, but yeah, people definitely help a lot to, facilitate our conversation and follow up every time. So yeah, I really appreciate that.
Well, and they honestly, let's just say, call it what it is. The DMs on X are like just messed up now. The chat versus DM versus whatever the heck they're doing over there. Elon, please get this fixed. I'm having to go more and more on Telegram, and now I'm using Signal on a regular basis because I can't communicate in X-ray. And that happened
Yeah,
with us.
that's true.
Like the messages aren't showing up on my phone that are on my laptop. It's a
Yeah,
nightmare. Having Pip has been instrumental. I just want to give him some flowers because this has been a great episode. I love what your project is. I really appreciate you taking the time to show this to us. I really hope a lot of people test it out. By the way, there are more opportunities. Pip isn't the only ambassador, so you guys can go try out the app. You take some photos. You might have an opportunity to earn something just from participating and watching the show today, trying out the app. And then there could be some ambassador opportunities down the line, and or you might just find a new way to engage with your peers in a peer-to-peer exchange way that's a little bit more seamless and functional for you. So Stella, thank you so much. Awesome stuff today. Really appreciate you coming on. Anything else we need to touch on?
I think for me, it's all good. Just like you mentioned, we can, reach out to anytime. Yeah, and I think just keep in touch. And if there's any updates from Stack, I definitely would love to learn. It's quite something new to me, but I think it's really, really exciting and interesting. And I don't want to miss out any, updates or information that's happened in this industry. I was quite new to Web3, to be honest, but I definitely would love to learn from you guys as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's what the community is about here. We're always lurking to learn and learn and earn, I guess is the way to say it. But I love what you're working on. I will tell you this. A little bird told me I don't have any actual insider information that I can share, but USDCX, which is native USDC on Stacks, is launching possibly as early as this week. It's definitely coming by the end of next week for sure. So we will have it, and then from there, it's just a matter of putting the right people together, which realistically speaking, we're heading into the holidays. Everyone gets a little lazy this time of year, well earned for most of these people. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot to happen before Q1 at this point. But also, please don't be a stranger. If you have new developments you want to let us know about, always happy to have you come on and chat with us anytime. Just keep us informed as to what's going on with Rosen, and
Yeah.
happy to have you come on as things develop.
Yeah, sure, sure, definitely. I will keep you updated if we have any, updates or progress, and we definitely would love to get you help us as well. So yeah, I think really happy to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Stella. Thank you all for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media. And guys, go check out Go Rosen and open up your horizons a little bit more. Thank you, Stella, so much for joining us today. You have a blessed rest of your day. And thank you to the Rosen community for tuning in. You guys showed up today. We appreciate that as well. We'll have some more live and or pre-recorded content coming at you shortly. Please stay tuned. Y'all have a great day. Peace out. All right, my friends. That was our sit down with the Rosen platform yesterday. Excited about it, and really think they're on to something with how they're designing. We are now just waiting. We're gonna cover live the Fed speech, Powell's speech, once it comes out, probably in about 20 minutes or half an hour or so. We're probably just gonna monitor the Fed channel. Actually, probably be the best thing to do. Just monitor it so we don't miss it when it comes in. Plus, it looks like they're playing some interesting content while they're going here. So I got to rearrange my screen so I'm not looking off screen while I'm talking to the screen. That might not be the best way to do it.
Consumers are empowered to make
This is what we
sound
got from the
financial
Fed. I'm going to
decisions
drop out
through
for a
the
little bit. I'll
availability
come
of
back when Powell's
easy-to-understand
speech comes
resources
on.
that explain personal finance concepts, the broader economy, and the
Remember, this
Federal
is all
Reserve's role in
provided,
it. Federal Reserve Education is
for
committed to
educational
equipping
and entertainment
educators,
purposes only. We
educating
do not own
students,
the
and
rights to
empowering
this,
consumers when it comes to
this
understanding and
broadcast.
participating in
This
our
is, on
evolving
the Federal
economy.
Reserve
For more
page,
information,
and we're just,
visit
streaming it
federalreserveeducation.org
so you
to
can
find
access
links
it.
to resources and Reserve Bank programs offered near you.
Hi, I'm Ian, and I work for the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States. The Federal Reserve System consists of three main entities that perform key functions that serve the public and promote the health of our economy and the stability of our financial system. These key entities are the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, 12 Federal Reserve banks operating around our nation, and the Federal Open Market Committee. Based in Washington, D.C., the Board of Governors is the governing body of the Federal Reserve System. It's an agency of the federal government that reports to and is directly accountable to Congress. The board consists of 7 members, or governors, who are nominated by the President of the United States and confirmed by the Senate. Governors are appointed for 14-year terms. The Board of Governors oversees and sets policy direction for the system, including 12 Federal Reserve banks located around the country, which take the pulse of the nation's economic health from a regional perspective. The 12 reserve banks represent different geographic regions, or districts, and were set up based on regional economic considerations. Although supervised by the Federal Reserve Board, the reserve banks operate independently in many respects. The reserve banks carry out a number of core system functions, such as supervising and examining commercial banks and other financial institutions, enforcing compliance with federal consumer protection and fair lending laws, while promoting local community development and lending to depository institutions to ensure crucial liquidity in the financial system. They and the board also play a key role in another primary Fed function, fostering the safety and efficiency of our nation's payment systems, including distributing currency and coin to banks, operating electronic payment systems, and clearing our checks. In addition, the reserve banks act as the government's bank, providing services such as maintaining the Treasury Department's transaction account and issuing and redeeming U.S. government securities. They also act as a bank for banks by providing key financial services to banks, thrifts, and credit unions. The reserve banks also provide a wealth of information on conditions across the nation, information that is vital to formulating a national monetary policy that helps maintain a healthy U.S. economy and a stable financial system. The board and the reserve banks together help ensure that consumer and community voices are heard at the central bank through consumer-focused outreach, research, and analysis. This helps keep the Federal Reserve's actions, policies, and decision-making attuned to what's going on in American households, communities, and businesses, which are the foundation of our economy. The third key Fed entity is the Federal Open Market Committee, or FOMC, which brings together representatives from the board and the reserve banks to consider the state of the U.S. economy and set a course for our monetary policy in a manner that seeks to promote an economy that works for all Americans. The 12-member FOMC establishes an appropriate position or stance for monetary policy to help move the economy towards 2 essential mandates set for the Fed by Congress, promoting maximum employment and price stability. This occurs mainly through the FOMC's influence on interest rates and credit conditions, which can significantly impact financial conditions, including economic productivity and even spending and investment decisions by households, communities, and businesses. Working together, these 3 key Fed entities and the unique Federal Reserve System structure established by Congress more than a century ago help promote conditions resulting in a strong, healthy, and sustainable economy. For more information on how the Fed functions, visit federalreserve.gov and click on About the Fed.
I'm actually going to play a little bit of the Stacks music we have here in the platform for you guys while we're waiting. More fun for me that way. Actually, I'm going to do BoostX.
Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost it, kinda simple. Post it, hack with crypto rate. Boost X make the signal fly. Broadcast through the wire. It's BTC rhythm in my blood. Amplify the fire. DeOrganized in motion. Every drop go higher. If your voice got power in it, we gon' make it go wider. Algorithmic elevation. Every boost unlocks the gate. No permission in the system, just encode and detonate. We don't wait for validation. We decide the market rate. Turn a whisper to a movement when the boost X levitates. Yeah. Proof of signal in the ether, every action leaves a trace. Monetary got some tension, turn the network into space. No more begging for attention, we're the ones who set the pace. Boost X on the timeline, now you're playing in the race. Boost it, boost it, boost X, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost X, turn a simple post into a crypto wave. Every signal that we send is valued by design. Boost X in the bloodstream, broadcast and divine. Yeah. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost it, kinda simple. Post it, hack with crypto rate. Boost X make the signal fly. Broadcast through the wire. It's BTC rhythm in my blood. Amplify the fire. DeOrganized in motion. Every drop go higher. If your voice got power in it, we gon' make it go wider. Algorithmic elevation. Every boost unlocks the gate. No permission in the system, just encode and detonate. We don't wait for validation. We decide the market rate. Turn a whisper to a movement when the boost X levitates. Yeah. Proof of signal in the ether, every action leaves a trace. Monetary got some tension, turn the network into space. No more begging for attention, we're the ones who set the pace. Boost X on the timeline, now you're playing in the race. Boost it, boost it, boost X, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost X, turn a simple post into a crypto wave. Every signal that we send is valued by design. Boost X in the bloodstream, broadcast and divine. Yeah. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost it, kinda simple. Post it, hack with crypto rate. Boost X make the signal fly. Broadcast through the wire. It's BTC rhythm in my blood. Amplify the fire. DeOrganized in motion. Every drop go higher. If your voice got power in it, we gon' make it go wider. Algorithmic elevation. Every boost unlocks the gate. No permission in the system. Just encode and detonate. We don't wait for validation. We decide the market rate. Turn a whisper to a movement when the boost X levitates. Yeah. Proof of signal in the ether, every action leaves a trace. Monetary got attention, turn the network into space. No more begging for attention, we're the ones who set the pace. Boost X on the timeline, now you're playing in the race. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost X, turn a simple post into a crypto wave. Every signal that we send is valued by design. Boost X in the bloodstream, broadcast and divine. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost it, kinda simple. Post it, hack with crypto rate. Boost X make the signal fly. Broadcast through the wire. It's BTC rhythm in my blood. Amplify the fire. DeOrganized in motion. Every drop go higher. If your voice got power in it, we gon' make it go wider. Algorithmic elevation. Every boost unlocks the gate. No permission in the system. Just encode and detonate. We don't wait for validation. We decide the market rate. Turn a whisper to a movement when the boost X levitates. Yeah. Proof of signal in the ether, every action leaves a trace. Monetary got attention, turn the network into space. No more begging for attention, we're the ones who set the pace. Boost X on the timeline, now you're playing in the race. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost X, turn a simple post into a crypto wave. Every signal that we send is valued by design. Boost X in the bloodstream, broadcast and divine.
Bass in the bloodstream, frequency locked. Builders in motion, nobody gets blocked. Block, 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 block. Zero authority, and your rep on change. No gatekeepers breathing. We don't wait for their say. rearrange. On-chain signature carved in the code. Reputation in the wallet, that's how value is shown. Not a follower economy, we define the flow. They copy what we build, we stay 2 steps below. Zero authority, earn your rep on-chain. Bitcoin in the rhythm, stacks feed in the flame. Proof is in the action, every block knows your name. Zero authority. Watch the world get rearranged. We don't chase titles chase us instead. Verifiable credentials, living rent-free in their head. Pseudonymous legends, rising up out the dust. Reputation is the flex now, not who the system trusts. Zero authority, earn your rep on chain. No permission needed, we don't bow to their frame. We let the proof talk louder, and the world knows the name. Zero authority, future built in our domain. Earn your rep on chain. On chain. Chain. On chain. Woo. Chain. On chain. Zero authority. Always in motion. Yo. Bass in the bloodstream, frequency locked. Builders in motion, nobody gets blocked. Block. Zero authority, earn your rep on chain. No gatekeepers breathing, we don't wait for their say. Digital currency of status, every move is insane. Zero authority. This is how we reign. On-chain signature carved in the code. Reputation in the wallet, that's how value is shown. Not a follower economy, we define the flow. They copy what we build, we stay 2 steps below. Zero authority, earn your rep on-chain. Bitcoin in the rhythm, stacks feed in the flame. Proof is in the action, every block knows your name. Zero authority. Watch the world get rearranged. We don't chase titles chase us instead. Verifiable credentials, living rent-free in their head. Pseudonymous legends, rising up out the dust. Reputation is the flex now, not who the system trusts. Zero authority, earn your rep on chain. No permission needed, we don't bow to their frame. We let the proof talk louder, and the world knows the name. Zero authority, future built in our domain. Earn your rep on chain. On chain. Chain. On chain. Woo. Chain. On chain. Zero authority. Always in motion. Yo.
Ace in the bloodstream, frequency locked. Builders in motion, nobody gets blocked. Block, 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 block. Zero authority, and your rep on chain. No gatekeepers breathing. We don't wait for their say. Digital currency of status, every move is insane. Zero authority. This is how we reign. On-chain signature carved in the code. Reputation in the wallet, that's how value is shown. Not a follower economy, we define the flow. They copy what we build, we stay 2 steps below. Zero authority, and your rep on-chain. Bitcoin in the rhythm, stacks feed in the flame. Proof is in the action, every block knows your name.
Federal government data for the past couple of months have yet to be released. Available public and private sector data suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed as much since our meeting in October. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. As a separate matter, we also decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities solely for the purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time, thus supporting effective control of our policy rate. I will have more to say about monetary policy and its implementation after briefly reviewing economic developments. Although some key government data have yet to be released, available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Consumer spending appears to have remained solid, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government has likely weighed on economic activity in the current quarter, but these effects should be mostly offset by higher growth next quarter, reflecting the reopening. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 1.7% this year and 2.3% next year, somewhat stronger than projected in September. In the labor market, although official employment data for October and November are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. The official report on the labor market for September, the most recent release, showed that the unemployment rate continued to edge up, reaching 4.4%, and that job gains had slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Very little data on inflation have been released since our meeting in October. Total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices also rose 2.8%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from their peaks earlier in the year, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.9% this year and 2.4% next year, a bit lower than the median projection in September. Thereafter, the median falls to 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point to 3.5 to 3.75%. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. A reasonable base case is that the effects of tariffs on inflation will be relatively short-lived, effectively a one-time shift in the price level. Our obligation is to make sure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. But with downside risks to employment having risen in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to lower our policy rate by a quarter percentage point. With today's decision, we have lowered our policy rate 3/4 of a percentage point over our last 3 meetings. This further normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2% once the effects of tariffs have passed through. The adjustments to our policy stance since September bring it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral and leave us well-positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path of the federal funds rate under what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.4% at the end of 2026 and 3.1% at the end of 2027, unchanged from September. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they're not a committee plan or decision. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. Let me turn now to issues related to the implementation of monetary policy, with the reminder that these issues are separate from and have no implications for the stance of monetary policy. In light of the continued tightening in money market interest rates relative to our administered rates and other indicators of reserve market conditions, the committee judged that reserve balances have declined to ample levels. Accordingly, at today's meeting, the committee decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities, mainly Treasury bills, for the sole purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time. Such increases in our securities holdings ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range and are necessary because the growth of the economy leads to rising demand over time for our liabilities, including currency and reserves. As detailed in a statement released today by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, reserve management purchases will amount to $40 billion in the first month and may remain elevated for a few months to alleviate expected near-term pressures in money markets. Thereafter, we expect the size of reserve management purchases to decline, though the actual pace will depend on market conditions. In our implementation framework, an ample supply of reserves means that the federal funds rate and other short-term interest rates are primarily controlled by the setting of our administered rates, rather than day-to-day discretionary interventions in money markets. In this regime, standing repurchase agreement, or repo operations, are a critical tool to ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range, even on days of elevated pressures in money markets. Consistent with this view, the committee eliminated the aggregate limit on standing repo operations. These operations are intended to support monetary policy implementation and smooth market functioning and should be used when economically sensible. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. At the Fed, we will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Howard.
Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Just first turning to the statement, just to be clear, we're on the same page here. The insertion of the phrase, considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments, does that indicate that the Fed is now on hold until there's some clearer signal from inflation or jobs or the evolution of the economy along the baseline outlook?
So, yes, the adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad range of estimates of neutral. And as we noted in our statement today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. That new language points out that we'll carefully evaluate that incoming data. And also, I would note that having reduced our policy rate by 75 basis points since September and 175 basis points since last September, the Fed funds rate is now within a broad range of estimates of its neutral value, and we are well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves.
And if I could follow up on the outlook there, it seems like with the additional GDP growth coupled with easing inflation and a fairly steady unemployment rate, this seems like a pretty optimistic outlook for next year. What's given rise to that? Is this an early bet on AI? Is there some sense of improving productivity out there? What's driving that?
So a number of things are driving what's happening in the forecast. And I would say if you look broadly at outside forecasts, you do see a pickup in growth in many of those now too. So it's partly that consumer spending has held up. It's been resilient, and to another degree, it is that AI spending on data centers and related to AI has been holding up business investment. So overall, the baseline expectation for next year is, at least at the Fed, and I think with outside forecasters too, is a pickup in growth from today's relatively low level of 1.7%. I mentioned that the SEP median is 1.7 for this year growth and 2.3 for next year. You actually, some of that is due to the shutdown. So you can take 0.2 out of 2026 and put it in 2025. So it would really be 1.9 and 2.1. But overall, yes, for a few reasons, fiscal policy is going to be supportive. And as I mentioned, AI spending will continue. The consumer continues to spend. So it looks like the baseline would be solid growth next year.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions here. You had previously described rate cuts in terms of a risk management framework, and kind of following up on what Howard was asking, is the risk management phase of rate cuts over here, and have you taken out sufficient insurance, I guess, against potential weakness in terms of the data we might get next week when it comes to employment?
So we're going to get a great deal of data between now and the January meeting, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that. And the data that we get are going to factor into our thinking. But yes, we have, if you go back, we held our policy rate at 5.4% for more than a year because inflation was high, very high, and unemployment and the labor market was really solid at that point. So what happened is over last summer of 24, inflation came down, and the labor market began to show real signs of weakness. And so we decided, as our framework tells us to do, that when the risks to the two goals become more equal, you should move from a stance that favors really dealing with one of them, in that case inflation, to a more balanced, more neutral neutral setting. And so we did that. We did some cutting, and then we paused for a while to work our way through what was happening in the middle of the year. And then we resumed cuts in September, and we've cut now 3. We've now cut a total of 175 basis points. And as I mentioned, we feel like where we're positioned now we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy evolves from here.
If I could just follow up on the SEP, you have a whole lot of big increase in the growth numbers, but not a big decline in the unemployment numbers. And is that an AI factor in there? What is going on in terms of the dynamic of you get more growth, but you don't get a whole lot of decline in unemployment? Thank you, sir.
So the implication is obviously higher productivity. And some of that may be AI. It just also, I think, productivity has just been almost structurally higher for several years now. So if you start thinking of it as 2% per year, you can sustain higher growth without more job creation. Of course, higher productivity is also what enables incomes to rise over long periods of time. So it's basically a good thing. But that's certainly the implication.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. Today's decision was clearly very divided. It wasn't just the 2 official dissents against a cut, but there were also soft dissents from 4 others. And I'm just wondering if this reluctance from several people to support recent reductions suggests that there is a much higher bar for cuts in the near term. And what exactly does the committee need to see if things are well positioned right now to support a January reduction?
Sure. So let me just say, as I mentioned, and as I've mentioned here before, the situation is that our 2 goals are a bit in tension, right? So interestingly, everyone around the table at the FOMC agrees that inflation is too high and that we want it to come down, and agrees that the labor market has softened and that there's further risk. Everyone agrees on that. Where the difference is how do you weight those risks, and what does your forecast look like, and where do you, ultimately where do you think the bigger risk is, and it's very unusual to have persistent tension between the 2 parts of the mandate, and when you do, this is what you see, and I think it's actually what you would expect to see, and we do see it. Meanwhile, the discussions we have are as good as any we've had in my 14 years at the Fed. They're very thoughtful, respectful, and you just have people who have strong views, and we come together and we reach a place where we can make a decision. We made a decision today. We had 9 out of 12 supported it, so fairly broad support. But it's not like the normal situation where everyone agrees on the direction and what to do. It's more spread out, and I think that's only inherent in the situation. In terms of what it would take, we all have an outlook in terms of what's going to come, but I think ultimately having cut 75 and the effects of the 75 basis points will only begin to be coming in. As I've said before a couple times, we're well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. We'll just have to see. And we will get, as you know, quite a bit of data. I should mention on the data, as long as I'm talking about it, that we're going to need to be careful in assessing, particularly the household survey data. There are very technical reasons about the way data are collected in some of these measures, both in inflation and in labor, in the labor market, so that the data may be distorted and not just sort of more volatile, but distorted, and that's really because data was not collected in October and half of November. So we're going to get data, but we're going to have to look at it carefully and with a somewhat skeptical eye by the time of the January meeting. Notwithstanding that, we will have a lot of the December data by the time of the January meeting. So we expect to see a lot more, but I'm just saying that what we get for example, CPI or for the household survey, we're going to look at that really carefully and understand that it may be distorted by very technical factors.
And just one more question on dissents. I mean, you talk about it in a very positive way, just given the complicated nature of the situation we're in economically. But is there any point in which those dissents become counterproductive, either to the Fed's communication and the messaging around the policy path forward?
I don't feel that we're at that point at all. I don't. I would say, again, these are good, thoughtful, respectful discussions, and you hear people say, and you hear many outside analysts say the same thing. I could make a case for either side. I mean, I could make that case. It's a close call. We have to make decisions. And we always hope that the data will give us a clear read, but in this situation, you have competing. If you look through the SEP, you'll see that a very large number of participants agree that risks are to the upside for unemployment and to the upside for inflation. So what do? You've got one tool. You can't do two things at once. So at what pace do you move? What size moves do you make, and that kind of thing? And what's the timing of them? It's a very challenging situation. I think we're in a good place to, as I mentioned, to wait and see how the economy evolves.
Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's been some discussion recently of the 1990s. In the 1990s, the committee did two discrete sequences of 3 quarter-point cuts, one in 1995-96 and one in 1998. And after both of those, the next move in rates was up, not down. With policy now closer to neutral, is it a foregone conclusion that the next move in rates is down, or should we think of policy risks as genuinely two-sided from here?
So I don't think that a rate hike is anybody's base case at this point, and I'm not hearing that. What you see is some people feel we should stop here and that we're at the right place and just wait. Some people feel like we should cut once or more this year and next year. But when people are writing down their estimates of policy of where it should go, it is either holding here or cutting a little or cutting more than a little. So I don't see the base case as involving that. So of course, a data set of 2, now 3, is not a big data set. But you are right about those 2 3-cut times in the 90s.
If I could follow up, the unemployment rate has been rising very gradually for the better part of 2 years, and indeed the statement today no longer describes the unemployment rate as remaining low. What gives you confidence it won't continue rising in 2026, especially when housing and other rate-sensitive sectors still appear to be feeling restrictive policy from the notwithstanding the 150 basis points in cuts prior to today?
So I think the idea is that with now having cut 75 basis points more now and having policy, I'd call it in a broad range of plausible estimates of neutral, that will be a place which will enable the labor market to stabilize or to only tick up 1 or 2 more tenths, but we won't see, any kind of a sharper downturn, which we haven't seen any evidence of at all. At the same time, policy is still in a place where it's not accommodative, and we feel like we have made progress this year in non-tariff related inflation, and as tariffs come through, as they flow through, that'll show through next year. But as I said, we're well placed to wait and see how that turns out. That is our expectation, but we're going to start to see the data, and it'll tell us whether we were right or not.
Claire.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. A lot of people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that, when there's a foggy situation, we slow down, to mean that, there wouldn't be a cut now, there'd be a cut in January instead. So it'd be good to get a sense of why did the committee decide to move today rather than to move in January instead? Thank you.
Right. So in October, I said that there was no certainty of moving, and that was indeed correct. I said it's possible you could think about it that way, but I was careful to say other people could look at it differently. So why did we move today? I would say point to a couple things. First of all, gradual cooling in the labor market has continued. Unemployment is now up 0.3 from June through September. Payroll jobs averaging 40,000 per month since April, We think there's an overstatement in these numbers by about 60,000, so that would be negative 20,000 per month. And also, just to point out one other thing, surveys of households and businesses both show declining supply and demand for workers. So I think you can say that the labor market has continued to cool gradually, maybe just a touch more gradually than we thought. In terms of inflation, it's going to come in a touch lower, and I think the evidence is kind of growing that what's happening here is services inflation coming down, and that's offset by increases in goods, and that goods inflation is entirely in sectors where there are tariffs. So that does build on the story, and so far it's only a story, that that the goods inflation, which is really the source of the excess at this point, almost more than half the source of the excess inflation is goods, is tariffs. And you've got to say then, so what do we expect from tariffs? And I would say that is to some extent down to looking for broader economic heat. Do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints? Do we see what's going on with wages? You saw the ECI report today. It doesn't feel like a hot economy that wants to generate, Phillips curve kind of inflation. So we look at all those things, and we say that this was a decision to make. It obviously wasn't unanimous, but overall that was the judgment that we made, and that's the action we took.
And just on the ample reserves point, how concerned were people around the table about some of the tensions we've seen in money markets? Thank you.
I wouldn't say concerned. So what really happened is this. Balance sheet shrinkage, sometimes called QT, went on. We had a framework in place for monitoring it, and nothing happened. The overnight reverse repo facility went down pretty much close to zero. And then beginning in September, the federal funds rate started to tick up within the range, right? And it ticked up almost all the way to interest-on reserve balances. There's nothing wrong with that. What that's telling you is that we're actually in an ample reserves regime. So, we knew this was going to come. When it finally did come, it came a little quicker than expected, but we were absolutely there to take the actions that we said we would take. So, and those actions are today. So, we announced that we're resuming reserve management purchases. That is completely separate from monetary policy. It's just we need to keep an ample supply of reserves out there. Why so big? The answer to that is, if you look ahead, you'll see that April 15th is coming up, and our framework is such that we want to have ample reserves even at times when reserves are at a low level temporarily. So that's what happens on tax day. People pay a lot of money to the government, reserves drop sharply and temporarily. So this seasonal buildup that we'll see in the next few months was going to happen anyway. It was going to happen because April 15th is April 15th. There's also a secular ongoing growth of the balance sheet. We have to keep reserves, call it constant as it relates to the banking system or to the whole economy. And that alone calls for us to increase about $20–25 billion per month. So that's a small part. That's going on. It's also happening in the context of a temporary few-month front loading to get reserves high enough to get through the tax period in mid-April. So that's what's happening there.
Andrew. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is the last post-FOMC press conference before an important Supreme Court hearing next month. Can you talk about how you're hoping the Supreme Court will rule? And I'm just curious why the Fed's been so reticent on such a pivotal matter.
It's not something I want to address here, Andrew. We're not legal commentators. It's before the courts, and we don't think that we help matters by trying to engage as a public discussant of that. I'll give you a mulligan, though.
No, thanks. I don't know if that means I get 3 questions, but
no, just one more.
I guess I wanted to come back to the 1990s question, and do you see that as a useful model for thinking about what is happening in the economy right now?
I don't think it rises to that level. So I did think that in 2019, where we cut 3 times, but this is such a unique situation. It's not the 1970s, let's put it that way, but we do have tension between our two goals. And so that's just unique in my time at the Fed, and I think going back a long ways, we haven't had that. In our framework, as you know, says that when that's the case, that we try to take a balanced approach to the two things, and we look at how far they are and how long it would take to get them back to each of them back to the goal. And that's a very subjective analysis, really. But it just tells you you've got to, and I think ultimately what it says is when they're broadly equally threatened or equally at risk, you should be kind of neutral. Because if you're either accommodative or tight, you're favoring one or the other goal. And so we've been sort of moving in the direction of neutral. Now we're in the range of neutral. We're in the high end of the range of neutral, I would say, and that's what we're doing now. It so happened that we've cut 3 times. That we haven't made any decision about January, but as I've said, we think we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy performs.
Edward.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I wanted to ask you, the inflation expectations has come down in your SEP report. Do you see the tariff price increases as passing through in the next 3 months? Is it a 6-month process that we're looking for that to end? And then because of that, is jobs the threat to the economy?
So with tariff inflation, there's the announcement of a tariff, and then there's, they start to take effect, and then it takes some months. Goods may have to be shipped from other parts of the, it may take, quite a while for an individual tariff to take its full effect. But once it's had that effect, then the question is, isn't that just a one-time price increase? So we actually look at it, all of the announcements and what you get from all that. You see sort of for each one of them, there's a time period, and then it's fully in. So if there are no new tariff announcements, and we don't know that, but let's assume there are no major new tariff announcements, inflation from goods should peak in the first quarter or so, right, or roughly. We haven't been able to predict this with any precision. No one is. But call it the first quarter or so of next year should be the peak. And from here, it shouldn't be big. It should be a couple tenths or even less than that. We don't really have precision on this. And after that, again, if there are no new tariffs that are being announced that will take 9 months to get fully in, and 9 months is also an estimate, then you should start to see that coming down in the back half of next year.
And I want to see if I could address sort of the elephant in the room. The president's been talking openly about a new Fed chairman. Does that hinder your current job right now or change your thinking at all?
No.
Mike.
No mulligans for it. Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. 10-year rates are 50 basis points higher than when you started cutting back in September of 2024, and the yield curve basically has been steepening. Why do you think that continuing to cut now, especially in the absence of data, is going to bring down the yield on the thing that will move the economy the most?
So we're looking at the real economy and focusing on that. And you've got it when the long bonds move around, you've got to look at why they're moving around. If you look at inflation compensation, it's very that's one part of it is inflation compensation break-evens, and they're at very comfortable levels. They're at levels consistent once you get out past the very short term now. Break-evens are at at quite levels that are quite consistent with 2% inflation over time. So there's nothing happening with rates going up out there that suggests concern about inflation in the long term or anything like that. I mean, I look at these things pretty regularly. Same thing with surveys. Surveys are all saying that the public understands our commitment to 2% and expects us to get back there. So why are rates going up? It has to be something else. It must be, an expectation of higher growth or something like that. And that's a lot of what's been going on. I mean, you saw a big move, toward the end of last year, which was not to do with us. It was to do with other developments.
Well, you just mentioned that the public is expecting you to get back to 2%, and Americans overwhelmingly are citing high prices, inflation as their number one concern. Can you explain to them why you're prioritizing the labor market, which seems relatively stable to most people, instead of their number one concern, inflation?
So we, as you know, we have a network of contacts in the U.S. economy, which is really unmatched if you go through the 12 reserve banks. So we hear loud and clear how people are experiencing really costs. It's really high costs. And a lot of that is not the current rate of inflation. A lot of that is just embedded higher cost due to higher inflation in 2022 and 23. So that's what's going on. And so the best thing we can do is restore inflation to its 2% goal, and our policy is intended to do that, but also have a strong economy where real wages are going up, where people are getting jobs and earning money, and we're going to need to have some years where real compensation is higher. It's positive, significantly positive. So nominal wages are higher than inflation, for people to start feeling good about the affordability issue. And so we're working hard on that. We're trying to keep inflation under control, but also support the labor market and strong wages, so that people are earning enough money and feeling economically healthy again.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. Just to follow up on that, I mean, this is now the third time that you've cut this year, and inflation is around 3%. So is the message that you're sort of trying to send with that you're okay with where inflation is for now, as long as people understand that at some point you still want to get back to 2%, because inflation is relatively stable where it is?
Everyone should understand, and the surveys show that they do, that we're committed to 2% inflation, and we will deliver 2% inflation. But it's a complicated, unusual, difficult situation where the labor market is also under pressure, where job creation may actually be negative. Now, supply of workers has also gone way down, so the unemployment rate hasn't moved that much. But it's a labor market that seems to have significant downside risks. People care a lot about that. That's their jobs. That's their ability, if they get laid off or if they're entering the labor force, to find work. So that's really important to people. The story with inflation, and we're well aware that this is a story at this point, is that if you get away from tariffs, inflation is in the low 2s, right? So it's really tariffs that's causing most of the inflation overshoot. And we do think of those as likely to, in the current situation, as likely to be a one-time price increase. Our job is to make sure that it is, and we will do that job. But right now, you've got this difficult balance, and there are risks to both sides. There's no risk-free path. If it was just inflation and the labor market was just really strong, and then rates would be higher, as they were for more than a year. We didn't have to worry about inflation. Sorry, about the labor market, because the labor market unemployment was very low. If you remember, when inflation was very high, there was a labor shortage, so we could focus entirely on inflation. Now it's different. We actually have risks to both, and I think we're doing the best we can for people. They also care about their jobs. They do care about affordability, and the best thing we can do there is both to support economic activity, but also, make sure that when tariff inflation goes down and disappears, inflation lands around 2%.
Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up, you keep talking about job growth being negative. Why do you think job growth is so much worse than some of the official data? Why do you think job growth is, to follow up on your comments about job growth, why is it so much worse than the official data is suggesting?
Oh, well, we know, I think I don't think this is particularly controversial. It's very difficult to estimate job growth in real time. They don't count everybody. They have a survey. And there's been something of a systematic overcount. And so we expected, and they correct it twice a year. So the last time they corrected it, we thought the correction would be 800,000 or 900,000. I won't get the numbers exactly right. And that was exactly what happened. So we think that has persisted. And So there's an overcount in the payroll job numbers, we think, continuing, and it will be corrected. I don't have the exact month in my head right now, and that's just, again, I think forecasters generally understand that. So, and we think it's about 60,000 a month, so 40,000 jobs could be negative 20. And, that could be wrong by 10 or 20 in either direction. But in any case, but the thing is, that's job creation in a way, that's demand. Labor supply has also come down quite sharply. So, if you had a world where there's just no growth in workers and you really don't need a lot of jobs to have full employment, some people argue that's what we're looking at. But I think a world where job creation is negative, I just think we need to watch that situation very carefully and be in a position where we're not, pushing down on job creation with our policy.
When we're talking about supply, we have seen major American employers like Amazon cite AI in job cuts. How much right now are you factoring in AI into the current weakness in the job market?
So it's probably part of the story. It's not a big part of the story yet. We don't know whether it will be. But, for example, if you look at, you can't miss the big announcements of layoffs and also companies saying that they're not going to hire anybody for a long time, and they cite AI. That's all clearly happening. At the same time, people are not filing for unemployment insurance, and since job creation, job finding rates are extremely low. If there were big numbers of layoffs, you'd expect the continuing claims to go up, and you expect new claims to go up. But really haven't much, so it's a little bit curious. But longer term, though, the question is, what are we going to see here? And we don't know, but it's it may be that in past technology, really significant technology innovation eras, you have seen some jobs destroyed and other jobs made. Ultimately, what's happened for a couple hundred years is when you get through all that, you have higher productivity and you have new jobs, and there are enough jobs for people. This may be different. It's every time we have a wave of technology, we think, oh, this could put a lot of people out of work. What are they going to do? In the past, there's always been more work and higher productivity, and incomes have risen. What will happen here, we're going to have to see. But right now is such early days. We don't think we see much. It's certainly not showing up in layoffs yet.
Thank you, Chair. Enda Curran, Bloomberg News. Given the breadth of views on the policy committee, why is there such a division of views between
on the policy what?
On the committee.
Thank you.
Why is there such a division of views between the presidents and the board members?
It's not so stark as that. The views are more varied in each group as well. There's some of that, but I would say they're also governors and they're people on both sides in both groups. I wouldn't put too much in that.
Okay, and just to follow up, please, given your growth upgrade, how would you factor in, or what would be the economic impact if the Supreme Court is to strike down the tariffs that they're currently hearing, please, in terms of growth and inflation? Thank you.
I really don't know. It would depend. It would depend on a whole bunch of things we don't know. So I can't really help you there.
Christine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. I wanted to ask you about how the higher income households are really driving spending right now. They're backed by home equity and stock market wealth, but lower income consumers are really struggling with the accumulation of 5 years now of rising prices. It's price levels, not really the inflation rate, holding some of these families back. How sustainable is this so-called K-shaped economy, and what are the Fed's thoughts on whether that's a risk going forward?
So we do, through our vast network of contacts and just through our observation of what's going on in the economy, we hear about this a lot. If you listen to the earnings reports for consumer-facing companies that tend to deal with low and moderate income people, they'll all say that we're seeing people, tightening their belts, changing products that they buy, buying less, and that sort of thing. And so it's clearly a thing. It's also clearly a thing that, asset values, housing values, and securities values are high, and they tend to be owned by people more at the higher end of the income and wealth. So As how sustainable it is, I don't know. Most of the consumption does happen by people who have more means. I think the top third accounts for way more than a third of the consumption, for example. So it's a good question how sustainable that is. The best we can do is to have a price stability and a strong labor market. And what we saw, for example, what we saw at the end of the very, very long expansion that ended with the outbreak of the pandemic, we saw that it was 10 years and 8 months or something like that, the longest one in recorded history. In the last 2 years, most of the largest part of the wage gains were going to people in the bottom quartile, the bottom part of the low and moderate income. So, having a strong labor market for a long period of time is really, really good from a social standpoint. It's helping people at the lower income levels, and that's what we all want to get back to. But we got to have price stability, and we got to have full employment, maximum employment.
And just quickly, you mentioned the housing market remains kind of weak. With these rate cuts that we've seen, is there a chance we're going to see more affordability in the housing market so more people can maybe enjoy that part of wealth creation? I mean, the average age or median age of a first-time home buyer is now 40 years old. That's the highest on record.
Yeah, so the housing market faces some really significant challenges. And I don't know that, a 25 basis point decline in the federal funds rate is going to make much of a difference for people. Housing supply is low. Many people have very, very low rate mortgages from the pandemic period, and they kept refinancing and caught the really low. So it's made it expensive for them to move. And we're a ways away from that changing. Also, we haven't built enough housing in the country for a long time, and so a lot of estimates suggest that we just need more housing of different kinds. So housing is going to be a problem, and really the tools to address it are we can raise and lower interest rates, but we don't really have the tools to address a secular housing shortage, a structural housing shortage.
Chris.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. You mentioned on inflation, services inflation being low, goods inflation looking like maybe it'll peak. We had the wages report you mentioned today showing moderating wage growth. Where are the inflation risks? It looks like inflation is cooling, in your view. At the same time, you have potentially negative hiring. Why not? Why aren't we hearing more about maybe more cuts in this environment?
Well, I think the risk in inflation is pretty clear to see, and that is, we see higher inflation. As I mentioned, most of the inflation over target is from goods, and we estimate, we expect, most of us, that inflation will be a one-time price increase and then come down. We just came off an experience where inflation turned out to be much more persistent than anyone had expected. Is that going to happen now? That's the risk. The risk is either that tariff inflation just turns out to be more and more persistent, maybe because companies who are now holding back from passing through the tariffs will just keep doing that. So you see that. I think the other possibility is less likely, and that is just that the labor market gets tight or the economy gets tight, and you see just traditional inflation. I don't see that as particularly likely. But so I think, again, all across the committee, people see the picture pretty similarly, but see the risks quite differently. And some people do see the inflation risk, and I wouldn't dismiss that case. I don't dismiss that case, but you've got to make an assessment, and this is the assessment we made.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. So this has come up a couple of times today, but to be clear, do you believe that we're experiencing a positive productivity shock, whether from AI or policy factors or whatever? And how much is that driving the higher GDP projection in the SEP?
So yeah, I mean, I never thought I would see a time when we had 5-6 years of 2% productivity growth. This is higher. This is definitely higher, and it was before it could be attributed to AI. I also think if you look at what AI can do, and if you use it in your personal life, as I imagine many of us have, you can see the prospects for productivity. I think it makes people who use it more productive. It may make other people have to find other jobs, though. So it could have productivity implications while also having, social and labor market implications that we don't have the tools to deal with. But yes, I think we're definitely seeing higher productivity. I think it's a little quick to be saying it's generative AI, but I don't know. The pandemic may have induced people to do more automation and do more things with computers to replace people, and that raises productivity, output per hour.
Does that imply a higher neutral rate, and therefore the policy might be a little easier than it seems?
All things equal, yes, but all things aren't equal. There are many things pushing in different directions on where the neutral rate would be. But yes, that argument does come up.
Matt Egan.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. After today, you only have 3 more meetings at the helm of the Fed. Since becoming Fed chair, you've seen multiple trade wars, the pandemic, COVID reopening, period of high inflation. I know your term's not up as chair until May, but I'm wondering if you've given any thought to what you want your legacy to be.
My legacy. My thought is that I really want to turn this job over to whoever replaces me with the economy in really good shape. That's what I want to do. I want inflation to be under control, coming back down to 2%, and I want the labor market to be strong. That's what I want. And all of my efforts are to get to that place. They have been all along, but ultimately, that's what I'm. And it's I don't have time to think about bigger things. I hope many years ahead to worry about that, but there's enough to do.
Relatedly, have you given any more thought, and can you tell us any more about your plans on whether or not you plan to stay on the Fed Board of Governors even after your term as chair expires?
Again, I'm focused on my remaining time as chair. I haven't got anything new on that to tell you.
Go to Mark for the last question.
Chairman, Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. Even while many price levels remain elevated, the reductions in the federal funds rate means that savings rates, or yields to be more precise, have peaked while key borrowing rates remain elevated. And that's, as we've discussed here, as many Americans struggle with liquidity or emergency savings challenges. Is that just collateral damage or an unintended consequence because your tools are limited in addressing individual or household liquidity constraints, insufficient money in the bank?
I don't know. I wouldn't agree that that's collateral damage of our. I mean, over time, we do what we do in order to create price stability and maximum employment, and those things are hugely valuable to all the people we serve. When we raise rates to bring inflation down, that does work by slowing the economy, but we've moved back our policy back down to where it's certainly not strongly restrictive at this point. I think it's sort of in the range of neutral. So that's what we're trying to do, and I would want people to understand that. I think what people are feeling is the effect of higher prices. There was a global wave. Sort of every large economy in the world, sort of every large open economy, market-based economy in the world had a wave of inflation that looked an awful lot like ours. We actually came through better than any other country, substantially better. We had higher growth, we had better labor market, and this is really due to the American economy. We have an extraordinary economy, and people are innovative, they work hard, and so we're all of us who work in economics jobs are really fortunate to have the U.S. economy. So, thank you very much.
What's up, guys? It's your boy GP with DeOrganized Media, Zest, and Stacking Dow. Figured I'd go over this Zest weekly recap since it is such a based one. Zest is getting ready for its Stacks Markets V2, so there's going to be some changes and it's really good alpha coming out, so pay attention. Stacks Market V2 is coming for Zest, but very big week for Zest this past one. So let's go over the Zest weekly recap. So another Zest weekly recap is here. Zillionaires, let's dive into the numbers. So SBTC supply is up 10.5% from 596 SBTC to 658.57 SBTC. Over 60 SBTC have been deposited during the past week. Wow. A 5% APY on SBTC is too good to ignore. Crazy stuff. That's a lot. That's a major increase in SBTC supplied. So very cool stuff there. Loving it. Moving on, STXBTC supply is also up 8.22% from 4.5 million to 4.87 million STXBTC. STXBTC backed borrowing is up 18.79%. Wow, giant, massive. STXBTC usage as collateral keeps increasing. It's no surprise as you can use STX as collateral and earn up to 10% APY in SBTC paid daily. Huge deal. So I figured maybe after this, we might just show you how to take control of your financial literacy, and we'll do a little demo and show you how to do all of this. You know, how to supply some STX or STX for STX BTC, and then supply it on Zest. So here we go. And then USDH borrowing is also up 3.49%. If you don't know about USDH, it is the first Bitcoin-backed stablecoin. Go get into the know about what Hermetica is doing. They've got all sorts of cool stuff coming, like HBTC vaults, yield strategies, all of that. So go check it out. But yeah, let's go check out Zest Protocol and Stacking DAO. So first things first, we're going over to Stacking DAO. We're going to need a Leather wallet or an Xverse wallet. Click Open App. It'll pop up your app right here. I'm going to go ahead and connect my wallet here. So this will be it'll prompt you to connect the wallet. Select your account that you need to connect, and then click max on that bad boy. So I'm going to leave a little bit of gas. Make sure you always leave a little bit of gas. And I'm going to opt in for SBTC yield and stack for STXBTC. So after you do that, you confirm how many stacks you want to stack, confirm your stack. Right here, it'll break down everything that is going to take place in the transaction, and then approve it. And then boom, there you go. And then right as you do that, you can see the transaction is in progress. And as soon as it is done, you can go ahead and take that STXBTC over to Zest Protocol. Again, we're going to, just for educational purposes, I'm going to connect my wallet here. Select that same account where I have that STXBTC now stacked. Confirm that. And then over here, you can see that I have 6 STXBTC right here. You're just going to click supply, right? Go ahead and max that out. Click supply. Boom. Right here, it'll break down everything that is taking place in this transaction. You go ahead and approve it. And there you go. It'll take a couple seconds to confirm. And once it's confirmed, we will have supplied some collateral on Zest, right? And STXBTC earns you SBTC passively every single day. There you go. Right there. It is supplied. And now you can come over here to the borrow side, and then you can borrow that USDH, right? So if you wanted to lever up your position, you can go ahead and here, click max, borrow. There you go. Borrow some USDH, which is a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, always pegged to $1. Borrowing against my STXBTC, and then I can go swap that if I wanted to into some more STX, and then stack it again and loop this trade, essentially leveraging up your plays. So go check it out. Get into the Stacking DAO and Zest Discords, guys. There's a lot of base stuff going on in our ecosystem, this play included. Go earn some SBTC daily. Go leverage your assets to, leverage up and, handle your business. But for now, I'm GP, and I'm hoping that you guys have a lovely day. May love surround you and the high frequencies follow you. I'll catch you on the flip side. Peace.
You guys may notice that lunch sign at the top.
All right.
It was a great lunch.
Time for section number 2. 2 minutes goes fast. 3 minutes goes fast. That's how much time each of the projects that you guys are about to see. That's how much time each of them gets. So really quickly, what you're about to see is coming from multiple days of these builders spending day in, day out, working on their projects at the Stacks Hacker House over the course of the last week. So this has been a very fun and enjoyable experience where several of these projects have won some sort of Stacks builder competition previously. This was a campaign that started back in late September, early October. And so every project that you're about to see has had the opportunity and earned their spots to win a hackathon and earn their way into the Stacks Hacker House. This was a 4 or 5 day long hacker house with different workshops, different times where they're just spending every minute of the hour working on their projects. And now they're going to be put into this very high pressure, stressful environment of giving their demos across in 3 minutes. So we have 11 projects that you are about to see. Yes. So in this order, I'm going to quickly go through everyone. Up first, we have Reparito. Second is Bitcoin University. 3 is Big Market. 4 is HyperInsure. 5 is Stacks Machines. Then X402 Stacks, followed by Certificores, followed by CB Chain, Rather Strategy, and then B2 Picks. We're going to get through all of those, one project, 3 minutes at a time. Let's hear it for our first presenter. Right here. Let's hear it for Reparito.
Let's go.
Hello. Thank you for being here. It's a beautiful sunny day. So I am Omar. I am the creator and founder of Reparito. Reparito is the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So I have been doing freelancer for a long time, especially here in Latin America. That is really important for this part of the world. But there is something that is really painful. Most of the time, freelancing is lonely. It's hard to do the work. It's hard to find clients. It's hard to, do all the networking. I mean, it's really hard. You have to do everything yourself. So thousands of Web3 talents don't have the opportunity to be discovered. When I entered the industry, I realized this. So thousands of freelancers worldwide are wondering, what's next? How can I get a client? How can I get a new project? How can I be part of something new, to be part of a new project? So I think this can be different. What if there was a platform where you can find your next freelancer project by help of people you trust? Enter Reparito. Reparito is a decentralized talent platform for Web3, built stacks and secured by Bitcoin. We align incentives between freelancers, talent scouts, and clients through smart contracts to ensure that everyone involved receives their fair share. So Reparito is focused on link referrals. So the whole system allows the users to connect to each other. You can see here a little sample of this. So this platform allows the freelancers to set their commissions, to also, with blockchain, be sure that everybody will receive the automatic commission distribution. So, and the best part is that everybody can be a talent scout for all the users. So I'm going to show you a little demo here. All right, this is how it works. So a user enters to our platform, connect their wallet. So the user set the profile and can, decide how much profit, commission fee can give to someone to find a job for him. And he can actually search for other users and connect and get a referral link. With this referral link, they can actually connect with other users. There was a transfer happening in the blockchain. So you can see the platform is working really well. We are working in doing some little stuff to prove it. So yeah, this is Reparito. So we are building the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So with Reparito, freelancers, set their own referral commissions, talent scout, and automatically the blockchain enforce who gets paid by automatic commission distribution. So if you want to join this project, there is our link to our Telegram. You can take a picture. So with Referido, we are starting the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. Thank you.
Great work, great work. All right, we're getting right into the next one. So speaker number 2, Bitcoin University, please start making your way up to the stage. Woo! Here for Bitcoin University. Buenos dias, Buenos Aires. I'm so excited to be here and share with you guys why I'm here and what I'm building. So my daughter, I'm building for my daughter. She's my biggest inspiration. I'm building Bitcoin University for her. I missed her birthday to be here. And so I just, I told her I was going to be here for a reason. And that reason is that I believe education can unlock sovereignty and opportunity for the next generation. That's why BTCU exists, to create a pathway to financial freedom and meaningful work in the Bitcoin economy. The world has changed and is still changing. People worldwide are fleeing weak fiat currency, seeking stability and control over their wealth. Bitcoin offers global, borderless, sovereign money, accessible by anybody with an internet connection. But we still have an education gap. Traditional education systems haven't evolved to teach people how to participate in this new economy. Traditional universities are failing the next generation of learners and workers. It's too expensive, the curriculum is outdated. People aren't graduating and getting jobs in the field that they're studying, and they're graduating with debt. People need skills, not diplomas, and they need income, not debt. That's where crypto comes in. It provides an opportunity. The Bitcoin and Stacks economy is rapidly expanding, but there's no talent pipeline to fill these critical roles. Companies are hiring and opportunities are abundant, but beginners have no clear way in. The real problem is that wallets are confusing and seed phrases are scary. Educational resources are scattered across the ecosystem and fragmented. Career paths are unclear and people don't know which skills lead to real jobs in the crypto economy. That's where Bitcoin University comes in. A friendlier, simpler, modern way to learn Bitcoin and enter the global crypto economy. BTCU removes every barrier between curiosity and capability. We're building the front door to the Bitcoin economy, designed for absolute beginners with real opportunities. So we're designing beginner-friendly courses for anybody, regardless of technical background. We have a mobile-first UX design so that you can learn anywhere, anytime from your mobile phone. And we're using AI to personalize instruction that adapts to your personal learning style. We are going to connect you with peers in the space that you can learn with, and also mentors to help you guide you through your journey. After completing courses, you will receive on-chain credentials. And we know all of the companies in the Stacks and Bitcoin ecosystem that are building on Bitcoin, so we can connect you directly to companies that are hiring talent. So frictionless onboarding. We partnered with Turnkey and developed a way for you to create a wallet with your biometrics, so Face ID or fingerprint. And so there's no passwords, no complexity. You get an instant wallet and you can jump straight into your first lesson in under 30 seconds. So by limiting friction at the entry point, we ensure that nobody is left behind. So as you can see, it's very simple. You log in, you sign up with passkey, your seed phrases are stored on your device, and you can instantly get access to course content and resources. And when you're finished, you can mint your NFT certificate. Bitcoin University, let's build a future for our children. Thank you.
Well done, Bitcoin University. Moving on to our next project. Come on up, Big Market. Big Market.
Yeah, of course. Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm representing Big Market, and let me tell you about what Big Market is today. So Big Market is a prediction market, and for those who don't know, prediction market is like a platform that helps us predict future. For example, will it rain tomorrow? So we build a prediction market around one certain problem. And the problem is that information does not necessarily always means that that is truth. And truth, we believed in the past, that leads to wisdom and power. So we are overwhelmed with misinformation around us in today's world. And the question is like, what can we trust? So basically, one of the basic problems that is facing humanity today is like, how do we distinguish that signal from noise? Everything in the media, we are bombarded with like untruthful information. Libra here happened in Argentina. Can we trust governments? Can we trust politicians? Like, what can we actually trust? And the notion of prediction market exists for quite some time, but we have built Big Market completely different. We have built Big Market around a concept of DAO, and we have made it like severely or radically decentralized. Participation, anybody who participates on the platform basically gives signals for that truth discovery. Accuracy, if you are the person that has insider knowledge or information, will it rain tomorrow, will basically make you earn more reputation because information that you're providing to the platform is more accurate. Resolution on the platform, where other platforms are lacking in terms of the speed and trustworthiness, we have a triple layer system, and basically AI, oracles, and humans are working together to resolve the markets, will it rain tomorrow, on the fastest possible way, which leads us to the multiple applications in DeFi around our platform. There is a saying, when you come into the casino, house always wins, right? Because Big Market is a built around concept of DAO, we have built it on a way that we build the house and we invite everybody to join in just by participating. You don't need to stake money, put money, just come there, leave a comment, and you immediately receive in our ecosystem something which is called soulbound token, like something that is very tied to you, and your soulbound token, soulbound reputation token cannot be traded on, cannot be traded or exchanged for anything else except for the Big Market IDO token, meaning that everybody can participation, take part into the protocol. Speed matters because triple layer system makes market cycle through very fast, which allows multiple applications in different industries
Insure. Come on up, Hyper Insure.
Okay, I check. Yeah. I've been sure. So we are protecting institutional Bitcoin transactions. Imagine this: you have a massive arbitrage opportunity. Agents has been placed, counterparties aligned, millions of liquidity has been posted, and suddenly your transaction or your trade doesn't go through. That's gonna be suck. People have been posting about it on X, and these are like some of the real numbers here. Like approximately 1,000 transactions, which are of very high value, didn't go through. Like 18% of failure rate because of the massive spike at a network congestion level. If you ask me, protocol risk is very real. It could be related to not paying the enough fee amount, mempool congestion at a Bitcoin level, or every missed block impacts on the liquidity that you are holding. So you wouldn't want that when you're dealing with that level or that volume of trade. So here comes HyperInsure. What you have to do is before putting that high volume of transaction at a network, just buy one of the insurance policy at our platform, and we take care of everything from network congestion to network monitoring from mempool, and we make sure your transaction goes through. And if it doesn't, and if your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payout. So ready to eliminate the protocol risk? I'm going to show you a small demo how it works. All you have to do is just connect your Leather wallet. Simply, as soon as your wallet is loaded, just select one of the package. Now what it does is here you have standard packages. Just have to make sure okay, I'm okay with this much amount of delay time. Just enter the amount, purchase the policy, perfect. Now once you have the policy set, all you have to do is submit the claim. If your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payouts. Everything is done by automation, smart contract. So the payout and everything is automated. And guys, what? We are live with HyperInsure. Just scan this, test out the whole platform, and there you go. So that's HyperInsure for you. Woo!
Nice job, HyperInsure. Okay, next we have Stacks Machines. Come on up, Stacks Machines. Time for you to take stage. There we go. Yay, Stacks Machines.
Oh. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jan Alarcon. So I'm gonna present about Stacks Machine. So the problems that we realize is we want to help developers and we want to help founders, and we realize that these two important people face two problems. First, developers, they need more, assistant or tools for them to keep and develop fast. And founders, they need to show their idea, their product in a better way, in a way this idea is almost production ready release. So that's why we have Stacks Machine, this tool, AI tool that will give to you a high quality smart contract. It means with this tool, you can get almost production ready clarity contracts, and you can show and you can keep shipping. Also, with this tool, is especially for developers, so we can onboard thousands of developers that we have here. And the idea is to accelerate, to boost. For example, in this case, we can achieve very high speed. So how does it work? So we will collect so this is the architecture, sorry. So basically the user or the developer is gonna ask any kind of question related to Clarity or stacks on our environment. It can be Visual Studio Code or Cursor. And we'll have an internal server that will handle all of these queries that we have. But before that, we have to ingest all of this knowledge data into our database, so the NCP or the tool can actually retrieve this data to the users. So this is the main flow. So here I want to show a bit more, but it's not showing. How is it? It's not showing my slide, but anyway. So yeah, happy to partner with us. So the idea is to scale this. For example, this is a project on early stage. We are just a POC. So, but the idea at the end is to scale this to production, to have this tool that can provide a much better response, a much faster response, and can provide an answer or can reply this developer's question in a fast way. Yeah, that's basically it. So with this tool, we can achieve what Stack is needing to build BTC-fied projects. So anyone can easily just come, log in, register, and start building the projects that is gonna leverage BTC5 into the next level. This is my QR code, so happy to connect. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Stacks Machines. For our next presenter, come on up. Let's hear it for X402 Stacks.
Sí, gracias. Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Antonio, and you guys can see the screen, but basically this is a cloud interaction. I was trying to get Cloud to use an API, and he says it's not possible. Why? Because internet payments are made for the old use. What is that flow? So for example, let's say you want to interact with an API. You need to go, sign up, get an API key. And once you have that API key, now you can start using that API. But there's a problem. Basically, agents don't have a credit card. They want to pay for a service, if they want to pay for a API, for anything, they cannot pay. But they still need to get some resources. That's why I want to introduce you to X402 on Stacks, the native Bitcoin payment protocol. But first of all, what is X402? So whenever you guys go to the internet, you're going to get a response on the browser, on your mobile device. Whenever you try to go to the internet, you're going to get a status code. That represents the action. So for example, if everything is okay, you're going to get a 200. If you cannot find a resource, you're going to get a 404. Like the one in the ground with the dinosaur. So those are the status code. We also have the 402 status code, which represents payment required. In the past, we were not able to use this status code because there was no way to have micropayments. You won't pay with your credit card. It's more expensive to pay with a credit card 1 cent than actually doing something else, right? So we were not able to use this status code correctly. But now with Bitcoin and micropayments, we can add the payment details to that response. So this is the basic flow of how X402 works. So we have a client. let's say, your AI agent. That AI agent wants to consume one resource, maybe an API to get a TikTok video, whatever. So it goes to that API, and the API will respond with 402. That's their normal flow. Actually, that works right now. But instead of only responding with 402, now the backend is going to send also the payment details, my wallet, and also the amount of SBTC that I want to receive for that resource. So once I get that information on the client, your agent will send that amount of SBTC to the backend. The backend will verify, the facilitator will verify the transaction. And once the verification is done, you are going to get the resource you were looking, X402. So what this means for the industry. So basically, now every content creator, like if you are posting something on your blog and maybe an LLM is scrapping your blog for that information, instead of only get scrapped, now you can charge and get paid on Bitcoin for that resource. All right, another content creation. Something important I want to touch here is that yesterday, 30% of all the base transactions were made by X402 protocol. 20% on base. That's a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I have a quick demo here. I think I'm going to skip it because I cannot see it here. But basically, I was trying to get information from that TikTok video. That's the cloud example I was showing at the beginning. So I couldn't do it. But with X402 on the stacks, now I can get paid with SBTC, with Bitcoin, and get that resource. I'm going to skip the video because we cannot see anything. But, well, let me introduce you to the team. So my co-founder and CTO, Cloudco, he's really good at AI, at coding. And me, Antonio, I've been founder many times before. I did Y Combinator a few years ago and also launched the first crypto credit card in Mexico. And, well, if you guys want to start Stacks X402, you can scan this QR code. It's ready. It's now ready on TypeScript. And if you're gonna connect, my DMs are open. So thank you so much, guys. Woo!
Well done, X402 Stacks. Let's bring up our next presenter, Certificors. You are up. Take the stage. It is your time. Let's hear it, everyone, for Certificors. Come on up, Christian.
Yeah.
I need more muscle.
Hold this right here.
Hold on. It's gonna fall down.
Sorry.
It's not gonna work. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Ooh. Yay! Look at that muscle.
All right.
Mike's looking like fun.
Delante justo con el otro compañero.
All right, so quick pivots. We are going to bring up a different project, and you will go after the next person, and we will give out headsets.
Yep.
Yes. So, my mistake, everybody. Our next project is actually going to be Move Your Wallet. Move Your Wallet. Let's hear it for Move Your Wallet. Come on stage. Woo! After Move Your Wallet, then we will do Certificors. Certificors presentation is going to be in Spanish, so the production team will be handing out headsets. If you need a translation to English, just raise your hand when they come out. and they will give you a headset. But for now, we're going to go to Move Your Wallet. Este nomás. Hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Elias. I'm the CEO and founder of Movia Wallet. But before I talk about that project, let's imagine that we are out and ask a random person if he can send us one USDC. Do you think that it's possible? Most likely not. And how many time it will take to teach that person how to create a wallet, save the seed phrase, have the token for the gas, and a lot of basic concepts and a lot of time. That's why I created Movia Wallet. It's a smart wallet for everyone, but focused on web to persons, where you don't need to understand blockchain concepts, have the network token for the gas, or sign the transaction, because it's gasless and signless. You just need to connect your Gmail and send messages for help transactions. That's all. And now I will show you a demo. Right now, we connected already our Gmail, and we are on the dashboard. We added pounds, and we just need to go to a chat, write the same 0.1 STX to the person. Let's wait a little. The agent is saying, would you like to confirm? Yes, and you just need to wait. Here you can see the transaction, the hash, then we have the history. And another feature that we have is that we can add a contact. Not only this, not only transactions, you can make swaps, just sending messages. It's like this. So the person that you went out to talk, now, yes, he can send you money, just with one transaction. What's Movia different from the other wallets? Simple access to your wallet and integrate AI assistant for transaction and swaps. This wallet is self-custodial. All the data will be stored in your phone, so we won't have your seed phrase or your private key, nothing. You have it. Our roadmap, we have 5 stages. We are right now in the second one, building the MVP. Next, we would like to have at least 1,000 users from Bolivia, Argentina, all Latin America. Then we would like to add all the feedback that we received, add new features, and finally have a pre-seed investment secure. This is the business model. We have 3 models. The first is commission for swaps, 0.5% for each swap. Then if you have a pro account, of course, you have to pay a monthly fee. The commission will be less for the swaps and priority super. And finally, the well done, Move Your Wallet.
Standing up till I'm crazy, man. In the heat.
So for our next demo, we are going to be bringing up Sebastian from Rather Strategy to give us our next demo. So let's hear it for Rather Strategy. No,
No, antes lo probamos. Antes de irnos, por favor. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. I'm project manager. I'm part of the growth team at Brother Labs. Brother Labs is a local software company. We work with different foundations like Arbitrum Foundation, NEAR Foundation, MultiverseX, among many others. And this is our first approach into stacks and clarity. So we are really excited. And what we built is the Radar Strategy Protocol, which is about automated token strategies on stacks. So this strategy is trend. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a hot topic right now across different ecosystems. It was following the Michael Saylor's strategy, which is selling a token in order to a stock, in that case, in order to buy another asset, Bitcoin in that case. So the first one in this case was Punk Strategy, who launched a token called Punkster in order to buy CryptoPunks. They currently hold over 34, I think, CryptoPunks, which is huge, and the market cap is over $35 million in this dip. The week before it was like 9 figures. And beside this, it's happening with different NFT collections. And another example I added is Node Strategy, which is a token trading node monks, which is a Bitcoin ordinals collection. And also is a way to prove that this works and made the collection bump over at 70%. But there is a problem with Bitcoin ordinal. These strategies are not automated, are run by a centralized team. So we are aiming to solve that too. So how this automated token strategy works, just to make it short, basically someone launches a token and a liquidity pool to trade that token. That liquidity pool generates a trading fee. It can be set up by the creator, 5%, for example. So each time anyone buys or sells the token, it generates a fee that goes into a treasury. That treasury has an automated token strategy, and when it reaches the floor price of a particular NFT collection, it buys and releases it on profit with a premium, let's say, for example, 20%. So when that NFT gets sold, all the proceeds are used to buy and burn the strategy token. This way, the strategy token helps the NFT collection, and the NFT collection helps the NFT token because it buys and burns it. So it generates a perpetual flywheel between both. And again, it's proven that it helps a lot the collections. So this is how it works. Next one. And we have built, I don't know if with the sun you can see the front end. The main developer behind this was Mauro Coco, who's present here. And we built a proof of concept, an MVP, to show this can be done on Clarity on stacks. We did 4 smart contracts, one for the token interacting with LP, another one for the marketplace, another one for the NFTs, and for the trading strategy. So this works. We can see the other one. Here you can see the treasury balance of the trading fees. The floor price of the NFT collection is trading, so now it's ready to buy and release it on top. And the amount of the strategy token that have been bought and burned, it's a fixed supply token. So again, we want to bring this proven tool to the stacks ecosystem and also solve this clear pain point on ordinals. So thank you for your time. You can connect here and we shall.
Well done, Sebastian. You're good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for our next presenter, we're now going to bring certificators back up on stage. Christian, are you with us? Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting for Christian's going to come up now. After Christian, we have Beta Picks. We're going to finish up with Hawk. So, Lisa? Let's hear it for Christian, everybody.
¿Estás okay? Perfecto. Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Cristian, fundador de Certificate, y hoy les hablaré porque el fraude de diplomas hoy en día es una industria que mueve más de 7.000 millones de dólares cada año. Sí, así es una industria. Esto les está costando a las compañías miles de millones en malas contrataciones y asuntos legales. A los estudiantes no logran comprobar su verdadero valor y las instituciones ven dañada su reputación. El sistema actual es lento, caro y basado en la confianza, no en la verificación. Ahora iremos desde los sistemas obsoletos a un futuro de verificación instantánea, inmutable y universalmente certificable. Somos Certificate. Somos Certificate, la fuente oficial para la nueva validación de certificados académicos. Usamos la blockchain de Stack para lograr crear una verificación en segundos, proteger marcas de instituciones y una verificación instantánea de certificados. Nuestra plataforma crea valor para todos, las compañías, reclutadores, estudiantes e instituciones. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B SaaS. Compañías y reclutadores pagan una suscripción anual por nuestro sistema para poder verificar certificados. Ya tenemos un MVP trabajando. Dentro de los siguientes meses planeamos lanzar nuestro piloto con al menos 2 escuelas e-learning. Ahora veremos la demo, donde solamente ingresando el correo pueden encontrar la wallet y ingresando el nombre del curso certificamos en la blockchain de Stack. Aquí podemos ver cómo se genera el ID y está registrado en la blockchain de Stack sin ningún problema. Luego, como estudiante, pueden ver todos sus certificados listados y dentro de una certificación tendremos un ID que nos llevará a validar el certificado de manera inmediata sin ningún problema. También tenemos un explorador público donde con el correo podemos buscar todos los certificados de un usuario, los datos de una academia y más información sobre un certificado particular. Si buscan Real Talento Certificates, hoy los certificará. Muchas gracias.
Well done, Christian. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for Christian. Great job. All right, so moving into our next speaker, we are down to our final 2 projects. Our next presenter, pointing to you, Ronell. Come on up, B2 Picks. It is your time. Take the stage. Let's hear it for B2 Picks, everybody.
The only thing that was trying to make me nervous was the technical thing. Yeah, that's but I did everything and made everything awful. The truth is, like, the fire, we don't like go. Like keep it more good, 4 days, but what is it going to really have people other than from yeah, you go for a run, it's like what you've done, what you've it's just going to be so far so good.
I'm not sure. Every so often I lose connectivity, and I'm not sure if GP is accidentally hitting buttons and switching cameras.
I'm from Brazil. I'm the founder of B2B. We are bringing Bitcoin self courses for over 200 million of Brazilians. I worked over 15 years as a software engineer. During this time, I met Bitcoin. That that was designed to be B2B, right? But trading, B2B trading with fiat currency has several issues. We become a place full of scam and long negotiations, so we headed to the centralized exchange. We're giving up our custody, our privacy for convenience. But if we could make B2B trading more secure and faster, well, in Brazil, we have PIX. PIX is a standard payment system created by the central bank. Everyone there uses PIX to transfer money, to make purchase, any kind of payment. That's very popular. So what if we connect PIX with Bitcoin? This is what B2Pix did. B2Pix let anyone buy Bitcoin as easy as buy a cup of coffee. We took very seriously the simplicity and security. To buy Bitcoin, you just come to our website, create your wallet if you don't have one with your passkey, without the need to install any app. So choose an offer, pay with Pix. In a few instances, the system will verify in the seller's bank account if the payment was confirmed. So it will release in the smart contract the Bitcoin for the wallet, the buyer's wallet. We built it in the Stacks blockchain that can confirm the transaction in a few seconds and have the Bitcoin finality. Also, we use both protocol. Both protocol enable you pay the transaction fee with Bitcoin. So it avoids the dual token that it provides the best user experience like a Web2 experience. We already live on the mainnet, and we are open gradually. So you're welcome to access our website and join our waiting list. Thank you.
You sold your piece. You sold your piece. Let's go.
Well done, B2Fix. Okay, so we're down to our last presenter. So let's go ahead and get into it for our next presenter. Muy especial, feliz cumpleaños a ti, Pablo. Let's hear it. Thank you. Wait, that's my double. Thank you.
Made it.
Take your time.
So thanks, my ass.
Just need to copy whatever you use. And then you can franchise, people will have to buy them. No. Can I rent you a yacht whenever you need it? You don't need to own stuff. Just like two suitcases so you can move free wherever you want. It's like picking up, I don't know, this, you don't need to own stuff.
Okay, thank you.
What if we like co-own it? You know what?
You have boats only go down and down here.
Exactly. And you want to change the boat, and now you need a smaller boat. Then you're going to move from, I don't know, Ibiza to, let's say, France. It's expensive, takes time.
Yeah, but how did I finance it to begin with? I loaned out my Bitcoin, right? My Bitcoin's gonna go.
Yeah, no, the big business and she wants to be paid.
Oh,
Goods and services, I guess.
so don't own the boat.
Never own a boat. Own a small fishing boat. I own a small fishing boat.
Well, but then you're monetizing.
Huh?
Then you're monetizing.
I just fish with it, but that's like a small fishing boat. But like for the bigger boats, always run. You don't need to be more than 2 days on the boat.
Yeah. Hola.
Hola.
Muchas gracias por venir. Bienvenidos a Buenos Aires.
Really like excited, right? Yeah. I want to know who I'm referring to. There's I follow hacks I've been developing since a lot of years, like more than seven. Also researching Bitcoin since late 2018. Going to very networks on the digital sphere. And now I'm building on stacks since more than 1 year. Also studying for being a Bitcoin core developer here in Argentina. I'm gonna go back to the Amazon where is my origin the next year. And right now I'm very, very grateful to be part of this project. You did check that name, right? You understand what is it about. It's the legacy industry of the music. Um, you know, communities are pretty messed up. We are seeing a lot of applications that didn't got really the fair compensation for the artists. So I'm as a musician and as a programmer and as a 3D modeler even, I'm really pissed off about that. So I building with our DAO here also in Latin America is cross countries. Sumac, that means belleza, beauty in Quechua. It's a software universal music art kernel. Basically, it's a protocol for people to share music, art on the Bitcoin to stacks. It's so easily to just share what you are making on. About the flow of this process is practically making a contract, charging a fee for all the entities that are the artist, curator, buyer, or remixer that can use your work. So we already have the first song minted on Bitcoin stacks. That is Cholo. Is now driving also the advance. Yolo Cholo is the first album. So how to earn Satoshi really? That's what people ask, right? Not just how to buy it on the floor or whatever. It's like how to really earn it as an artist. We have Satoshi from SBTC, this network that is really strong. I really believe in that. I want to test it. You just have to meet, list, launch, and earn and repeat. That's what you need to do on this ecosystem. So practically, I'm doing this for open source. All my work is open source. You can check it on GitHub, anywhere. On my site, that is hacks.pe. So we stand for a right to play. I invite you to check sumac.app. Maybe you can get a little bit of fun over there. I follow hacks. You can follow me on Nostr or whatever. Do what you want. Okay? Thanks.
Well done, Paolo. Let's hear it one more time for Sumac. Let's hear it for all the presenters, everybody. All the demos, behind your house. We're really happy to see the final projects. Really pleased with everything. So we're going to keep moving along with our agenda. So up next, we're going to have Kenny Rogers from Stacks Labs come up and give an overview, a workshop into Stacks and Clarity. So I love this energy that we have in the audience. Let's just keep that energy high. Let's do it nice. Round of applause. Welcome to Kenny Rogers. Yeah. While Kenny gets set up, what the rest of the afternoon looks like is after Kenny, we're going to hear from the Stacks Latam team. If you're here at the beginning of the morning, I gave an overview as to why we are here, why we are in Buenos Aires. The Stacks Latam team is going to give some context as to why that is. After the Stacks Latam team talks, we're going to hear from Eric Choi from Stacks Labs, who's going to talk about bridging Bitcoin with SBTC. And we're going to round off our last speaker with Raphael, so from Hero. And so Raphael will be talking about how to build real applications using stacks and payments.
Yeah, baby. But yeah,
That's enough.
Or another grandma house. Hello, everybody. I just got to say real quick before I get started, I've been with all these builders for the past week watching them build their projects. And we could just do another real quick big round of applause because watching them go through all of this. Yeah! Crazy crowd, all of them, super cool. This is probably one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of. Honored to have been able to be with them during this journey. And I'm also going to put Ileana on the spot and give her a big round of applause. So, with that, I'd like to welcome you all to the nerd portion of today's programming, where we're going to be kind of digging into how Stacks works. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities. We've been looking at some of the people that are building things on it. And now we're going to kind of get into the how it actually works. And I was up vibe coding a little something last night. So you guys pay attention. We're going to play a game at the end, and the winner's going to get 100 SDX. So if there's anybody not paying attention, get out here and let's do this. So one of the things that I think is super important when we're talking about all this stuff is we look at the opportunities for why we should be interested in kind of this whole idea of activating the Bitcoin economy and building on Bitcoin and everything. But where does Stacks actually come into play in helping us to do that? And really, I think Bitcoin kind of serves as two things. Most people understand that Bitcoin operates as money. I think that part's pretty well understood. But the other piece of Bitcoin that I think is maybe a little bit underappreciated or less understood is its ability to operate as sort of this foundational layer for a new, better kind of internet with the same concept as what it does for money. And that concept, I think, really comes down to ownership. What Bitcoin does is it allows people to own their money. And what I really like about Stacks is Stacks builds the piping that allows developers to come in and then build the systems that money runs through and have that same concept of ownership be built in. If you look around the internet today, it really runs on like a rental model. Very few businesses really own their entire stack from beginning to end. And so we may have the good money, but the pipes that money is flowing through they're still centralized. We still don't own them. They can still be taken over, shut down by somebody that's not us. That's not the one that owns the business. And so the vision for the future that I have with Stacks is, can we get those pipes that the money runs through to have this same ethos of decentralization and ownership and freedom and everything. So we're going to look a little bit today at how Stacks approaches that. And so I have open right here the Stacks docs. We're not going to do any slides or anything today. I'm just going to run through and we're going to kind of walk through a couple things together. So we've got the Stacks docs up here, and I find that the best way to kind of help people get their head around how Stacks works is to go through each of the components. We're going to kind of go through these one at a time, but if you're a developer and you go here to the Stacks documentation, that's really the best place to start to kind of get your head around what all these different pieces are. And so we're going to kind of go through some of these in order. We're actually going to start right here. Do you guys read those? Probably not. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So this is kind of what I would say almost like what you might call the transaction journey of how somebody's going to interact with Stacks and how that's going to flow from when the user first initiates an action and how it's going to flow through the whole system and ultimately settle onto Bitcoin. It's another term that we throw around a lot. Stacks helps things settle on Bitcoin. So today we're going to kind of look at the path that actually goes down. And the first thing is obviously the user acts. So this might be a wallet, this might be a DeFi protocol, whatever. This is really going to be the first point of interaction. And usually what's going to happen is that when a user uses their wallet to call a transaction, behind the scenes, that's going to be using a JavaScript library called Stacks.js. So real quick, how many people are developers out here? Okay, so like half and half about. So if you've ever built on Solidity, Stacks.js can be thought of as like Web3.js or Ethers.js, but it's really going to be the interaction layer between the user and the Clarity smart contracts. So that's kind of where the journey is going to start from the user perspective. They're going to interact with an app. That's going to use a Stacks.js function to then call a Clarity contract. And Clarity is kind of the lifeblood of the Stacks ecosystem because that's the language the smart contracts are actually written in. And so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to have some audience participation. If that's okay with everybody. We can't see this one either, can we? Okay.
A little bit.
How about if I
Oh, we can't.
This may not work. We can't see this, so that's okay. We're gonna wait. All right. What this was supposed to look like was a nice, beautiful little set of templates for what we actually want our contract to do. But basically what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna build, it's called a multiplayer counter contract. Super simple. The goal is we're gonna maintain accounts and anybody could initiate a transaction to add on to the account. And so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna call out what we need to add next, and you guys are gonna help me kind of put together this clarity contract so we can kind of get introduced to some of the concepts. So what I want you to do is I want you to look over here on the right. We've got a collection of a bunch of different elements of clarity functions and contracts that we need to put together in the right order to write our contract. And so the first little block that we have over here that you guys can't see, the first thing that we have to do is define a storage map. So I'm gonna start calling on everybody to shout out. If we need to define a storage map, which one of these do you think that we need to use? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. The pink ones are the ones where we need to define something, so create something new. The yellow ones are where we need to call a function. And then the blue ones are going to be variables, so they're going to hold some values. The orange ones are going to be different data types, and the green ones are going to be the actual data itself. So if we want to define a storage map, which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
We said define map. Hey, we want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters. The blue.
Yep. Now, we want it to be keyed by the user. And what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in stacks, an address is called a principal. So we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal. So that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Define read only.
Read only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here if we're just trying to define the function name?
GetCount.
Right. Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument to, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there?
At the bottom.
Nice. And now what we want to do here is the first thing we want to do is if whatever we're about to look up fails, we want to have a default fallback value that we're going to fall back on. And so we need our value here to default to something. So what are we going to want to call it here first then?
Default to.
Cool. And we want it to default to 0 if it doesn't find anything.
U0.
Okay. Now what we need to do next is we need to look something up in our map. And there's a little hint here for functions that end in a question mark. That means that we're going to be going out and retrieving something that may or may not exist from a map. So which one are we going to want to do there? And which map do we want to get it from?
The first one we created.
Okay. And now, remember we set up this identifier here by the principal. So now what we need to do is we need to tell this function how it knows which of these map items to go look up. And the way that we want to do that is by using a particular keyword in clarity that identifies the person that sent the transaction. So what do we want to do there?
GetCount TX sender.
No. Oh wait, I'm wrong. There we go. The guy grabbed the wrong one. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, okay. I failed my own test. So this is probably going to be the trickiest part of it, but what we have here is when we define this function,
we defined an argument called who, and when we call that function, we're going to pass a principal into that, but we need to be able to reference it from within the function. So what do we want to do there?
So we need to define a public.
Not quite yet. All we're doing here is we're telling our function who we want to look up, and it corresponds to the variable name that we defined.
Who?
There we go. So that's what we want to do there. And then we're just going to end that one, and we're going to end that one, and we're going to end that one. What do we have time? Okay, we speed up a little bit. Next thing we want to do, define a public function. Which one's that going to be?
Define public.
We're going to call it count up. Function's going to be named. Now this one doesn't have any arguments because we don't need to pass anything into here, because what this behavior is going to do is it's just going to increment the counter that we have right here. So what we want to do is, if this succeeds, we want to return a success message. In Clarity, there's two return types. There's OK and error. So we want to tell this function that we need to return a success message. So we're going to do what right here. Now we need to set a value within our map. So we're going to run the map set. We need to tell it which map we want to update. It's going to be counters. And now we want to make sure that whoever calls this is the one whose count is going to be updated. So whoever sent the transaction.
Okay,
that's what we were trying to do before. Now we need to do an addition function, and operators work a little bit differently in Clarity. If you're used to other languages, you might be used to saying, 1 + 1 = 2. In Clarity, what you're actually doing is you're calling the add function and you're passing arguments to it. So we need to call a function that's named plus, which means we want to grab this guy right here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the current count of this person's counter. So we're going to retrieve that value from the map. Then we are going to add 1 to that. And now it's just a bunch of end parentheses here. And congratulations, we all wrote about putting a contract. So with that, we're going to talk a little bit about the next tool that we have in the Stacks ecosystem, which is Clarinet. So if we go back and look here at our diagram right here, Clarinet's right up here. And Clarinet is really the home base for Clarity developers because it's where they're going to initiate the process of writing their Clarinet contracts or Clarity contracts. That's where they can set up a local developer environment, get all that stuff going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command called Clarinet new, and we're going to say multi count. We're going to change into that directory. Then what we want to do is we want to create a new contract called multi-count. And we see here, we've got a couple different folders in here. We're going to pop open cursor. You guys can semi-see that, right? We're going to get our contract right here. Right now, it's just empty. And so we're going to see if this is actually a valid contract that we just wrote together. We're going to save it right here. We're going to run back, and we're going to run Clarinet check. Congratulations, we just wrote a valid Clarity contract by putting some building blocks together.
Nice.
So that's the quick tour of Clarity. The next thing I want to go over quickly is proof of transfer, because this is a pretty core part of how Stacks actually operates. When we talk about how Stacks is like a Bitcoin layer 2 and settles on Bitcoin and has Bitcoin finality, proof of transfer is the mechanism by which all of that happens. And so we've got a diagram here that can hopefully help make this a little bit easier to understand. I don't know how readable the words are, but we'll go through each piece of it right here for what we can see. So basically, it starts with the miner, which is this little guy right here. And what that miner is going to do is that miner is actually going to spend the Bitcoin. So that's how mining works in proof of transfer. The Stacks miners will start by spending Bitcoin. And what that's going to do is that's going to put them into a weighted random function to decide who's going to become the next miner. Now, what they do next is a result of the Nakamoto upgrade that happened not too long ago. Previously, Stacks blocks were tied 1-to-1 with Bitcoin blocks. They happened roughly every 10 minutes. Now with the Nakamoto upgrade, what we did is decoupled the block time from Bitcoin. And so now Stacks blocks are roughly 5 seconds or so, sometimes less, is how long it takes for a block to confirm and for a transaction to settle. So most of the time when you initiate a Stacks transaction, you go to check the Explorer. By the time you actually open it up, a lot of the time it's already confirmed, which is great. So when that miner gets selected, they start a tenure. And what that means is their tenure is going to last that whole Bitcoin block, but they're going to be mining blocks every few seconds during that amount of time. And then what they're going to do is they're going to pass those blocks to signers. So the miners do not append the blocks to the chain. The miners just propose the blocks. They pass them to signers, who are a separate party in the mining ecosystem. And what they're going to do is ensure that the blocks the miner pass actually conform to the rules of the chain. And if they do, then they're going to confirm them onto the chain. And so where does that Bitcoin actually go? That Bitcoin gets sent to stackers who are related to signers in the ecosystem. Stackers are people that are locking their Stacks tokens up in exchange for earning that Bitcoin as yield that the miner sent over. So when you earn yield on Stacks, you're not earning some randomly inflated token. You're actually earning real Bitcoin. And so the staking mechanism in Stacks is not deflationary, because it does not increase the supply of the SDX tokens outside of the set Coinbase reward as part of the emission schedule anyway. And so this right here, this whole picture, this is what's called a reward cycle. And a reward cycle is 2,100 Bitcoin blocks, roughly 2 weeks long. And so what'll happen is these stackers, at the end of that reward cycle, they'll get a proportion of that Bitcoin yield distributed out to them, proportional to how much they stacked in the protocol. So that's the quick whirlwind overview of proof of transfer. And the next thing I want to cover is SBTC. So SBTC is really how we can actually use Bitcoin on the Stacks chain, because as most everybody knows, Bitcoin by itself is not programmable. So if we want to take it and use it in a programmable environment, we have to somehow find a way to represent that Bitcoin within the programmable environment. Most of the time, that's either a centralized or relatively centralized solution like wrapped BTC, for example, on Ethereum. And so what the Stacks core developers sought out to do was they wanted to create as decentralized of a version of this as possible. So when Andre was up earlier, one of the kind of principles he talked about was, what can we build on Bitcoin with the technology we have available to us now that is as decentralized as possible, that then also leaves open a path to further decentralization over time. And that's really the core ethos behind how SBTC works. And so the way that this actually works is, maybe another example of not being able to see what I get from being a dev and doing dark mode on everything. But basically, we got Alice up here. Alice wants to use a Bitcoin in DeFi protocol, but she doesn't trust a custodian to hold her Bitcoin. And because Alice is super smart, she decided to join the Stacks ecosystem and try out SBTC. So right here, down here, you can see we've currently got 100 Bitcoin stored. This isn't real numbers, by the way. We have more than that, but for the example, we have 100 Bitcoin that is in what's called the peg wallet of SBTC. And so what's going to happen is Alice decides she wants to convert 1 Bitcoin into SBTC so she can use it in the ecosystem. She's going to send that Bitcoin to that special wallet that's collectively controlled by the signers. Now, these are a separate group of signers than what we talked about for Stacks, but it's a decentralized group of signers that are going to basically collectively control this wallet. So it's not like a single organization, it's a distributed set of organizations that are going to control this wallet. She's going to use something like the Bridge app that we have set up on the Stacks ecosystem, or as you can do also if you're an application, you can actually build your own custom version of a Bridge into the UX of your application. So her Bitcoin is going to get sent to that wallet. We have a couple different components that are then going to basically notify the signer software that that transaction has occurred. So now we've got 101 Bitcoin wrapped up into this wallet. And when I say wallet, this is really represented as a single UTXO. So what'll happen is the signers will go through and consolidate all of these transactions into a single UTXO that represents all of the Bitcoin that is being held as SBTC. So the signers will detect that, they'll pick it up. And then what they're going to do is after that gets sent to the signers, that transaction has happened, they're going to verify it. And then what they're going to do is they're going to then basically vote on if that is a valid transaction or not. If they reach 70% consensus, it's considered valid. And they are then going to mint SBTC in response to that. And part of the Bridge process is that Alice will also send over a Stacks address she wants that SBTC sent to. So that's a clarity contract on the Stacks side of things. It's then going to mint that SBTC to Alice. She can now take that. She has 1 SBTC now in her Stacks wallet. She can deploy that in DeFi. She can do whatever she wants with it. Then let's say, okay, I did the DeFi stuff. I want my Bitcoin back into layer 1 Bitcoin. Now she's going to call that same contract, but she's going to call a withdrawal function. And that is, again, going to ping the signers to say, hey, we've got a withdrawal. They're then going to initiate the process of withdrawing that back to Alice on the L1. So Alice gets her 1 Bitcoin. After they have verified that that transaction has occurred successfully, then those SBTC signers are going to burn the corresponding amount of SBTC. So because of this system, SBTC is always exactly 1-to-1 correlated with Bitcoin, and people can move it in and out of that as they wish. So that's how SBTC works. And all of this eventually settles on Bitcoin because there's one piece of that proof of transfer protocol that we didn't quite mention yet. And that is that what happens when a miner switches tenures to the next miner, what they do is they will record the hash of the last block that they mined in that handover process. There's a transaction that will initiate the handoff from one miner to the next. They're going to record the last hash of the mine that they blocked, the block that they mined. When the miner then the next miner takes over and they start appending blocks and proposing them to the signers, the first thing the signers will do is verify that they are building on top of the correct block that they're supposed to, and they're not going to allow them to mine those blocks if they're not. Because if the miner's not doing that, that means that they're attempting to overtake the network and create their own fork of the Stacks chain. So the Stacks chain will always follow 1-to-1 in lockstep with the Bitcoin chain. And this is what we mean when we say that Stacks has Bitcoin finality. Because of the way that mechanism works, if you wanted to go back and reverse a Stacks transaction, you would actually have to go back and reverse the Bitcoin transaction that it was included in, because it's not going to be considered a relevant block to build, and the signers are going to reject it, because the signers and the miners have complementary incentives. So they're not competing, but they're not the same either. So the signers are incentivized to make sure the blocks are valid. The miners are incentivized to mine the blocks. And so that complementary system is what helps lock down that Bitcoin finality. So, you guys want to play a game? I want to see how much you were paying attention. We're going to play Stacklander. There can only do one. Anybody gets that reference. So, I'm going to hit this. You guys are going to all get your phones out. And we're going to scan this. We're going to play a little trivia game. The more correct answers you get, and the faster you answer them, the more points you get. After the game's over, I'm going to send 100 stacks to whoever gets the top spot. So hopefully you all paid attention. I'm going to have my feelings hurt if you didn't. Let me know if it's not working.
Can I put my BTC name, or does it need to be, yeah?
I'm just going to manually send it, so put whatever there.
Blockface is the first one in.
If you don't have a Stacks address yet, put that in there and talk with me after, and we'll get you set up accordingly. Everybody good? Anybody still going? Wait, all right. Wait. We got 6 minutes. The game only takes about 1.5 minutes, so we're good.
My address is in my laptop. Bravo, you're cholo.btc. Yeah, I totally no wonder it wouldn't let me get that name. I know. You were stuck with Pendejo.
Have some competition here. Also, fair warning, I put this at like midnight last night, so I tested it a few times on my own, but just keep that in mind. Everybody in?
Yep.
Somebody say no?
Mike, are you saying no or are you stretching your neck? Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. Everybody get ready? You're gonna be looking at your phones. That's where you're gonna wanna look. Questions are gonna pop up. You gotta get the right answer as quick as you can. Ready? Get ready. Halfway there.
Yes, Harold, I will tell him that.
All right, we're down to the last question. Let's see who's gonna win this thing. Here it comes. Wow,
Oh!
Congratulations. No, Fred's the real winner. All right, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Oh, is there any questions? We need a question for a couple minutes if anybody has any. Anybody have any questions for Kenny?
All right, guys, that does it for me for the live stream. Gonna switch off.
Thanks.
Hopefully GP's in the wings to reset up the screen share for restream content. But we are wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires. We'll see
Here we
you all
are,
later.
Buenos Aires. And so one of the reasons as to why that is due to the efforts of a few important folks in the Stacks community. These guys have been working really hard and doing lots of community programming and activation for the last 18 months. They're going to talk a little bit about their stories, some lessons they learned along the way, what they've achieved, and what they're going to get involved in.
Oh no, we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay. I didn't realize it was Stacks Latam up. Let's go. Woo! Brother, can you do me a favor? Yeah. Can you just hold this on them for a minute? Sure. That's it, man.
Hi guys, what's up? It's glad to cover But this brief summary is super important and deeply exciting starts that down. Here, beautiful. Now, downloading a development pasó to Colombia. Well, 2024 was a big year. Start that mission to increase developer adoption in Latin America. 2025 was awesome because you are here for that. Well, again, 2024 was expand and resolve ecosystem in countries like Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. The idea was launched the first Clarity Bootcamp in Spanish. We received over 100.5 applications, and finally, we invest 15 hours learning Clarity. Next, Nakamura Meetups was a perfect skills to increase our scope. For example, we have 6 contracts in 9 big cities to explain how works stacks, how works Clarity, few weeks under the Nakamura upgrade happens. And one complete was the event and our perfect to increase our scope to explain how stacks is working with Bitcoin. In the end of the report, we execute our first online hackathon with different countries in order to meet your projects and increase our impact for the next year. And that's it. Rolling 25 to India. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So, what happened in 2025, which may achieve plan? We start growing the ecosystem, we continue growing the ecosystem, but we try to focus more in retention builders. So we did a roadmap for this year when we try to activate every city in North America with different kinds of initiatives like IRL meetups, like technical workshops, and online bootcamp. We are getting to have many developers from Latin America here. You're officially a DeOrganized. Very exciting for us to have many projects from different countries from Latin America here in Argentina, building and sharing their projects to all the crypto and Bitcoin community. This was part of the plan. We did a lot of meetups in Chile, Colombia, Peru. We activated strategic partnerships here in Argentina, like Rotherham, who already won a prize in Tax by Coding Hackathon. We unlock new developer communities like Bolivia, countries we've never been before. And also we expand our presence in other countries like Argentina, like Mexico or Brazil. The results you didn't see, but it was around growing around 600% between 2024 and 2025. We grow with more than 40 developers in the ecosystem right now. In comparison with last year, when we did a hacker house, we had approximately 80 developers. So it's exciting for us like have more developers in our ecosystem right now. But what was one of our most important regional milestone? We did a hackathon last month, an online hackathon, the Start online hackathon, and we have more than 250 builders from across Latin America building projects and stuff. We achieved a record with more than 50 stacks-based projects. Our initial objective was 10 projects, so it was a good result for us, like have more than 50 projects building and doing things and stuff. And the winners from this hackathon come here to our hackathon in Argentina. We have winners from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico, and Bolivia, winners that you already saw in the previous presentation, like B2P, like certificates like X402 and stuff. Other success stories we have here in LATAM ecosystem. 2 of the 3 winners from the Global Stacks hackathon, by Coding Hackathon, came from LATAM. Rother Labs, the first place for this hackathon, they are from Argentina, and they won the hackathon after participating in one of our Clarity workshops we did with them in the month of September. So this is good for us because with this initiative, we activate a region like Argentina, which is going to be important for the ecosystem here in Latin America. And also, the winner of the 2024 Stacks Latam Hackathon and Stacks Latam Hackathon we did last year during the BitConf, here in Argentina, still working in the Stacks ecosystem and be part from the Stacks program, which is like one of the most exclusive programs in the Stacks ecosystem. And he joined to the Stacks ecosystem and the Stacks Hackathon, for his participation in our program. So that's it. Well, then
that's what we want to share with us. This is part of the result we had in these 2 years. We have a growth between the quantity of builders we retain between 2024 and 2025. And now Latam is one of the strongest contributors to Stack's ecosystem builder panel. What else? Right. Well, as Jonathan told us, we are just now 3 people in the Stack score, Stack Latam score team building, but we invite you, if you are a developer, if you are a builder, if you are an educator, builder, or even you are interested in being part from the Stack Latam, it doesn't matter what country are you, if you are from Brazil, from Mexico, doesn't matter. We come together, accelerate the Stack's adoption and create impact across the region. If you are interested in joining us in this ecosystem and continue building and continue growing the ecosystem, you can scan this QR code, share with your friends, share with any people who are interested. We speak Spanish, we speak Portuguese, we speak English also, so we have space for everyone in Latin America to continue building in Stack. And what's next for 2026? So we want to increase our presence here in Argentina, but also in other cities important in Latin America, as Mexico or Brazil. We have the mission to expand not only developer education, we want to continue with community education and also help with other protocols and other the apps or projects who are already building in Bitcoin with the stacks to connect them with the Latam builders, with the Latam ecosystem, and give more opportunities for our people to work with them. And we are going to continue keep pushing to accomplish that the next major fronts, that the next major stack projects come from Latin America. So I think it's all. Thank you very much. Gracias. Español. Obrigado.
Well done, Stack Latam team. You guys earned and deserve a little bit more of a louder round of applause than that. Let's hear it a little bit louder. Well done, Angela. Well done. So while they pack up, we have a quick update. So next we're going to hear from Eric. Eric is going to talk about bridging Bitcoin and building with the SBTC JS library. And Eric is going to be our final speaker of the day. So when Eric is wrapped, I'll do an official close, and then we will go into the happy hour closing event of the entire conference. So let's hear it for our last speaker of the day. Let's hear it for Eric Toy from the Stacks Labs.
Hello. Oh, nice done. Oh, I'm live. So, for those who have seen my demo on Sunday, I demoed basically how to bridging your Bitcoins to SBTC via the SBTC library. And, oh yeah. Yeah. It's, oh, okay. Well, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. This is fine. Yeah, this is the browser. Yeah. All right, so let me see how I can do this. All right. All right, so I don't have any slides. Yeah. I'm just raw notes and raw coding. So, all right. So for those who have seen me on Sunday, you've seen me demo how to use the SBTC JS library for pegging in your Bitcoins to SBTC. And I did the reverse of pegging your SBTC out back into Bitcoin. For those who are still sticking around for the last workshop, you know what? I'm gonna peg in the Bitcoins and have somebody else receive the minted SBTC. Who wants the SBTC? Yeah. Okay, let me randomize it. Who should I pick? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do that, all right? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Well, let's do it on three. 3, 2, 1.
SBTC.
I think you won.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send me your stack's address in a Telegram group. Okay, so yeah, this workshop's going to be about using that library so that anybody, any app, any builder can integrate a peg in and peg out process for SBTC for their users. At the moment, there's obviously an official SBTC Bridge app, but with this library, with this JS library, you can integrate that into your own app and customize it based on the flow of your app and the UX of your app. Scrolling down, so the goals for this workshop is, to understand the Bitcoin to SBTC pegging flow, understand the reverse, which is the SBTC back into Bitcoin peg out flow, and to persuade you to build your own SBTC Bridge UI. So I feel like everyone here is in the know already. Do I need to explain this? What do you think? No? Yes? No?
Give the 10-second version.
Okay. What does it mean to bridge Bitcoin? It means to bring Bitcoin from the layer 1 to the layer 2 on stacks and to make Bitcoin productive, programmable, unleash Bitcoin's power. All right, a high-level overview of how the system works. We have, think of it as 3 different parties. On the left side is the Bitcoin chain, on the right side is the stacks chain, and in the middle are very well reputable, trusted men in suit and ties signers, right? These are the guys that we're trusting to sign the SBTC operations, communicate with the SBTC contracts, and also help to manage the SBTC UTXOs. The SBTC UTXO, to give you a little quick glimpse of what that is up over here. Let me refresh the page by clicking on this. This is where the single SBTC UTXO lives on this ginormous taproot address, and this is controlled by the signers. It's very dark right now, it's very hard to see, but the current balance is about 4,300, and that represents how much the value is in SBTC on stacks right now. So,
it's just under 400 million.
Go back here. And yeah. All right. So this is understanding the pegging flow. We're going to go one level deeper into the pegging flow. Let me make it bigger. Did you send, Antonio, send your stacks address to me? Okay, yeah.
He needs it now.
Gotta get it. How about that? Yeah, he's getting the minted SBTC that I'm going to be demonstrating. Lucky me in right there. All right, so this is one level deeper for the pegging flow of what we're going to demonstrate. The user, that's me. I'm going to be on Bitcoin. I'm going to send my Bitcoin not to the signers, but to a custom Taproot address or a custom P2TR, pay to Taproot address. Once this transaction confirms, the signers will then sweep this UTXO right here into their main address that I showed you a second ago. They're going to complete all their configuration checks and whatnot. And then once they feel that it's confirmed and that they have the UTXO in their address, they will then invoke the clarity contracts on the right side, on the stack side, and then Antonio will be getting minted, freshly minted SBTC. So the overview of the deposit peg and flow of what I just went through in that diagram. As the builder, you have 4 things that you need to do. You need to build the SBTC deposit address or that custom tablet address, sign and broadcast the Bitcoin transaction, notify the signers that you are making a deposit, and then confirm the user's balance at the end. All right, let's get into the demo. Any questions so far? No? Well, that's a good thing. All right. So I have this code over here. I'm gonna run it locally. Right now it's running locally on a local server. I'm gonna bring up that website. Slide this over. Pretty good. All right. So yeah. I'll repeat it again. What we're going to do now is peg in Bitcoin from my wallet into SBTC to Antonio's stats address. And let me get that address. Oh, send me a tested address. I mean, like, we're dealing with real money here. I'm going to be sending you real SBTC here, not testnet.
Yeah.
But I can go through the code. Oh, wait, that's kind of hard to see the code, right?
We can see it. Oh, we can see it.
Okay, from my angle, it's like blurred a little bit, but oh yeah, you're right. Come on down. All right, so let me make it bigger. Actually, it's kind of small. Oh, did you send me?
Yeah.
You sent me a main address. Nice, perfect. Update the code. All right, so this field over here, I'm gonna get rid of that field, and I'm gonna replace it with Antonio's address. Oh. All right. That's all right, cool. It's working now. Let me just refresh my app. Oh, cool. And let me make the code bigger again. All right. So, all right. So at the top over here, we're creating that custom Bitcoin or custom Tabler address. This address is controlled by me, user, and also the signers. Once we create that custom address, we're going to send it and pass it into this field over here. This method is going to invoke your sats wallet, and it's going to create a Bitcoin transfer. We're going to specify that custom deposit address that we just made, and also the amount of Bitcoin that we want to peg into SBTC. And then at the end over here, we are going to retrieve the TX hex of that same Bitcoin transaction that we just made. And we're going to notify the signers about it, just so that they are aware that there is a pegging process that is being requested, and for them to basically monitor it, check it, and sweep those Bitcoins into their main address. And that's it. It's pretty simple. We're using the SBTC library for that create deposit address method. And also with this client over here, this client is using, he's able to communicate with the signers via the Emily API. And then so with this short amount of code, we can simulate the Bitcoin to SBTC process. So let's go ahead and peg first I want to make sure my wallet is properly connected actually. So go and you know what? Yeah. Second. All right, so my wallet's connected to my app, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the purple button. I made it purple just so I can differentiate between peg in and peg out, right? So we're pegging into sets, the old purple facade. So let's go ahead and invoke that function. And nothing is happening. Hold on a second. Okay. We're back. All right. Let's put in my password. Is that what it is? Okay, this off screen, and so nobody can see what I'm typing in, just in case. All right, and we're back. So to summarize, I'm making a Bitcoin transaction to mint into SBTC. The transaction is going to consist of 0.01 Bitcoin. That is at the moment the minimum to peg in. And then we're going to confirm it. And then in about maybe 2 or 3 Bitcoin block confirmations, you should be receiving freshly minted SBTC on mainnet.
Woo!
Okay, and my Bitcoin is went through. At the moment, it's probably in Netpool right now, waiting for confirmation. But essentially, it's honestly as easy as that, and you can customize this flow however you want to based on the purpose of your app, the UX of your app, UI. So just a little glimpse as to that custom deposit address that we created. Essentially, we're creating an address or a temporary address that, let me make it bigger. Okay. So we're creating a temporary address that contains a deposit script that is controlled by the signers, reclaim script controlled by me if I want to reclaim back my Bitcoins, and an unspendable pub key that's kind of like, doesn't really mean anything, but essentially it technically means that this address right here doesn't have a spendable private key. So meaning like that, actually nobody has control over this address, but the signers and I have control over those scripts over there. And honestly, that was it. So there was the reverse process, the withdrawing of your SBTC back into Bitcoin. It's pretty similar. The user on Stacks is gonna burn their SBTC in the Clarity contracts, and then the signers will be receiving that emitted event from the contracts. And then the signers, after performing their checks, they will then send back the Bitcoins to your Bitcoin address. And so the process for the developer is just you want to make sure that the Bitcoin address is valid. Make a contract call to the specific SBTC contract, and then you want to confirm that transaction. So lastly, to sum it up, why build your own SBTC bridge? Well, I kind of stated it in the beginning. One, you can tailor the UX for your specific app's flow. For those who use the main app, maybe there might be some things that you want to add more, such as more status updates or more information regarding that regarding the transaction, either on the Bitcoin side or on the Stack side. You alleviate having your users from moving away from your apps, that you don't need to have your user open up a new window, a new browser, a new app, localize it, rebrand it for your community, and you can continue to make Bitcoin bridging invisible. And on the final thing that I want to leave you guys on is the official bridge proves minting SBTC works. Your bridge proves what's possible next. So that's it. Everybody. Let's hear it for the winner of the new receiver of Eric's SBTC. He got about $100 worth of it.
Let's go.
All because of his loud voice. Sometimes you have to be loud. And also thanks to the current minimum of how much you can pay in. Right now, the minimum is about $100 worth of Bitcoin. So, okay. Honestly, if there was no minimum, I would have just maybe gave you like $5. But now you have $100 worth of for minimum. So.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Well done. Well done. That was fun. All right, everyone. So that is a wrap. That was our last speaker. Today, we had a panel, and we had a keynote, and we had a fireside. We had another panel, and we had 11 projects give demonstrations of what they've been working on really hard for the last 4 days, followed by our final 2 workshops that just wrapped up today. I am your host. I'm Adam. I am white. We're going to move into our little closing happy hour session. Don't talk to me. I'm too tired. I need a minute. No, I'm kidding. Let's go have some fun over there. We have beverages. We have refreshments. We have some food. Let's go have some fun. Let's mingle. Let's network with everybody. Thank you for coming out. Bitcoin Builders Conference. Thank you. Let's go.
All right, guys, that's a wrap. We're wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires for DevConnect and all of the Stacks events around. I'll be back at my desk, probably not tomorrow morning. I'll be flying in tomorrow morning around showtime. I think I'll see you guys on Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I'm gonna hook up with GP and we'll get some more content going soon. See y'all on the flip side. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Oh, it's okay. Keep it. Oh. Yes.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
GP, I think you're having some audio issues, man.
How about now?
Now we can hear you.
That's probably a mute button, man. What's going on, guys?
It looked like you were actually like killing the intro too. It was
I
right.
was nailing that.
It was the best intro ever. Lost the time.
Oh man. I was just saying how this is the first inaugural episode. We're going to get to talk to Jamie F., Mr. Bain, and 2 of the next artists that are going to be contributing to Dogtail. So really excited for this first inaugural episode. And let's get into it. What's up, Jamie? How are we doing tonight? We got Jamie F. in the house. We got Mr. Bain, Peace Love Music, and GP, myself, in the house tonight. So what's up, guys? How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm excited for the show. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be epic. Pretty special, and yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Yourself?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Jamie, you spun up this awesome idea to help artists and also contribute to charitable causes, right? Did you want to do a brief explainer about your ideas surrounding dog tails and how it came to fruition and all the work that the good work that you're doing with all the artists in the Stacks ecosystem?
Yeah, awesome. It's the artists that are doing the good work. Really, we're not doing too much because the stories sort of write themselves. But the idea came about as part of our just natural growth within the community, and we're a community that's sort of an underdog culture and founded on the rise of Peggy, who is the dog from Dogpool, who won the ugliest dog in the UK competition and then went on to Hollywood. So we sort of it's quite poetic and quite it's pretty cool. So and we built on that with Dog Tales, which is basically where we collaborate with artists to retell real life stories, which we're not short as a race of inspirational stories. And as you know yourself, being our first artist, you did the story about Paul Stamets. We did do a story before that, but it was just kind of a pilot. It was just a post on X, and that was about Michaela de Prince. Then we did Henry Wanyoke, who's a Kenyan runner. And just recently we did Fela Kuti, who's a musical, cultural, revolutionary icon. And all of these people have something in common in that they all went through troubled times and went, in a much different way to Peggy, had a bit of a rough start and or had to overcome some sort of adversity to get to where they were, so and to what they did. So yeah, we've built on that, and we're now tonight. This is the unveiling of Zanetta's story, and this is very different to the ones that we've done before because this is more personal. I think it's going to resonate with a lot of people on a personal level because of the subject matter, which you'll find out soon enough. It's different again that it's a photo shoot. So everything that we've done before it's not been photographic art. It's been digital art, yeah, it's pretty unique. And we do this to support the artists and charity. So they produce the storyboard NFTs. They're auctioned on Gamma as a week-long auction from the minute the first bid goes in. The split is, so far, everyone's agreed to do a 60-40 split, 60% in favour of charity and 40% goes to the artists. So the collection will grow and it will feature different artists and, more stories as we go. And pretty excited. It's probably the best thing so far to come out of our culture that we're trying to build. So, yeah.
Yeah, dude. I remember whenever you first hit me up and hey, pitched this idea to me, and I was experimenting with ideas and trying to find a way to incorporate some type of giving back to charitable causes into my artwork, and this idea just really resonated with me. Peace, did you have something to say, man? What's up?
I just wanted to on something Jamie said, and of course he's going to just give all the credit to the artists. And the artists, he's done an amazing job. The artists so far in the project have been great. He's done a great job picking great artists. But I don't want to undercut the amount of effort and work Jamie puts into this project on the regular and the stuff he's creating. Jamie, you deserve a lot of credit for what you put out as well, man. Don't sell yourself short is all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks. No, I don't. I mean, I enjoy it. And I think that's the attraction with this crypto blockchain world that we're in, we get to sort of write our own stories, and it's funny because we're in an amazing age. Obviously, I don't want to digress too much, but with the dawn of AI and the things that we can all do now, there's dreams that I had when I was a kid that are now, that I thought had sort of gone by the wayside, that are now possibly a reality. And like doing Dogtails is just a blessing, and trying to build that community and just put those out there is pretty cool. So I do enjoy it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool way to get artists to collaborate on one collection, right? Like you have multiple artists that work within Dogtails, and it's just a very unique way to approach getting artists to collaborate. And I'm a big fan of the structure and how it's set up.
Yeah, we enjoy it. Speaking of artists and collaboration, like pleased as well to be doing this with not just yourself and obviously Peace and everything that DeOrganized has brought us, but also Mr. Bain, because he's, as far, I don't know anyone who's as connected in the sort of digital art world. Obviously, I don't know everyone, but he makes sort of genuine connections, got a lot of artists follow him. So I think with this stream as well, so even though we're talking about the collection and this is a live reveal, this stream is something that we're going to do on the regular. We'll see how it goes, and it's going to be more about the people and their stories. And Mr. Bain, I don't know if you want to chime in, but I know the idea for the stream was sort of originally Mr. Bain's, if I recall correctly. It was sort of thrown out there, and we all sort of moved on it.
Hey guys,
Mr. Bain, what's up, man?
Good morning, GM, and it's really GM at this time of the world too.
Oh, nice. You're on the other side.
We're on the other side. It's supposed to be sunny Melbourne, but it's been raining, and we're spring. We're supposed to be heading into summer in December, but it's not the case. So it kind of feels like UK. So I think that's what Jamie's weather's going to be like in the UK. So I don't know about Peace and GPSC. I don't know where you guys are on your side of the world.
We're both on the eastern seaboard US. GP's a little on the southern side where it's cold, but not really for most people. And then up in my neck of the woods, it's about 45 degrees this morning, and that could be warmer than it gets. But ironically, the last show we did, I think it was the last show we did, Jamie was talking about how it was a sunny day out over where he is. So it's come full circle. Climate change is real. We just don't know if it's our fault or not.
Yeah, not today.
Is that 45 degrees or 45 degrees
45
Fahrenheit?
degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's cold then, right?
Yeah, it's a lot colder.
It's cold to me, man. I think it's pretty.
Yeah.
But my heat's on. It's
because we can get up to 45 degrees over here Celsius. So
yeah, that's a
but
hot
we haven't experienced that. Yeah.
No, that's a warm day. But I'm gonna actually be down in Buenos Aires, so I'm gonna get a little bit of extended warm weather for a week, going down to DevConnect next week. So I'm excited about that.
That's going to be awesome. Are you anyone else going with you? Or?
No, well, I'm going down with Stacks, so they're
Yeah.
having me come down. But it'll be a little bit different than last time when I had like the whole crew with us staying in the house in Vegas last May. That was the best experiences of my life, actually hanging out.
Insane, dude. Yeah, and I'll be manning the ship here. Running the stream and helping. Hunter will be helping and helping me run the stream as well. So we'll be holding down the fort for Peace while he's out there in Argentina, Buenos Aires, checking out all the DevConnect and the other little get-togethers that are going on over there while they're out there. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Working hard.
Fortunately, I have these guys to rely on, but let's stop the small talk because the ladies are waiting, guys. We shouldn't keep the ladies waiting.
Yeah. So I mean, so we've got Janetta, who is the I don't like calling her a subject, but she is the subject of the story, and she's going to tell her story, and she's the subject of the photo shoot that Sashelka has done, who's the artist. So yeah, let's get him on, I guess, when you guys are ready.
Right on. Welcome, ladies. How are we doing tonight?
Hello, everyone. I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing, guys?
Good evening. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having us here.
Hello, everyone.
Hi,
How everyone is doing?
Doing great.
Doing well.
Doing great. Really excited to see some artwork for Dogtails. I have collaborated with Jamie too, so now we are collaborating, and we are collaborating on Dogtails. So it's awesome. It's awesome to meet you guys.
GM, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bain.
Hello.
Oh my God, I'm so excited, really, guys, because it's my first experience. And when Janetta, just don't touch mic. Жан, микрофон не трогай. So yeah, what I wanted. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. So I'm really excited, guys, because it's like we were waiting this day so long. Because this, I don't know how to explain. It's this story. It's really touch myself. I mean, like, and I believe it will touch you when you will hear it. And I'm so proud of Janetta that she decided to speak herself. It's like it's her hour. It's her. It's. Oh my God! Let's just start, and then we will see.
Let's go. I'm really excited to do like live art reveals. That's something. It's a great idea, Jamie. I think that it's very engaging, and it's an awesome way to kind of showcase all the work that has gone into the different stories that are going into Dogtail. So this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, awesome. And it's even more special because we've got Janetta with us. And Sasha, I know what you mean about being nervous. I think, it's just normal. It's like we're going to be fine, and we guide you through it. And I think the photos are going to speak for themselves. We've got the story as well. So with each NFT comes part of the story, which Janetta obviously wrote originally, and then we just tweaked it slightly. So we've got all the bases covered, and I was keen to sort of find out and just sort of start really with how you used to sort of know each other, and because I don't think I ever asked that. I mean, how did you guys originally meet? Obviously, you're great friends for what you've done together and what you've worked on, but how did you guys originally meet?
That's the same question I want to know too.
I can say some words. So basically, Sasha, she is a very good friend of my cousin for many years, and I always heard about her, but I never just met her. And of course, the age gap between me and my cousin is 5 years. So I was a child when she was having fun with Sasha everywhere in the city, and going to parties. So it was just, very like black and white. I was just too young to understand what they were talking or doing. So, but life happened. I ended up in UK, and Sasha too. And somehow my cousin just, introduced us. And since then we become a good friend, and I'm very happy for it.
And Sasha, you're a multidisciplinary artist, aren't you? I'm glad I managed to say that word. I don't usually have trouble. So you've how long have you been an artist? Where did you sort of start off, and just tell us a bit about yourself and the work you do?
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'm a multidisciplinary artist and photographer. I mean, I'm self-taught artist. I haven't finished any, university. I mean, about art. So, and I think this art was always with me. I mean, during my life, from my childhood, in school, I drew these posters for these events, but then I got I was like an accountant, general accountant, and then I came back to art. So it's like I always drew like these cards for my friends, for family. I used to work as a designer of metal construction, so 3D. I was there and here and there. And yes, I can't, choose just one medium. I mean, I love, like you can see my old paintings behind me. I love digital drawing. I love photography, and I can't, I can't choose. So I decided to do everything, what I want.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say you was an accountant and doing other stuff, because art doesn't always pay the bills, does it? So, but it's good to see that the way you're moving in digital space. I know you've done a lot of stuff and collabs with Mr. Bain as well, haven't you? You got the Two Worlds collab, Mr. Bain, didn't you? Recently collaborate on that.
Mr. Bain.
Are you with us, Mr. Bain?
Yes, I am with you. I am with you, loud and clear. Yeah, look, it's. I thought that this was such a great opportunity because having the collab was a way to reach out to artists, and it's a great way to to experience the creativity. Because, like, for myself, being a photographer, it's I'm not a real artist. Everybody keeps saying, "Yeah, you're an artist," but I wanted to experience more. So that's why we had this the Two Worlds collab, and I've been supporting Sash. We've been connected for a long time. So she was one of the first of the 6 artists to collaborate, and it's a real first-hand experience. Getting into the artist world. And knowing their techniques and styles and medium, and I know it was a great experience. And then when we spoke with Jamie, it was just a wonderful way to introduce Janetta, and that's how it all came about. So I'm just like all you guys, it's the first time that I'm getting onto here and really getting to meet Sash and also Janetta, but also GPSC and Peace. It's a wonderful experience. I'm sorry that you don't get to see my face today, but I'm just moving around a little bit. I will. One day it will happen.
One day we'll have a doc station.
It's only a matter of time. Once you come on DeOrganized, you will eventually dox. It happens to everybody,
absolutely.
Dogtails has started to give artists the space to express themselves, and also kind of onboard new talent into the Stacks ecosystem. It's a really, really awesome thing to see the momentum get behind Dogtails, and see all of these wonderful artists get to express themselves on it, man. It's awesome.
I think it's a great opportunity too with the collab that I'm having right now. I think Jamie has quite a whole list of artists that he can connect with, and especially if we wanted to have this on a regular basis, we can certainly meet new artists and work out something along the way, and have Dogtail become a regular feature. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome. As I say, it's going to grow over time. And yeah, but just going back to you guys. So before, I guess we should probably move on with the story, if you guys are ready, and obviously the reveal as well. But just before we do that, I wanted just to touch on. So the photo shoot itself is based around kintsugi, which is a Japanese philosophy, and I just wanted to touch on who sort of came up with that idea or how that evolved, because it kind of fits into the bigger picture beautifully. The story and I'm talking, obviously not many people have heard the story, but from what I know and knowing a bit about you, Janetta, and your story, and the way it's been done, your artistic impression of it, Sasha, is just all beautiful the way it fits together. But I just wanted to know a bit more about the kintsugi side of things, because I think it sort of sets the scene before we do the reveal. Whose idea was it? Or
I think Jeanette should tell about it because it was her idea. I mean, I'll tell briefly when we came, like, the idea of the photo shoot came like when oh my God, how can I tell? Because you don't know the story yet. But okay, I'll try.
we could reveal. You don't have to if you.
No. We can just, I just try to find the words.
Yeah.
When I heard the story, I knew the story, and I wanted to support her. I mean, you can't find the words, and words usually they don't help. I mean, but I thought, we like girls, we like to take photos. I am a photographer, I can do nice photos. So I decided maybe if she wants, I can make a photo shoot for her. Just to support, to show how beautiful she is. I can do it. I can show the beauty. And I suggested, and she agreed. And when we started to think about the idea, she told me about this kintsugi, and I was like, oh my God, this philosophy, I really dive deep in this philosophy, and I really like this idea, just caught my mind, and we decided to do it. So, Janetta, please.
Yeah, so basically, when we decided to do the photo shoot, Sasha asked me, what type of photo shoot do you want? And I thought a lot about it. And at the time, the most what I needed was the courage, self-esteem, feeling like myself, but at the same not. And I thought, I want to see there a strong woman. And so I'm just trying not to give too many details before the reveal. So I decided to kind of introduce her the kintsugi technique. I have seen many artwork. I read about this before, and I guess some things comes back to your mind when you need that the most. As people say,
What's up,
everything what
guys?
we
Got some news
heard
for
or
you.
we
Coming right
read,
on
everything
in.
is in
So
our
the very
head,
first
even
transaction
if we
for
don't think about
from
it this
Unreal Engine
moment,
to Stacks
So
has
yeah, it
happened. So I
actually
figured I
came
would show that
to
off
me
to you
at the right
guys, and
moment,
let's
and
check it out.
it
Big
was
shout out
just
to
perfect.
Kryptonauts.
It
If you are
was
not
just
following
like
Kryptonauts on X, you need to be following Kryptonauts_STX. Well, without further ado, let's check this out. Thought this was a pretty cool thing to see. Here, tremendous amounts of on-chain innovation. Stacks is the layer that powers the BTC app layer. Do not sleep on Kryptonauts. Pay attention, Anon. The Kryptonauts are gearing up. Are you ready? So here we go. The very first Stacks transaction sent via Unreal Engine. Wow. GameFi is evolving, and we are inspiring the change by facilitating the fun. Real game asset ownership, real gameplay tied to on-chain action. Are you ready, Kryptonauts? Let's dive in. In this video, you will see a Kryptonaut contributing to the Nakamoto 1 treasure chest within game. Shout out to Jovez and the Lunar Crush team for putting BTC on the moon in the first interplanetary treasure hunt. This is only the beginning. Get ready for liftoff. And here is the TX link here. But let's check this video out. So as you can see here, there is a cryptonaut going within the game, going and doing a contribution to the Nakamoto One treasure chest. So really, really cool stuff. Big shout out to Crypto Dude and Crypto Smith. You need to be following at CryptoDude_STX on X to stay in the know about BoostX, Cryptonauts, StacksPot, you name it. The guy is building it. Just a very, very talented indie dev in our ecosystem, and I just wanted to showcase that. Also, I'm going to hit you with the Zest weekly recap. We had 60 SBTC flow into Zest over the last week. So very, very cool. And STSTX collateralization. People are putting their STSTX BTC to work. So made this video for you. And let's check this out here. So I'll pull this up.
It's your boy GP with DeOrganized Media. Zest. What's up, guys? It's your boy
I'll
GP
leave you
with
at it.
DeOrganized Media.
Y'all have a
Zest
blessed night.
and Stacking DAO. Figured I'd go over this Zest weekly recap since it is such a based one. Zest is getting ready for its Stacks Markets V2. So there's going to be some changes and it's really, really good alpha coming out. So pay attention. Stacks Market V2 is coming for Zest, but very, very big week for Zest this past one. So let's go over the Zest weekly recap. So another Zest weekly recap is here. Zillionaires, let's dive into the numbers. So SBTC supply is up 10.5% from 596 SBTC to 658.57 SBTC. Over 60 SBTC have been deposited during the past week. Wow. A 5% APY on SBTC is too good to ignore. Crazy stuff. That's a lot. That's a major increase in SBTC supplied. So very, very cool stuff there. Loving it. Loving it. Moving on, STST-XBTC supply is also up 8.22% from 4.5 million to 4.87 million STST-XBTC. STST-XBTC backed borrowing is up 18.79%. Wow, giant, massive. STST-XBTC usage as collateral keeps increasing. It's no surprise as you can use STX as collateral and earn up to 10% APY in SBTC paid daily. Huge deal. So I figured maybe after this, we might just show you how to take control of your financial literacy, and we'll do a little demo and show you how to do all of this. You know, how to supply some STSTX or STX for STSTX BTC, and then supply it on Zest. So here we go. And then USDH borrowing is also up 3.49%. If you don't know about USDH, it is the first Bitcoin-backed stablecoin. Go get into the know about what Hermetica is doing. They've got all sorts of cool stuff coming, like HBTC vaults, yield strategies, all of that. So go check it out. But yeah, let's go check out Zest Protocol and Stacking DAO. So first things first, we're going over to Stacking DAO. We're going to need a Leather wallet or an Xverse wallet. Click Open App. It'll pop up your app right here. I'm going to go ahead and connect my wallet here. So this will be it'll prompt you to connect the wallet. Select your account that you need to connect, and then click max on that bad boy. So I'm going to leave a little bit of gas. Make sure you always leave a little bit of gas. And I'm going to opt in for SBTC yield and stack for STST-XBTC. So after you do that, you confirm how many stacks you want to stack, confirm your stack. Right here, it'll break down everything that is going to take place in the transaction, and then approve it.
and then boom, there you go. And then right as you do that, you can see the transaction is in progress. And as soon as it is done, you can go ahead and take that STXBTC over to Zest Protocol. Again, we're going to, just for educational purposes, I'm going to connect my wallet here. Select that same account where I have that STXBTC now stacked. Confirm that. And then over here, you can see that I have 6 STXBTC right here. You're just going to click supply, right? Go ahead and max that out. Click supply. Boom. Right here, it'll break down everything that is taking place in this transaction. You go ahead and approve it. And there you go. It'll take us a couple seconds to confirm. And once it's confirmed, we will have supplied some collateral on Zest, right? And STXBTC earns you SBTC passively every single day. There you go. Right there. It is supplied. And now you can come over here to the borrow side, and then you can borrow that USDH, right? So if you wanted to lever up your position, you can go ahead and here, click max, borrow. There you go. Borrow some USDH, which is a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, always pegged to $1. Borrowing against my STXBTC, and then I can go swap that if I wanted to into some more STX and then stack it again and loop this trade, essentially leveraging up your plays. So go check it out. Get into the Stacking DAO and Zest Discords, guys. There is a lot of base stuff going on in our ecosystem, this play included. Go earn some SBTC daily. Go leverage your assets to, leverage up and, handle your business. But for now, I'm GP, and I'm hoping that you guys have a lovely day. May love surround you and the high frequencies follow you. I'll catch you on the flip side. Peace. What's up, guys? It's your boy GP with DeOrganized Media, Zest. So that is the weekly recap for Zest. Very cool stuff going on within the Stacks ecosystem. I feel like it is time to start packing our bags and, for getting some exposure to some of these SIP10 tokens. Can you back? Let's handle the business and give it to them. This was another awesome episode of DeOrganized. You guys have a blessed rest of your night. I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream for now. And be sure to tune into the Let's Go morning show at 8:30 a.m. ET. Tomorrow, we are running Monday through Friday. And if you want to catch a little bit of the good vibes, jump into the whatever mornings with the Good Vibe Tribe at 8 a.m. ET, Monday through Friday, with Binta and the rest of the Good Vibe Tribe. I will catch you guys on the flip side. You guys have a lovely night. May the high frequencies follow you and love surround you. Peace.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The